Hell. They claim that practically everyone now ends up down there. From the morally deceived to the lowest of low. As our protagonist leapt from the roof of a blood-stained building to the one next to it, keeping his eyes open for a certain someone, he thought, from those that were saints in a previous life and were doing what was best for everyone in the long run to those that just didn't care and committed cruel acts for the fun of it. Even so, the purge is held annually to help purge the lost souls in hell and reduce their population. In all honesty, it reached a point where certain things were happening to help decrease the yearly purge and, hopefully, give people hope. The streets he looked at were covered in blood and piled high with body parts. Since the angels left after creating this enormous mess, demons of all classes, aside from royals and those of a similar nature, were assisting with the cleanup. When our protagonist heard a familiar sound, his ears perked up, and he looked up the road to see a sexy person emerge from a crappy car that had pulled up to the side of the road. This individual had 4 arms, white fur skin, and a very attractive bosom, with a white and pink top that highlights his chest. The man was the epitome of sexiness, with long boot-like heels on his feet. Nonetheless, his eyes, one red with a black background and the other red with a white background, were among his most distinctive features. He had a heart on the back of his head and pink highlights in his hair to go with his white fur. This was Angel Dust, one of Hell's most famous porn stars. With an audible sigh and a mental face palm, the protagonist thought, and I found Angel, and he has just sold himself for cash. He then leapt from the building and landed safely on the ground. Angel Dust stuffed the money into his bosom and said, "So, make sure your wife knows I appreciate the cash," in response. The demon in the car rolled his eyes and said, Yeah, redeeming yourself my ass." He was horny, and his wife refused to give him any. Therefore, it was well worth a few dollars to have a roll with this moron in order to get his rocks off. As he pulled out the cash to count it, Angel grinned and blew a kiss at the car as it drove away, ensuring that his rehabilitation lapse had been worthwhile. Before Angel approached a machine and was ready to insert the money, he thought, "Man, I really need this." My reputation was about to take a hit, but he stopped when he heard a cough. "You know Charlie would mangle you for going back on your treatment, right?" Angel turns his head slowly and gives a scared smile. "Hey Naruto, how's it going, man?" Our main character was standing there. Even though Naruto was roughly 6 feet 7 inches, he stood out from Angel. Naruto was a hellhound, while Angel was a demon with a spider theme. Similar to most hellhounds, he had a wolf-like appearance, with gray and white fur, a wild, spiky mane that was bright yellow and ran down his back, and a long muzzle that displayed a frown. He was barefoot, displaying his digitigrade stance legs with clawed feet and razor-sharp, black claws on his hands. Naruto's ears were sticking straight up, revealing the inside of them to be white, with the tip missing from a long time ago. His long, bushy tail swayed safely above the ground. He wore tight-fitting black jeans, an orange watch, and a black and gray skull shirt with a pentagram on the back. No one knew why he wore the watch, but he only said, "It is a bit nostalgic from a life I lost." After that, everyone knew better than to bring up the topic. His eyes, however, were the most striking feature that caught Angel's attention and conveyed to him his current mood. Unlike most hellhounds, Naruto had blue eyes, which showed the power that resided beneath them as well as the slits inside. "Man, hurry up. You're really going to stop me from getting a buzz now," Angel said, waving his hands around. "Charlie already does that, and it is even more egregious with the Mexican Cyclops present." At Angel's comments, Naruto shook his head and sighed. "I understand that they can be oppressive at times, but they genuinely want the best for you." Naruto looked at the spider and said, "If you actually talk to them about things, we might reach some compromises." Angel scoffed and pushed his hair out of his eyes with one of his right hands. "Yeah, right." Angel gave a tiny growl and waved his hands in mild panic. "All right, but what should I do about this? You know the minute I show up and show this, they'll know what I did," Angel said, gesturing with the money. Naruto gave himself a head rub. "Look, it's not that big of a deal that you had sex." Naruto smiles a little and says, "They will be angry, yes, but they won't rip your head off for one mistake. Plus, we both know that cutting off all vices in hell is one hell of an order." Angel laughed heartily and grinned. "Damn right, I just needed something to take off the edge." "Oh, you mean you didn't want to argue against some of these posts then?" Naruto asked, taking an orange phone out of his pants and browsing a blog site. When Naruto turned his phone around, Angel glanced at the screen and saw messages about him vanishing and how he seemed to be straightening up and refraining from offering his services. Fear and disgust wrinkled Angel's face. I can't waste this chance to go straight, but my representative being tarnished is not something I'll allow, Angel thought, feeling scared of the man he called Daddy, and angry at the harm this was doing to his reputation. Of course, Valentino is sharing this information, Angel thought. As the hellhound stared at him, Angel turned back to Naruto. Yes. That could have had a bigger impact on my choice, Angel sighed a little. Shaking his head, Naruto continued to browse the phone before bringing up an item and demonstrating it to Angel. What? Just watch, dumbass. Okay, geez, a flea crawled. Naruto smiled and gave him a gloomy expression. Finish that sentence, I dare you. Angel raised his hands. Who was he to offend someone who was elevating hellhounds standing in the afterlife? He noticed that Charlie, the princess of hell, was on the screen. Mobile phone. I'm Katie Killjoy, and today we have a special guest, Charlotte Magna, the daughter of our head honcho, Katie said with a hint of annoyance in her voice. So, Charlotte, what is this passion project you are so passionate about? As she glanced from Katie to the camera, Charlie nervously replied, Charlie, actually, as you know, we just had our annual purge, but as I was born here, I can't help but feel sad at the loss of life. Tom Trench listened courteously but nervously as Katie tapped her fingers on the desk. With a smile on his face and a passionate glance at something or someone off screen, Charlie declared, So, after many years of watching my people get slain to make room here in hell, I have come up with a solution. I have devised a way to help redeem people to go to heaven. Charlie sang about the Happy Hotel, showcasing her vocal prowess to Angel and Naruto. In an attempt to conceal his admiration for the song, Angel said, She really likes to sing, even though it doesn't make her seem mature. As he held the phone in front of them and watched as Katie, Tom, and the audience all started laughing at Charlie's plan for rehabilitation, Naruto added, Shut up and watch. Although Naruto scowled at what Katie had said to Charlie, he was pleased when Charlie sneered. Charlie said, We have one participant, someone known as Angel Dust. She was sitting stylishly at the desk. Are you referring to the porn star? With excitement, Tom asked. Katie looked at her co-host and then back at Charlie, insulting him, saying, You fucking would, Tom. Not much of a jump for your plan. If you had enough cocaine and lubricant, you could pay that hooker to do anything. Charlie got to his feet, huffed, and looked directly into Katie's eyes. Over the last 2 weeks, Angel has been doing well. He has been clean for 2 weeks and has begun to get his act together, she said with assurance. There was a part of Angel that said he shouldn't have to make anyone happy but himself, even though he was proud that he had made Charlie happy. Naruto turned the phone away after noticing the mixed feelings in Angel's eyes. Do you not see, Angel? Charlie thinks you're capable of more. You think she got you out of there, but why? From that man's hands? Naruto said, attempting to persuade Angel to take a different route. Angel felt horrible as she stared at the ground. In order to live rent-free at the hotel, he was exploiting Charlie's generosity. Although it was true that he could find a room with anyone who was desperate enough, he knew that this arrangement would not last long and that he would eventually be kicked to the curb and discovered by Valentino. It was refreshing, but Angel's ego wouldn't let it show. At least Charlie was trying to be there for me rather than having me be there for her, he thought. Plus, she got me out from service with Valentino, so that was more than enough for me to try her whole redemption. Yeah well, Angel said, blowing his hair out of his face once more. I can't precisely follow her instructions. I mean sacrificing everything. It just goes against everything I know, he said, wringing his hair in exasperation. Naruto gave a headshake. Then tell her this. Don't be ambiguous and impolite. Just tell her this. He put a consoling hand on Angel's shoulder and said, Maybe you guys can come to some compromises about what needs to be done for you to commit to the hotel. Angel began to say, but then there was an explosion, and they looked up to see a blimp flying around and someone laughing far away. Naruto rolled his eyes at the blimp and moaned. Before he turned to the side and noticed someone shooting at the blimp and throwing bombs, Naruto remarked, And your girlfriend seems to be having your battle with him. That snake dickhead that for some reason has an obsession with eggs, maybe because he lost his balls, is causing trouble again. Cherry bomb. Really? It's time to have some fun now, Angel exclaimed joyfully. Naruto aimed a claw finger at his eye and pointed it at him. He glared and Angel glared back, saying, You are not going to do a damn thing. Why not? Simple. Charlie is doing that interview on the news, and while I don't think hell will take her serious like her father didn't, you acting out and getting caught on camera won't help at all. Naruto made a strong case. The hotel will be seen as a bigger joke, and that is something I won't allow. With glowing eyes, Naruto snarled and seized him by the front of his jacket. Furry porn ad. Do I seem like I'm kidding? The spider pushed away from Naruto as he snarled and bared his teeth. No, but you can't expect me to let my closest friend perish by herself? Angel insisted. The things that were coming out of Angel's mouth were unbelievable to Naruto. Isn't she just as strong as an overlord? She is capable of handling herself. This is not the first time she has defeated that fool by herself, Naruto retorted. As the egg boys attacked Cherry, Angel noticed that she was dodging blows and that bombs were exploding everywhere. Angel snatched Naruto's jacket and pleaded, "Please, Naruto, she is strong, but I don't want to give her the chance to be killed." When the young man saw the spider demon begging, he thought, damn his bleeding heart, he really should charge for this. As he took Angel's hands off his clothes, Naruto thought, Charlie will kill me for this. The limousine is waiting for you. Head down the fucking street. As he braced himself for the battle and subsequent disappointment he would experience from Veggie and Charlie, Naruto said, get in and head to the hotel and I'll try to cover your fuck up here today. What? However, what? Angel watched as Naruto turned to face the battle and began to approach it. In a rare show of empathy, Naruto remarked, Charlie is going to kill me for this later, but at this point if it means that much to you, I'll help her out. But this means you have to commit to the program and talk to Charlie about compromises, got it? A great wave of relief swept over Angel, and he smiled. It was pleasant to see the young hellhound that frightened him when he first arrived at the hotel, even though he was aware that he was making an excuse. Don't blame him. He is adorable and has a good heart in a place like hell. Angel, who missed Naruto's sigh, said, fine, just make sure Cherry is okay. He then strolled over to the limousine. Naruto muttered, I really need to start charging more for shit like this. He then stretched his legs a little before leaping toward the carnage. The news studio Veggie was keeping an eye on things, and to be honest, it was concerning. Veggie looked at her phone, watching the turf war, thinking, I had thought with the turf war going on, Angel would fuck this up for us, but there are no reports about him in it, so the hotel is safe. When Veggie looked up, she saw that Katie had been making fun of Charlie's dream for about 10 minutes, to which Charlie had been responding with ever-increasing rage. Veggie scowled as her head bow sharpened and took on the appearance of curved horns. Oh yeah, and the reporter is a bitch that I would strangle, but it looks like Charlie might do that for me, she thought. Yes, princess. We all know how you royals have abused the hellhound race in the past, so I'm not surprised you were using Angel like this, she said with a gloomy smile, to which Charlie arched an eyebrow. When you are using one of theirs to protect your small space, how can you talk about reformation? How shameful it is to repeat the work of your ancestors while pontificating all that rehab bullshit. In a moment of poor judgment, Charlie changed slightly, revealing her horns and reading her sclera. Suddenly, she slammed the reporter's head into the desk, shattering it on impact. Don't you dare speak of him like some kind of pet again, I'll make sure I tear your soul to pieces. She turned to face the camera crew and gave them a menacing look, luring a man in the back who was grinning and staring at the spectacle with red eyes. It was the most hilarious thing he had seen in a long time. Unlike you, bitch, that pet, as you call him, is someone very special and deserving of praise. Charlie went on, losing sight of her objective, more, he has accomplished great things in hell on his terms. Katie saw them waving the news shortly after, and she smiled as she pressed her finger against her headset in her ear to receive a message. Oh, today, your beloved pet is making a big commotion. With a snap of her fingers, the group flipped the screen to reveal a Cyclops woman holding bombs and a hellhound wearing a hoodie sprinting across the roof while dodging explosions and bombs. Alive. The resident genius Sir Pentious appears to be engaged in combat with the hellhound who brought the hounds together and is currently working for the Magna family. As the station turned its attention to the turf war and ignored Charlie's segment, Tom declared. Oh shit, Charlie and Veggie exclaimed in disbelief as they saw Naruto on the screen slice through an egg boy that was aimed directly at him and avoid a blast that was coming his way. Dear Princess, another example of your reform act. As Charlie's anger faded, Katie asked with sick, malevolent pleasure. Charlie let out a sigh of shame and anxiety as she watched Naruto chomp down into an egg boy, its yolk center exploding in his mouth, and then catch an explosion that Cherry Bomb threw at him, hurling it with enough force to smash through the blimp's steel hub and explode upon impact. Conversely, he is more interested in going it alone. As she regained her confidence, Charlie said, don't forget that, or do. After all, you seem to forget what true beauty is, bitch. After all, he is free to do what he wants if it falls into his beliefs, and most likely he is helping this woman as a request. When they heard an explosion and crash, Katie became enraged and Tom became frightened. They turned back to the screen to see Naruto standing over the remnants of the blimp that had fallen to the ground, and Sir Pentious emerged. Pentious lunged at Naruto, who sidestepped his attack and sliced him with his claws. The snake snarled and struck out once more, but was tragically unsuccessful when he vanished in a flash of silver and reappeared above him. As the audience watched, his eyes turned red and his body glowed red. Eat shit, snake freak. Record this quickly. Seeing the fabled royal hellhound use his abilities is a historic moment. Katie gave a loud shout. Charlie's eyes twitched as she watched. Charlie sat in rage, thinking, "You're going to get an earful when I get home." Vaggie shook her head, thinking, "Idiot, Charlie is going to be really mad about this." In the interim, drenched in blood and egg yolk, which was beginning to odor and irritate his sense of smell, Naruto thought, "I just want to finish this shit up quick before it becomes a spectacle again." In a matter of seconds, he slashed the snake with his red claws, causing it to scream in agony before exploding in a shower of guts and blood. Naruto simply rolled his shoulders and looked at Cherry. Before leaping off to return to the hotel, Naruto told his loose acquaintance, "I'll charge you for my services at a later time." As she watched Naruto go, Cherry grinned broadly and said, "Okay, nah. Now, to stake my claim on this turf." Returning to the newsroom, we just saw another instance of the fabled hellhound that has swept through hell, so there you have it, demons and hell born. With the news station utterly disregarding Charlie, Katie declared, "He is leading the reform and increasing of hellhound's status in hell and becoming one of the premier demons to anyone that kills will gain massive following and support for the coming years." He began taking down powerful figures through hell when he was 13 years old, and at the age of 16, he became an uncrowned overlord after killing the former overlord Apius, the Ape King. He has been the princess's personal attack dog in addition to winning Bachelor of the Year for 6 consecutive years. After growing weary of listening to this, Charlie abruptly changes into a different person, leaps at Katie, and forces her against the wall, shattering it. "You cunt, he's my son, not my dog or pet," Charlie abruptly yelled, and she threw Katie across the room, sparking an intense altercation that lasted for an hour before Charlie and Vaggie stormed out of the building. As they walked to the limo, Vaggie held Charlie's hand and said, "The hotel will not be targeted for this mess, but this whole mess had Angel's name on it, that much is sure. That foolish dog is also connected to this mess. Killing Pentious was not a good example of your dream, for crying out loud," Vaggie yelled as she entered the limousine. Happy hotel foyer, that night. "Did you really have to do that during the announcement on live television, son?" Charlie questioned Naruto, who was perched on his haunches holding a little note that read, "Punishment." Charlie scowled at Naruto after he said, "Well, I was wearing a hoodie to hide my identity." "To hide it, that did shit," Charlie retorted passionately, inhaling deeply. "Come on, relax. I did it better than Angel, didn't I?" At that moment, Angel was passing through the hotel's foyer, Naruto remarked. He gulps as Vaggie plays with her spear, and the spider demon freezes when Charlie glares at him. "Oh, and why did he leave the hotel?" While Angel perspired at the attention, Naruto rolled his eyes, took out his phone, and fiddled with it. Angel nervously confessed, "I might have had a moment of weakness and had some sex and bought some drugs." Vaggie growled and Charlie sighed. "You fucking idiot. Are you aware of the potential consequences for the hotel, particularly during the broadcast? You bastard, it would have turned us into a complete farce." Vaggie summoned her spear and yelled angrily. With his eyes fixed on his phone, Naruto tightly grasped Vaggie by the shoulder while rolling his eyes. "Calm down, Vaggie. It's not like most people wouldn't have taken the hotel seriously in the first place. We can save face that way, and plus me fighting the stupid snake idiot and killing him sends a clear message to the overlords and alike that this hotel is no easy target, and unless they're here for treatment, we'll send them packing." Naruto typed something into his phone. "I mean, most denizens weren't going to take us seriously anyway, but at least this way we can cover up for Angel being out and say that it was a free day during his rehab and that he was abusing it or something." "Yeah, but, hey, look, I'm sorry I did what I did, okay?" Angel sighed as everyone turned to face him. "Naruto has already given me a lecture about it, and to be honest, I know that my ego and years of abuse are to blame for my mess. However, you two cannot expect me to give up everything at once, as that is how you induce shock in your body." After calming down considerably, Charlie sat down on the couch, while Angel occupied a lounge chair across from her. Charlie said, "I know it was a lot to ask, but you have to understand, Angel, we need to start somewhere, and you have to be willing to comply." Charlie was eager to listen to Angel. "Go on." Naruto rolled his eyes at the same exchange. With a smile that was both fond and contemptuous, Naruto thought, Charlie really wants her way no matter what. How very demon of her, and that is something I am familiar with given it was the same way when she found me. Go back in time at an alley entrance between two apartment buildings. Naruto, age 6, was looking through some trash cans for food because he was hungry and hadn't eaten much in the previous 2 days. He was wearing rags that barely covered his body, his fur was covered in blood crust from the infected wound, and the tip of his left ear was missing. As Naruto continued to hunt for food, his tail trembling in terror, he wondered, how long have I been here? I guess that since I was sent to this place, that the village was right. I am a demon, he thought, scanning his surroundings suspiciously. A hellhound is viewed as inferior to other demons, so he is viewed as trash or something to train and discipline. Naruto was told this when he first opened his eyes in this world, in a hellhound orphanage on the outskirts of the Ring of Gluttony. The matron in charge of the orphanage soon discovered that, despite his blue eyes, he is not like most people, which other hellhounds assured him would make him valuable to employers. After meeting other hellhound kids of different ages, Naruto was teased because of his eyes. The matron failed to stop the violence the kids inflicted on him, and in a fit of rage, Naruto killed her. The other kids praised him for it because they simply took her belongings and moved in, but Naruto left because he didn't want his life attached to the place. Hell consistently disproved his belief that he could sustain his life on his own. The main reason he couldn't survive was that he saw the purge and only survived by curling up in a ball under dead bodies and holding his breath when angels were playing dead nearby. This led to his current situation. Naruto thought, that happened once and I'm not going to go through that mess again, as he was struck in the head by a full garbage bag that someone in the building had thrown from the 4th story. Fruits and partially consumed food were visible when the bag broke open. Naruto immediately snatched up whatever he could and began shoving it into his mouth. I'm going to die here, he thought, forgetting that the reason he was here was because he had already passed away. He was still wolfing down the food when he heard a screech, and as he turned his head out of the can, he noticed a white limousine that had stopped beside the alley entrance. For a moment, he was confused and ready to flee. Unfortunately, he was like most men and one kick to the balls, so he is down for a while so he can run. Some weirdos had tried to catch him saying that he made a excellent pet a while back. Whatever he meant, he was certain it had something to do with him losing his identity, so he said fuck that noise. A white girl with blonde hair and gold eyes emerged from the limousine, wearing a purple dress that hugged her figure, with items on her cheeks and fangs in her mouth. She appeared to be grinning and exuding strength. Grinning, she approached him, lowering herself to his level so she could get a clear view of him. Yes? Naruto asked, prepared to launch a quick attack and then run if necessary. Naruto gave the girl a fierce look, but in a matter of seconds, he was held beneath his armpits in front of her. Don't you look so cute? He squeaked from the pain as she gave him a tight hug, feeling his ribs crack. BB breath. Oh, I'm sorry. I've never seen a hellhound like you before, she said, releasing her hold on the child. He growled when she tapped his nose, which made her laugh. Then she noticed his left ear and said, oh, your ear is bleeding, and it is probably infected. One with blue eyes, that is. Would you kindly put me down? No, take me home, Xavier, she said, walking back to her car and sitting down without waiting. This child requires grooming, medical attention, and a bath. Naruto's eyebrow went up. What is she talking about? I didn't consent to this. Yes, my lady. My lady? Naruto thought in a paranoid manner, trying to avoid this woman as much as possible after she allowed him to enter the limousine but prevented him from leaving because the child lock was in place. Naruto was carried into the house after a brief drive. He attempted to leap out when the door was opened, but she caught him in the act and held him on her lap the entire time, which irritated him because it appeared that she was stronger than he had thought. When he looked up, he saw a castle of some sort sitting nearly in the middle of a sizable city that resembled the Pentagon. He could tell the building was very important and that the girl lived there. They may have given that away to him because of an instinct and the fact that they stopped in front of the house. Charlie gathered that the girl carried him in her arms as she entered the house, and then butlers and maids of all shapes bowed and welcomed the girl home. She is a noble. Naruto recalled the unpleasant gossip he had heard about nobles in the orphanage, especially since some of them viewed his kind, trash demons, as nothing more than playthings. What does this bitch want with me? A pet? Force me to fight? Torture me? He asked himself. As she dragged him over to the big bathtub, Charlie exclaimed, okay, first I'll bathe you and then I'll take you to meet my parents. Naruto's expression was blank as he gazed up at her, concealing his perplexity. At what point did I consent to this? Speaking after a long silence and attempting to sound menacing, Naruto demanded. Grinning, she gave him a stronger hug. Oh, you're so adorable and adorable. I'm excited to see what kind of demon you'll eventually become. Oh, perhaps you can assist me with my dream in the future. With stars in her eyes, Charlie uttered those words. At this point, Naruto stopped listening to her because she seemed to be babbling about various topics, including some that had to do with her dream. Before Charlie gave him to a servant, Naruto thought, honestly, I just wanted to eat and find somewhere safe to sleep. He then went into the large bath, where he was stripped of his rags and submerged in warm water. After a few minutes, he was dropped on the floor and dried off until he was certain that his fur had never felt so clean. His bristled fur had been given a thorough scrub and had crap put in his face that he had never smelled before. For the first time since he entered hell, Naruto thought, so soft and fluffy, as the servant who assisted him in bathing him bandaged and ointed his left ear and a female servant showed up carrying some clothing. Charlie entered the room after Naruto had been dressed in shorts and a white t-shirt. Well, now that you're all neat and clean, let me introduce you dear parents, Charlie remarked as she held out her hand to him. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto gazed at her hand as if it were a threat. As Naruto slowly took her hand, his chest tightening as many of his beliefs were being questioned, he thought, what the hell is with this bitch? She is a royal, but she isn't hurting me. Why does she remind me of old man Hokage? The king and queen of hell were seated in a large room that appeared to be a throne room of some sort while Naruto was lost in his reverie. Lucifer Magna wore a white high-collar suit, a black bow tie, a red undershirt with white stripes, and a wide-brimmed white top hat with a purple snake and red apple over a red band on a small table next to his throne. He had pure white skin, blonde hair, black lips, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. His eyes were yellow, with black slit pupils that resembled snakes, and he had red cheeks, just like his daughter Charlie. His eyelids were purple, giving the appearance of eyeshadow. With pale skin, long blonde hair, and silvery eyes, Lilith Magna was taller than both her husband and daughter. Her most distinctive physical feature was a pair of horns, which, ironically, her husband did not possess. She wore a tight black dress with black gloves that reached her forearms, connected by a see-through mesh, and a pearl necklace around her neck. Naruto swallowed a lump in his throat and thought, man, seriously seemed to like white and black for some reason. Charlie, I see you brought home a new pet. Lucifer grinned down at the child, but Naruto snarled at being referred to as a pet, and unintentionally flared some of his power to reveal his red aura, which made Lucifer smile while Lilith laughed. What are you doing with this adorable little thing, dear? Lilith asked, gazing down from her throne at her daughter. Charlie proudly puffed out her chest. I'm adopting him as my son as of right now because I saw him on the street and felt compelled to give him a better life, Charlie said with pride, and Naruto's eyes widened at the unexpected revelation. Hey! Flash the back end as he kept scrolling through his phone, Naruto thought. That was when I learned that Charlie was the princess of hell, literally, and that the two on the thrones were the king and queen. Charlie, with her big heart, wanted to do the best for others but for some reason felt the need to bring me into her family as her son. Then she met Veggie, and after they started dating, met me and we are close. At this point, Naruto was known as the king and queen's grandson, but to others, he was just a dirty stray that the princess had taken in. He eventually disproved them all, emerging as one of hell's most terrifying demons and earning the respect of even the king thanks to his skill and strength. At this point, he simply chalked it up to who he was as a human and left it at that. After all these years, he had forgotten his former life. It seems that even among his own kind, he is unique with powers that he couldn't explain and even a healing factor that is stronger than most. A pole is not permitted here. The whole point of removing you from that life is negated. When Naruto heard it, he saw Charlie preventing him from installing it and Angel holding a big pole that could touch the ceiling. Well, I don't see you two making concessions to me on some issues. This place really drives me insane. As he continued to attempt to install the stripper pole, Angel chastised him. Because he was a hellhound and his hearing was sensitive, Naruto looked and saw the three fighting and finally had enough. Horrified by the idea of setting up a bar, Naruto proposed, how about this? Angel, no drugs and sex. In exchange I'll put a bar into the hotel and you can drink in the afternoons if you behave. Charlie and Veggie, you have to keep the bar open to him and others in the afternoon, that way they have something they can indulge in and they stay on the premises. The trio gazed at him, and although Charlie considered it, Veggie opposed it, but Angel was in favor of it. Hey, that's fine with me. He dropped the stripper pole and turned away from the girls, saying, I'll give up the other two things as long as I can drink here. With her hand on her chin and a finger tapping it, Charlie muttered, it would help keep them under control. Fine, we can at least do that, but please don't abuse this privilege. As Angel applauded in triumph, Vaggie was startled to hear Charlie permit alcohol. By saying, but, what, Charlie, we can't, Vaggie tried to construct a case. Angel was correct, Vaggie. Rehab would probably be more challenging if he had to give up some vices entirely. Charlie clarified, although he didn't really want it, he understood that it was important, so allowing this one thing for the time being might be a step in the right direction. In defeat, Vaggie declared, I am not really for it, but I will support Charlie's decision. Before his phone rang to let him know that someone was calling, Naruto witnessed the three of them agree, one reluctantly, and him finally sigh. Naruto's face wavered as he looked at the ID text. Oh, the pop star's bodyguard. Naruto scowled and thought, man, I really don't want to deal with her today. Naruto sighed and picked up the phone. Hey Tex. Hey Naruto. Would you please do me a favor? It depends. Is your boss or you the one requesting the favor? Don't worry, she doesn't know I'm doing this yet. It's me, man. Listen, boss has a big concert coming up, and while I'm sure I can handle it on my own, the studio wants to make sure nothing gets out of hand, so they want me to hire someone else on staff that can handle this, Vortex calmly explained. I checked with the agency and most are busy or doing their own thing at this point or on break. So, would you mind helping me, man? With a sigh, Naruto massaged his neck. The agency is aware that I don't work for free, right? Oh, no doubt, and don't worry, the boss won't try anything. She is too busy with work to get distracted with you, trust me, Vortex assured you. Well, what time is the performance? Thank you for your assistance. We'll be in the greed ring tomorrow. Do you know where it is? Vortex questioned his companion. Yes, I do. Let's just make sure everything goes smoothly, because the last time I worked for her, I almost got raped. Naruto complained, and Vaggie became more interested in his conversation after hearing the word rape. Yeah, don't worry about it, man, the agency will make sure that don't happen again, Vortex replied. Besides, I'll be there to help you escape if she does make an attempt. Be sure, I'll see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Naruto noticed Vaggie's perplexity. Sweetheart, who was that? That sounded so wrong coming from someone who didn't appear to be any older than him, and Naruto cringed inwardly. A request for a job. Vaggie motioned for Charlie to approach after Naruto explained that Tex needed assistance at a concert that might get a little out of control and that he needed some extra hands to help keep their star safe. Wait, the concert, that is? Yeah, it is her. Charlie's sclera turned red with rage as she glared. No, after the last time, I forbid it. As she became enraged, Naruto rolled his eyes. Relax, I managed to escape last time with my pants, she just had my shirt, Naruto sighed. In any case, she has contacted me to hire you as her bodyguard for life. I'm bound to the hotel, and you'll never do that. In this contract, Naruto said, don't worry, I'm just keeping idiots from the stage and their star from getting hurt. The minute the show is over and I'm paid, I'll leave no sweat. Grr. Naruto simply gave a headshake. Naruto casually remarked, relax, it'll blow over, mom. Charlie felt at ease because Naruto knew that calling her mother would be the only way to calm her down, a gesture that is occasionally uncommon, so he did it. All right, but give me a call if something goes wrong. Do you get it, or did Vaggie? Naruto ascended the stairs and said, yeah, I'm going to get some sleep. Wake me if something comes up. And no, Angel, it's not an invitation to my bed. All right, good night, dear, as Angel complained, Charlie waved good night to him. Vaggie grinned and rolled her eyes. As Vaggie sat down, she thought, Charlie was such a doting mother that it's nuts. I have no doubt that things were going to get interesting. Knock. Knock. Charlie went to the door and opened it to see a tall demon with adorable antlers dressed in a red suit with pinstripes, his yellowed teeth flashing in a big smile. Hell, Charlie turned sideways in bewilderment and closed the door in his face. The demon was still there when she opened the door again. He went on, low, before Charlie closed the door once more. Hey, Vaggie. Yes? Charlie pointed to the door and mimicked the radio demon's smile, saying, the radio demon is here. The room of Naruto. Then Naruto sighed in his bed. My life, my decisions. He closed his eyes and muttered, that is all that matters to me. He could only grin slightly as he drifted off to sleep, recalling a conversation he had with Lucifer. A flashback. Why are you so adamant about doing things your way rather than how other people want you to, child? Lucifer once inquired over dinner. Naruto was the only person invited to join Lucifer and Lilith for dinner. Even though Naruto, age 8, had only known them for 2 years, he still showed them a great deal of respect. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Naruto said, "Simple Lord Magna. When I was alive everything was decided for me. Who I can love, who I can talk to, who gets to beat me, how long I starve, who got to molest me, and even when I was allowed to die." Lilith and Lucifer raised an eyebrow at his statement, but they were unconcerned. "But in this new world I decide how I live, no one will take that from me again. I will steal what I want, buy what I want, love who I want, and die how I want if I want to kill someone. My decision, and I'll never relinquish it." How about Charlie? You literally go above and beyond for her. Lilith sipped a large glass of wine and asked. If killing those who threaten her, being her son, and assisting her with the redemption thing makes her happy, then that's what I want to see. That is my answer, Lady Magna, Naruto said firmly, his eyes blazing as he gazed at the king and queen. That is all that matters to me as long as I get to see her smile, because that is something I will cherish forever. At his responses, Lucifer and Lilith both grinned and reached for his hand. Lucifer laughed at Naruto's shocked expression and said, "Welcome to the family, Naruto." The end of the flashback. Naruto fell asleep without realizing that everything in the hotel would have changed by the time he woke up. For better or worse, we shall see. As he pulled the blanket over his face to keep the light from waking him, Naruto thought drowsily, I fucking hate waking up early. Naruto detested waking up in the morning, even as a young child. He was by no means a morning person. Furthermore, Charlie always led him around the castle and was the first person to greet him in the morning when he was a child. However, he didn't want to know what they were coming from because they were tucked away in a place where there was a lot of violence, explosions, and foul odors. Naruto thought sadly, I guess I'll get up now. He had to throw off the blanket and begin preparing for the hectic day ahead, reasoning that since the concert would be in the Circle of Greed, it would take him several hours to get there and set up the studio. After getting dressed and brushing his hair, Naruto left his room and went down the hallway across from Veggie and Charlie's room. They had the biggest room on the top floor and demanded that he have a room next to them, so he agreed because he knew better than to argue. Naruto shook his head and walked down the stairs to the foyer, yawning and looking around the room with alarm. Looks like she is tired. I guess yesterday was pretty tiring, and Angel being a hassle yesterday didn't help. For starters, the entire space appeared to be very different from what Charlie had set up. It had more of a bar theme and appeared to have been furnished with some elegant aesthetics, stuff that, if he was being honest, looked more like the 1920s. As he made his way to the bar area, wanting to make himself a drink before Charlie woke up, Naruto thought, good thing Charlie made me study up on history for the last few hundred years. But this can't be Charlie's work. I mean, she is more modern in taste with all butterflies and shit. A ragged, rough voice murmured, hey kid. Naruto turned to face the voice and saw a black and white cat demon with a top hat and a bow around his neck sitting at the bar, sipping from a bottle that said, cheap booze. Husker? When Naruto recognized the demon, he inquired. Hey Naruto, it's been a while, he said with a slight smile, and Naruto laughed. Although he was unable to experience true happiness, he was able to show his feelings when he could. Naruto recalled their first encounter and said, yeah, it has been, not since you hired me for that little excursion at the casino. The cat demon laughed a little too. Before taking a big gulp of his cheap alcohol, Husker said, yeah, that was one hell of a night. You still got to tell me how you won all those games. I mean, you even beat the house cheating outright. Naruto chuckled and then arched an eyebrow, saying, I'm not sure what to say, but I'm curious. How are you here, man? You here for that, redemption? He said with a cocky smile. Redemption, Husker snorted, that's a good joke if he heard one. He took another swig of his alcohol and said, no, I was called here by some fucking asshole who decided to use me as a guy for the front desk. Other than that, the fucker pulled me out of my poker game just as I was about to win the entire fucking pot. Naruto's brow furrowed as he lost himself in contemplation. Before he could think of anyone, he thought, an ability to teleport people. Can't be him, can it? He asked himself. What was the pot man's price? Remembering all the money he would have won, the cat snarled. Dude, 150,000. Isn't that shit unbelievable? Husker almost yelled as he slammed his bottle into the bar, breaking it. Naruto gave a headshake. Yeah, that guy is awful, but you said you were called here by someone? Silently hoping it wasn't who he thought it was, Naruto asked. Husker leaned into the bar and rolled his eyes. Is there anyone else who could do it? Naruto's hopes were dashed when he asked icily, yeah, that red asshole decided that I was going to help with this hotel out of charity and for some booze. He essentially instructed me to work the bar and reception area, but it seems that I am only able to serve customers in the afternoon and in limited quantities. I think it's kind of a crock of shit. After taking another swig, he checked his bottle and discovered it was empty, so he threw it in the garbage. Naruto gripped his head, feeling a headache begin to form, and said, red asshole, definitely sounds like him. You mean Alistair? After raising an eyebrow, Husker's expression changed to one of recognition. All right, you weren't present when he arrived or called us. Yes, it was him, though. This information caused Naruto to groan. Before turning to face Husker, he thought, Charlie, did you make a deal with him? If so, that was a very, very stupid thing to do. Summoned us. Who else? When Naruto heard humming coming from the other room, he stopped. Then, there was rapid movement, more humming, and finally, Nifty appeared in the foyer. Gasp a man. She screamed, happy to see a man as she sped across the room to grab Naruto, only to be kept at a distance when Naruto's foot connected with her chest. Oh, mommy likes it rough. Observing Naruto's expression change to one of annoyance, Husker muttered, how annoying, but at least it is one of the less annoying overlords in this day and age. This is Nifty, she will be the maid I think. While avoiding Nifty's grasping hands and maintaining a leg distance from her, Naruto responded, I can see that. How kind of you, Naruto, to speak well of your beloved friend. When Naruto heard it, his body tensed up to the point where he fully kicked Nifty into the other room, making a loud crash and making chicken noises while his fur stood on end. Naruto turned his head and squinted at the radio-static voice. Alistair. Naruto's voice was solemn. A red-clad man with a microphone staff, red eyes, horns on his head, and a twisted golden smile stood behind him. Naruto turned his head and said, Husker, mind me pouring my usual? I'm surprised that you would be interested in the hotel in any shape or form. Husker moved a few feet away to prepare Naruto's drink and said, sure thing kid. Naruto disregarded Alistair's laughter. Alistair approached Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying in a friendly manner, oh, come now, we're both overlords here. Naruto then removed the hand with a firm grip, which made Alistair laugh. Naruto pointed out the window to a distant explosion and said clearly, you mean you're an overlord? I never claimed to be one. That explosive Cyclops is watching over all the turf I own. True. Alistair chuckled a little before meeting Naruto's gaze. But we both understand that you're more than qualified to be one in comparison to the other so-called overlords. Like that Mun's watcher Vox. He snarled and tightened his smile, using slang from the 1920s as an insult. As Husker thrust his drink forward, scotch on the rocks, Naruto took it in his hand and said, you really need to let go of that grudge, man. You know you could kill that fool if it comes down to it, so why is it such a big deal to try and outdo him? Naruto asked. The scotch was drained by Naruto. Oh, dear doggy, he said, pulling on Naruto's cheek to make him growl before letting go and turning to leave. Naruto finished his drink and gestured to Husk for another. Why would I do that? Knowing how tense Naruto is with this red freak and wanting to do everything in his power to prevent them from fighting, the cat demon just created another. I'm pretty sure that in their fight, those two would destroy most of hell, or at least Pentagram City. The idea of killing Vox made Alistair laugh, his eyes widening and turning into clock faces. Yes, I do hate him. Vox is nothing more than a nuisance to me. I could slaughter that stupid fool, but he is more of a numbers person, and while I'm confident I can beat them all, I know that he has more than enough resources that it would be costly and annoying. Especially since it just gets me in trouble for doing it too often. As he took his second round, Naruto shook his head. As Naruto put down the cup and tapped the glass 3 times, he thought, right, Lucifer doesn't like it when the overlords, ones of great power, cause issues in hell because this just means more work for him and more importantly weakening their entire population due to their bloodshed. Tell me what you think of what I did here, sweetie. With his arms extended to demonstrate his touch, Alistair asked as he regained his normal posture. Naruto sighs as he surveys the foyer. Well, you saved me from having to spend money to put a bar in this place, but please refrain from giving Angel anything other than this bar. Alistair's eyes briefly turned red, but he smiled and his aura came to life. We're trying to actually make this legit, and the last thing I need is you tearing this place down just because you get bored. My dear boy, if I wanted to tear this place down, you wouldn't have crossed Lucifer and his family before, or did you forget? Knowing that Alistair could not harm him due to the lack of respect, Naruto said nonchalantly. Alistair's smile vanished for the first time in a long time, then came back with more strain. No, I remember. His voice was more irate than it had been when he was discussing Vox. Naruto took a sip of his drink, not finishing it because he didn't have to be totally drunk for work, and nodded his head. Naruto took another sip and said, "Good. Now please, keep your bad habits to yourself." "Oh, how about you?" The deer demon chuckled. "The hellhound that doesn't want to jump your bones or has made enemies with nearly everyone in hell who isn't on the king's side. Yeah well, I'm not exactly indulging in my sins like a certain piece of venison." Naruto took it out. Alistair became agitated at this. "Dog, would you like to wager?" Both auras quickly came back to life, with Alistair calling his shadows to his side and Naruto poised to swing his claws, making the situation terrifying for most. Husker simply drank another bottle of cheap alcohol and hid beneath the bar, waiting for a fight to start. What the devil is happening? Looking at the two, Veggie was wearing a black, nearly transparent nightgown, and Charlie was wearing one as well. Veggie was glaring at both men, saying, "No fucking fighting in the hotel." Alistair paused, his grin no longer menacing, and waved his hand at the girls. "Dears, good morning. We just had a little, what's it called these days? But don't worry about it. I believe it's called a dick measuring contest," he said, tapping his chin before snapping his fingers. After snorting, Naruto turned back to face Husker and pounded on the table. "Husk, it's over, come back up." With a bored expression, the cat demon reappeared and began consuming his alcohol. "Well, that wasn't very dramatic. I wanted to see some blood," he said angrily as he took a seat. With a smile on his face, Naruto took out his phone, entered some data, and pointed it straight at Husker. "Husk, give me your phone." "Why?" he inquired. Naruto pleaded with him, "Just do it, man." The cat demon shook his shoulders and proceeded, his eyes bulging as he looked down and saw a transfer of $200,000, accompanied by a ding sound when their phones touched. Naruto put his phone away and said, "Consider this an apology for Alistair screwing you in your gambling game and also funds for whatever you need while running the bar here." After finishing his drink and returning the glass to Husker, Naruto turned on his stool. The cat demon grinned voluntarily for the first time, at least to Veggie and Charlie. "Thank you, young one. You were always among the good people in hell." After giving a nod, Naruto extended his arms above his head and leaned back to place his head on the ground. Naruto snapped back to his feet and said, "All right, time to get ready for work. It is going to take a while to get to the greed ring." Charlie growled at his words as Veggie tried to reassure her. "Naruto," he said, turning to face Veggie, who gave him a worried expression. "Be careful out there. If someone discovered you at the concert, you know what they would do." Naruto gave an eye roll. "This again really," Naruto thought to himself before turning to face Veggie again. "Yeah, I know, but don't worry, I got this handled, and my job probably just stops imps and other demons from rushing the stage and whatnot. In addition, I'll be wearing glasses and a hat to prevent her from instantly identifying me." He noticed Charlie stewing as he made his way back up the stairs. As he walked up to Charlie, Naruto thought, "Well, it looks like I need to use my ultimate weapon." Then he bent down to kiss her cheek, making Charlie stiffen with a huge smile, and said, "I'll be fine, don't worry, and I'll call if I need anything, Mom." Veggie shook her head, thinking, he knows how to manipulate her too well. The others arched an eyebrow at the hellhound's display of affection as he ascended the stairs. "Veggie is the cutest kid, isn't he?" "She truly was an overly affectionate mother," Charlie exclaimed, covering her face with her hair to conceal her blush as she grinned. In an attempt to subdue her lover's overly sentimental side, Veggie responded, "Yeah, he sure is." After climbing the stairs and returning to his room, Naruto changed out of his shorts and t-shirt and put on a more elegant outfit that he thought was appropriate. It is precisely what it sounds like, a fighting suit. In order to make him appear professional, he wore what appeared to be a suit, black, a red tie, and other accessories, but there were hidden details. They are easy to repair if torn, and they didn't leave him feeling stiff because they were made of breathable materials that let him move around and fight just as easily as he would in his other clothes. The ideal balance between being able to fight quickly if necessary and looking professional. Then, with a sigh, Naruto put on his shades, took out a fire red and orange beanie, and placed it on his head to partially cover his face and conceal his injured ear. "Dude, this is such a pain, but at least I'm getting paid, so whatever. Damn tie," he uttered as he checked himself in his door-sized mirror to make sure everything was on properly. Naruto undid his tie and walked down. As Charlie emerged from her Cloud 9, she noticed this and went over to him. Charlie took the tie and tied it correctly, saying, "Here, I got it." Naruto hugged her until her feet were off the ground and then put her down, saying, "Thank you, Mom." He straightened up and noticed that Angel had come downstairs, flirting with Husker and conversing with Alistair. Naruto was limited to shaking his head. As Naruto got ready to leave, he thought, Husker doesn't feel love for anyone or anything other than booze, so he'll be lucky to even get his attention for more than 5 minutes. I'm off. As soon as Charlie finished photographing him in his attire, the room erupted in laughter as he said, "Really? Obviously. Even if it's for that bitch, I always love seeing my child look his best," Charlie remarked, partially changing into a snarl. Waving, Naruto rolled his eyes behind his shades. "Everyone, behave, and that goes double for you, Angel." "Hey, what the fuck?" Angel yelled at their lack of mutual trust. Naruto laughed and walked out the front door to find the white limousine waiting for him. He sighed as he hopped into the back. "Would you mind driving me to the construction site, Xavier?" As he started the car, Xavier, a honey badger demon, said, "Yes, Sir Lord Magna." Naruto gave a deadpan. With a hint of annoyance, Naruto said, "Xavier, we have already discussed this multiple times. I'm not Lord Magna, just Naruto, get that through your head." The driver laughed. As he pulled out of the parking lot and began the lengthy drive to the Ring of Greed, Xavier answered, "Of course, Lord Naruto." Naruto simply rolled his eyes and gazed out the window. He detested being a king or queen, and all the kissing and other things grew monotonous. Naruto put on some headphones and began listening to human world music, thinking, well, at least I can watch the crazy shit in hell on my way to work. The hotel. Charlie started pacing back and forth and muttering to herself within 10 minutes of Naruto's departure. Alistair watched with delight, finding it hilarious. Every few minutes, Nifty would dash through the hotel and clean behind the girl. At this, Husker simply rolled his eyes and continued to drink. Angel turned to Veggie, who was reading a magazine at the time, and poked her side, causing her to growl, and was shocked to see the normally vivacious and loving owner so agitated and furious. "What?" Her bow appeared to be horns as she snapped. "Why is the boss lady acting this way?" Angel raised his hands in response. Veggie just closed her magazine and sighed in exhaustion as she looked at Charlie. This is common when Naruto goes on jobs, but this one especially has her on edge. Veggie added. She just is worried, especially with the person who hired Naruto. Veggie and the others perspired when they heard her muttering, "Strangle bitch, my baby," and "Shouldn't have let him take the job, just make another do it." "Well, is there anything going on with the girl he plans to see?" Angel inquired, since he was unaware of the woman who had Charlie's knickers in a knot. Veggie pinched the bridge of her nose and snarled in frustration. "Did you not pay any attention yesterday?" With irritation, she asked. Angel shrugged and said, "No, I was looking for something to eat after you guys agreed to the bar." Veggie sighed in disgust and rolled her eyes. Alistair and the others listened as Veggie began to explain, "Look, it dates back about 3 years ago." Charlie was pacing motionless and appeared to be wearing a path into the carpet. "Naruto took a job for this client before being her bodyguard," Veggie said. She ran her hand over her eye and through her hair. The client was on the rise in terms of the pop music scene and considered one of the hottest artists at the time. This was after Naruto became famous and all that jazz, so it was regarded as a goal for anyone to even score him for some work. "Huh? Wait, you're saying it is," Veggie said, covering his mouth to irritate him. She then directed an irritated glance at Charlie, who turned and perspired at the sight of Charlie nearly becoming demonic. "Avoid it. Talk. Name," Veggie said, threatening death. As he watched Charlie take a few deep breaths, leave the main foyer, and return up the stairs with a few forceful stomps, Angel nodded his head. Naruto did the job as her guard, but while working out his payment, she got a little frisky with him due to his fame. Apparently his sex appeal as a rising hellhound and, her being a succubus, could see his sexual potential, and finally due to the fact that he is a virgin. Veggie clarified. "Wait. Dogboy is a virgin," Angel said, raising his hands, given his age? Being a virgin was practically a sin in hell, so this shocked the room. This is especially true given that, at the age of 24, Naruto was already the focal point of numerous reforms in hell, including those pertaining to royalty. In essence, given all of that, he shouldn't be a virgin. Indeed, Naruto has never been interested in having sex, and even when he is, he avoids discussing it to any extent. But this made the succubus want him more, So she tried her luck with him, and all it led to was Naruto leaving the area without his shirt on and running all the way back to the Pride Ring from the Lust Ring, Veggie said, recalling his condition upon returning home that day. So many cuts we had to disinfect. It's kind of funny, Angel said with a loud laugh as he fell into an armchair. Most people would kill for that kind of attention. Veggie gave a headshake. Not for the aftermath, it wasn't, Veggie said, trembling slightly at what transpired next. Charlie was called up to sell Naruto's services to her, and Charlie found out what she tried and without restraint gave a very graphic idea of what she would do to her if she ever laid a hand on Naruto again. Both have made an effort to avoid discussing her or even bringing up her concerts ever since. While Angel now had something new to discuss with Cherry when she visited him, the hotel staff nodded and acknowledged that there was a reason for the tension, but most of them didn't care. Angel pulled out his phone and began to tweet, thinking, the Virgin Hound, now that is a riot. The ring of greed. As Naruto got out of the limousine, he thought to himself, note to self, smack Angel when I get home. I don't know why, just should. Naruto examined the ring of greed and its contents. More importantly, the arena he was attending for work was larger than most castles in hell, and from what he could see, its sole purpose was to draw as many people as possible and have them spend all of their money on some dumb show on a huge stage that made it appear grand in design. Indeed, Naruto disliked these kinds of places, but he wasn't compensated to care or share his opinions. Come get me as soon as I call, Xavier, you got it. Please let Charlie know that I arrived safely and enjoy your time in the ring. As he gave Xavier a shoulder pat, Naruto posed the question. Xavier grinned and said, of course, Lord Naruto. Naruto snarled and drove off. Naruto bared his teeth and snarled, then calmed himself. One day that fucker is going to just call me Naruto as Lucifer is my witness. As he entered the stadium, he noticed imps and other small demons working on everything in their path to prepare for the performance. Naruto watched as a fish-like demon was gutted and looted by a cat demon, thinking, wow, someone just got knifed. Hellhounds were ranked higher than imps and given the same importance as other demons of lower classes. They were thought to be worthless and useless, but Naruto knew there was a use for everyone if you just had to look. Imps were the lowest-ranking demons in hell. Hellhounds are about as highly ranked as them, but that is changing because of Naruto's popularity. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Naruto was the target of a female voice. Naruto turned to see two smaller imps carrying coffee and clipboards following a slightly taller female imp wearing a black business suit and glasses. Naruto settled into his business mindset and answered, yeah, I figured I'd get here earlier than normal to let me get a feel for the place. The woman grinned. Well, at least someone knows how to be a fucking professional. Shouting this to every employee, who either growled or scrambled more quickly. With a sigh, the woman gestured for Naruto to follow her. He did, and they led him into an office on the top floor with a view of the concert. The two imps beside her placed her belongings on her desk and gestured for Naruto to sit in one of the chairs in front of it. All right. Naruto sighed and said, could you tell me your name? Diane held out her hand and said, it's Diane. One of the two imps hurried to Naruto as he extended his hand to shake it. Sir, is there anything we can get you? With enthusiasm that a simp would use, they asked. The female imp sighed, and Naruto arched an eyebrow. No, I'm fine, but I appreciate you asking. He reached into his pockets, took out $200, and gave it to the two imps. How about you two grab a bite to eat while your boss and I chat? After glancing at the substantial sum of money, the two imps turned to face Diane. Go, you tiny idiots. Diane said angrily, I'll call you two when I need you. Naruto laughed as the two imps fled out the door. With a tinge of pride, Naruto remarked, it's great to see more imps running around and working these days. When he said that, Diane snorted. Naruto looked at Diane and said, yeah, but down to business. As I'm sure you're aware, Tex called you on my request. After giving it some thought, Naruto said, yeah, he mentioned that he needed help, which confuses me. Diane said professionally, normally, Tex can handle riff-raff and idiots that rush the stage or try to get too close to your star. Naruto intertwined his fingers and remarked, to ask for my help, that means something is going on that isn't known outside of a few people in the public setting. Any reason for this? Diane grinned, then sighed, got up from her chair, and took a sip of her coffee. She turned to him and said, you remember a male pop star called J.K. That's precisely why I want to hire you today. You're perceptive. Pronounced, J-Cash. Naruto gave her a curious glance. Then Diane produced an antique poster. It featured a red-skinned humanoid demon with thin, muscular arms and a torso that revealed multiple dollar-sign tattoos. He wore tie-dyed 70s bell-bottom pants in shades of acid green, black, and teal blue. He had a triangled headband around his short, feathered blonde hair with horns on the sides of his head. He had a star painted on his right eye with black circular glasses. And he had white cowboy boots with black studs that formed dollar signs. As he held a joint in his mouth, a guitar covered in diamonds glistened in his arms. There was a mountain of men and women beneath his feet. The incubus pop star, J.K. performing as part of his Lust and Love tour at the Ring of Gluttony. Purchase your tickets right away to avoid missing the unveiling of the new trainee of J.K. Mayday. Verosika Naruto remarked deadpan at the amalgamation on the poster. He looks like he is trying to be David Bowie, Jimi Hendrix, John Lennon, Paul Stanley, and Elvis. Charlie told him about the human musicians, and he had seen some really strange stuff, so that's a possibility. J.K. is the stage name of Jack Cash. Naruto nodded his head as he set down the poster, saying, I remember him, well, was told about him by my family. He was a big deal back in the 1990s, wasn't he? Diane scowled as she struck the poster, almost shattering the table it was on. As Diane raised her hand to rub her eyes and took another drink, she told Naruto, yeah, and he used to be one of our big cash grabbers back in the day as well as being Verosika's vocal coach, and then he hired her as a backup singer, but she was so good they were a duet for a while. Surely you heard what he did 2 years ago. You mean he murdered that up-and-coming star because he was growing in popularity and killed a number of people in his agency? Of course, I heard about it, said Naruto casually, making a wave motion with his arms and shoulders. Furthermore, didn't he become furious when he was called Jackass instead of J.K. After that fucking incident, I made it clear that our agency would no longer endorse in his dumb shit, but he didn't care, Diane growled, smashing the drink against the table and destroying the piece of furniture. Exactly. He quickly realized that was not going to be the case, especially since he didn't have the means and resources to succeed in this capacity. She grinned ominously. He thought he could succeed without a studio to back him. True, Naruto said, drawing from his own experience, you're not going to last long in hell unless you have a personal backer. This is why new pop stars are constantly emerging, but the good ones are uncommon and stay at the top for over 10 years. But what's this got to do with your star and my employment? Feeling as though he knew where this conversation might go, Naruto asked. You see, Verosika, our star, is having this massive concert, and if it is a mass success like we think it will be, she is going to finally bury that fool to the point that he will never recover, Diane said, hoping that everything would work out. But sadly, her biggest issue is that we know that J.K. is coming to murder today, she said. That is the true reason we are hiring you, she said, turning to face him. We need to stop him from succeeding and, if necessary, kill the damn fool once and for all. We would greatly benefit if you could get rid of J.K. and his supporters, as he still has some influence and some supporters. Okay. Naruto sighed, this job is so painful now. So, the objective is to kill J.K. if he appears, and if he has followers, kill them too, and don't interfere with the show at all costs? Diane turned to him after burning the poster of one of their former stars, leaving the table remnants charred, and said, exactly. Can I count on you? You are aware that I charge high prices for jobs like this, particularly since the hotel is at risk if something goes wrong, don't you? Naruto raised an eyebrow in question. Diane leaned back and grinned, smirking confidently as she looked down on him in a metaphorical manner while pushing her glasses up her nose. I know, which is why I promise you this. I will pay the amount as required and make sure anything that can come back to you from J.K. or his followers will be buried and done. Diane said with assurance. But if he proves to be more than you thought and desire more compensation. Diane removed her glasses and pressed them sensually to her lips. She said sensually, I am willing to give my services. Before he could perspire, Naruto cracked his neck after swallowing a lump in his throat. As he stretched his limbs, he responded, that won't be necessary. I suppose it's time to earn my check for the day. Hopefully I can avoid any unnecessary problems, he said. Regarding sex, I'm fine. Diane sulked, then put her glasses back on and resumed her businesslike demeanor. Let's hope, but if you happen to keep J.K.'s head intact, please bring it to me. I have a perfect place to put it and feel superior to that fucking loser. Diane said while sitting down. With a sigh, Naruto rolled his eyes and left the office. Man, my job is going to be complicated, I can feel it. He moaned as he turned on his heels and headed in the opposite direction after smelling a familiar scent while walking down the hall. If I can avoid it, I will not deal with Verosika, he thought paranoidly. Time jump. I want your illness, I want your ugly. As long as it's free, I want everything from you. Your love is what I want, love, 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 I desire your affection. As Verosika sang Bad Romance by Lad, the concert was in full swing. The crowd was cheering and lusting for her, and some even tried to rush the stage for her. Muffle Sound, Disc Scratch, Stab Bad Romance is an original song that Verosika wrote herself. He could understand her sexual appeal because the succubus is dressed up for the occasion. She has pink eyes with yellow sclera, pink hair, and a heart-shaped tail, and she has hot pink skin on display with her hourglass figure and horns that shine up for the occasion. One of her horns is shorter than the other, but he assumed that was more for fashion than anything else. Tex knocked people out or, if needed, threw them back into the crowd to keep them from entering the stage. The whole situation nearly turned into an orgy in a matter of minutes as Verosika's supporters were too busy having fun with the fools in the crowd they could reach. The pure scent of sex and the lust that pervaded his surroundings overpowered Naruto's nose. It was overpowering and, to be honest, extremely annoying. He had an earpiece on so he could talk to other officers in case JK showed up. As Naruto surveyed the audience from his vantage point, he thought, so far, the concert was going well, and nothing seems out of place. Maybe JK isn't coming. Would help him save face, I guess. Can you hear me, Naruto? Someone entered from behind. Naruto's eardrum almost burst when an officer yelled in the earpiece. Naruto touched his earpiece in his hidden ears and said, just my fucking luck. Got it. Do we know where they went? They are on their way to the stage. JK. You must stop. It's true that the jerk is here. Got it. Naruto sniffed around and noticed a strange smell. A few seconds later, he saw the ruined and overrated pop star charging through the back curtains with a deranged expression on his face. With his red skin, black horns, and skimpy attire, the man resembled the majority of incubus he had ever seen. But unlike other incubi, Jack Cash relaxed, causing his shirt and pants to fit tightly around his body. His face looked like a balloon full of wet sand, ready to explode with rage from the look in his eyes. His limbs looked like oversized sausages with stubby fingers on his hands. His blonde hair was a long tangled mess that was obviously cut by Jack himself. And he no longer had the thin, muscular appearance he had during his career. That was what Naruto found bothersome. Most people have yellow or gold eyes, but Jack's were nearly entirely red. As Naruto observed Jack's arm, which had a rubber strip wrapped around it and infected injection holes in his elbow, he thought, dude probably is full of drugs right now. Jack was unable to proceed because Naruto was standing in front of the stage entrance. Sorry buddy, you're not getting to Verosika. The man literally foamed at the mouth as he growled. You fucking mutt, get out of my way. For me to rise again, she must die. Jack pointed to Naruto and yelled. At this threat, Naruto rolled his eyes. As he got ready to fight, Naruto thought, fucking drama queen. Dude, your popularity sank because you suck. A has-been who is unable to generate original content on his own isn't interesting. No one would listen to you now because you're a fat ass, even if you were successful. Fuck you. The incubus screamed, running toward Naruto, moving faster than Naruto expected from an incubi his size. I'm big-boned. Verosika is shocked to see both men there after Jack tackled Naruto and forced him onto the stage, drawing attention from the audience. With a guttural roar, Jack punched Naruto, causing his glasses to shatter from the tackle and his beanie to fall off. It's him, Verosika exclaimed, grinning and licking her lips, causing the fans to yell with even more passion and ardor. In contrast, Naruto was pushing the incubus away from him following the tackle and creating some space between them. Unexpectedly, the incubi was nimble enough to leap off the ground and pull out a knife that appeared to be covered in a purple fluid. Naruto thought angrily, poison huh, how weak. I won't let my fame be denied, move dog. Like I was always supposed to, I will get back up and stand at the top, Jack said. You're a dime a dozen. Female stars last longer than male ones, and that is only because most of them have greater sex appeal to the other opposite and same gender. Naruto sighed. Yeah, definitely annoying. Verosika blushed, but when she saw her former teacher, she became irritated because he was threatening her future dog with a knife and, worse, causing trouble at her concert. Jack cried and screamed, that bitch, she took everything. All she had to do was serve me and I would have given her everything. But she had to get bigger and more popular and then take my place as the top star in all of hell, he said. I will not permit it. The real king of hell is me. Naruto scowled. Naruto shook his head, thinking, wow, the drugs must be good if he is this high on himself. Well, unfortunately for you, I'm not going to let you get close to her. He grinned when he realized the former pop star was becoming irritated with his taunts. Naruto mockingly said, come on, jackass. Jack became enraged. Jacash is promoted. As he charged him and drove the knife into his chest, Jack yelled. Despite her shock and rage, Verosika hears Naruto laugh. Jay, just wow, man. You really are dumb as fuck, no wonder you lost fans so fast. Naruto coughed as the poison-covered knife blade struck the ground without piercing his skin. With a swift swipe of his claws, Naruto decapitated the pop star, causing his body to collapse and splatter blood across the stage. As he picked up the head and body, Naruto coughed and said, dumbasses have to know by this point I'm immune to poisons if that even got me, but I am strong enough to stop a knife. The large crowd applauded as he swiftly dragged them off the stage. After dropping the body, he lowered his shirt just enough to reveal some swelling on his chest and lift his fur. Even so, your attack's force still aches. Naruto complained, I'm going to bruise a little. A seductive voice said, hello honey. When Naruto turned to see Verosika standing there grinning, his entire body froze and his fur stood on end. It's very kind of you to keep me safe. Would you like a reward later? She winked at him and spoke flirtatiously. Naruto went pale, recalling their previous meeting as well as some memories from his own childhood as a toy during his human life. In an instant, he vanished, leaving Verosika to sulk. Oh well, I'll catch him sooner or later, it's just a matter of time, foo. She shrugged her shoulders and returned to the stage to sing. He got away. A chill went up Naruto's spine. As Verosika began singing, Poker Face, another song by Lad, Naruto thought, I should ask Charlie if I can install more locks in my room, windows, no, around the entire hotel. Stab, disc scratch, muffled screaming, stab. Verosika wrote the song. The concert's conclusion, Diane looked at her former client's head and said, thank you so much for this lovely gift. She was delighted by the agonized expression. Naruto looked around in mild paranoia and said, yeah, so concert went off without a hitch and I don't think too many people in the crowd noticed me killing JK. Diane turned the corpse into a table, placed the head on the wall, and said, oh, who gives a shit? The concert still was a success and even if someone noticed, they wouldn't care as the cameras were focused on Verosika like normal. She wanted to enjoy this and harbored resentment toward the person who killed one of their stars and attempted to kill a former pupil and their biggest source of income. My money, then? Verosika could be hiding anywhere, Naruto uttered in a hint of desperation to get out of the building. Before Naruto's phone dinged and he received his money, Diane took out her phone and typed into it. Diane cheerfully handed Naruto her card and said, thank you again and hopefully we can do more business in the near future. I got yours. Naruto sighed as he walked out the door after waving at the woman. His anxiety subsided as he looked up and grinned. Hopefully, I don't have to do anything like this for Verosika again, he thought. When Vortex saw Naruto, he grinned at his friend and said, yo dog. The gray and black furred hellhound laughed at this joke, saying, hey, Tech's concert was a hit. He was slightly taller than Naruto, more muscular, and had more scarring on his ears and over his eye, but that was part of the territory their kind had, especially as a celebrity's bodyguard, bouncer. It's true, dude. Would you like to join us when some hellhounds visit Giovanni's in the Pride Ring soon? Vortex wanted to go out with his best friend, so he asked. As though to push it away, Naruto waved his hand. Not today, man, but when you guys hit it up later let me know. Naruto politely declined. Besides, after getting hit with that knife, I want this swelling to go down, and dealing with your boss has me on edge. As the clapped, fist-bumped claws hugged one arm to the other, Vortex said, sure thing. Naruto expressed his gratitude to Vortex's girl for making him a jacket, saying, tell your girl thanks for the jacket, I wear it when I can. I'll do it, dude. Before they said good night to one another, Vortex laughed and said, see you around. After leaving one of his closest friends, Naruto texted Xavier. I'm prepared to go home, so bring the car around. Yes, Lord Naruto. Damn it, stop it, annoying driver. Ahem. After hearing the voice, Naruto turned to see it was Verosika, who was grinning and wearing her familiar pink fur coat. I wanted to share something with you, Naruto, before it was made public. Verosika said, something I think you'll find exciting, without showing any signs of desire or seduction. Prepared to flee, Naruto took a step back and gave her a fierce look. Naruto made it clear to the pop star, "Look, if it is about your next shoot and you're going to be stripping, then I'll pass. You know I'm not interested in those kinds of events." Keeping that in mind for the future, Verosika said hastily, waving her hands and laughing a little, "No, I'm taking your advice seriously from our conversation all those years ago and I'm going to rehab for real." "Oh," with a raised eyebrow, Naruto remarked, "Verosika despises rehab, so it is suspicious that she would follow my advice. I just wanted to let you know that this is a unique clinic, and I would appreciate it if you could stop by and see me while I'm there." With her hands behind her and her tail forming a heart, Verosika spoke. Disinterested and eager to get away, Naruto shrugged his shoulder. With no intention of keeping his word, he said, "I'll try to make time but I make no promises." With a nod, Verosika kissed him on the cheek, causing him to blush beneath his fur and widen his eyes. With a sway in her tail, she said, "Until next time." Naruto could only shake his head as he searched for a spot to remove her scent. Naruto had no choice but to go to the bathroom and scrub his face frantically in an attempt to remove her odor. As Naruto tried to relax, he said, Okay, I think that does it. She is more dangerous than any demon in hell I have seen," he said. "She is so much better than even Valentino and Alistair." Naruto went outside after using the restroom to find Xavier waiting for him. He got into the back of the car and said, "To the hotel, Xavier. How was work, sir?" "Of course." Naruto put his headphones back on and remarked, "Annoying, I'm going to catch some sleep, wake me up when we are there." "Yes, Lord Naruto." Without sounding menacing, Naruto said softly, "You will just call me Naruto one day, you bastard." He then leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, falling asleep and attempting to dream of better days, but the nightmares persisted and all he saw at the end was a dark red figure in the distance and red eyes. In a different area of hell, a girl was sitting on her bed in an opulent, dark bedroom, watching Verosika perform live. Even though she's not usually into music, she heard from some of the tweets and updates that someone interesting was there, so she tuned into the event, of course on her father's card, and saw a hellhound fighting a wash-up pop star. What drew her attention, though, were his blue eyes and his damaged ear. "You are the one. This time I won't let you go. You've ignited my soul and I refuse to let anyone else get to you first." She blushed and her pink eyes began to glow in the dark. "I finally have found you." A female hellhound with gray, white, and black fur grinned as she watched the concert on the computer in a dilapidated office. "It's good to see you succeeding, Naruto. After all these years, I hope to see you again." 2 days later, at the hotel, having just completed adding more locks to every door and window in the hotel, Naruto sighed with exhaustion as he took a seat. Recalling his efforts to soothe his mother and Vaji after the concert 2 days earlier, Naruto thought, "I will get back into my routine." He had to explain what had happened and that he had been noticed, but it wasn't a huge deal because it only demonstrated that he was present and had killed a former celebrity, which made the concert more appealing overall. Naruto had to ask Charlie for permission to install all the locks after the house left, excluding Charlie and Vaji. It had taken 2 days because it was a large hotel. Naruto listened intently, hearing Alistair in his chamber, going about his business. Evidently, Nifty was cleaning while scurrying around in the attic. Husker was replenishing the shelves at the bar right now. Charlie and Vaji were watching Angel, who had experienced a minor relapse during his rehabilitation, as he went out to fetch the newspaper as a test. Naruto smiled at the routine of his day as the hotel staff's sounds lulled him to sleep. Ring. The doorbell rang in every room, not the bedrooms, but the rooms where every employee would probably be. Naruto let out a moan. As he made himself stand up, he thought, "I guess I'll answer it since I am the one closest to the door." Naruto sighed as he approached the door, grinned slightly, and opened it. His smile vanished as his blood turned cold. "Welcome to the Has-Been Hot," he said. Verosika stood in front of him, her bags behind her and a smile on her face. As she put her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his cheek, she exclaimed, "Hey there, honey." He was startled out of his reverie by this action and muttered, "What the fuck are you doing here?" "Oh, you weren't informed." She waved her hand and grinned as she stepped back a little. "I decided that I need to overcome my drinking habit and the best way to do it was here. I heard this hotel is supposed to help us with the road of redemption and helps people let go of certain vices to redeem themselves or something like that." Naruto just thought as he heard footsteps behind him and began to perspire. He turned to see Charlie grinning and thought, shit is about to get real. "Greetings from the Has-Been Hotel. Verosika glanced behind Naruto and arched an eyebrow. Charlie became enraged upon realizing who it was. Why are you in this place? You can't buy Naruto. As she dashed between them and extended her arms to shield Verosika from Naruto, Charlie uttered those words. With a convincing smile, she said, well, I'm not here for buying Naruto's services. I'm here because your hotel helps sinners overcome their inner demons and whatnot. She waved her hand, and Naruto watched as some imps struggled to drag her bags in, saying, so, my manager and alike agreed to let me enroll here. In exchange I quit drinking. The imps were terrified by Charlie's steaming body and the heat radiating from her, but Naruto understood that she was angry because she was in a difficult situation. Since her policy is to assist anyone who requests it, Charlie was unable to turn Verosika away. She had to assist her in quitting drinking, so she was allowed to assist. Moving like a corroded robot, Charlie forced herself to say, welcome to the hotel. In the background, Vaggie observed Charlie and noticed that she was practically clenching her teeth. So, where is my room and where is the paperwork I need to complete? Verosika winked at Naruto and remarked, it would be nice if you could be next to the security of this place. He simply let out a defeated sigh. From now on, things will be interesting, he whimpered. Charlie grabbed the pop star and pulled her away, saying, oh, we have a room for you and we can take care of the paperwork now. Verosika simply winked and blew kisses at Naruto, who ignored her and turned to Vaggie. Please make sure her mother doesn't murder her, he inquired. Yeah. After Charlie left Naruto to visit Husker, Vaggie bolted. Naruto rested his elbows on the counter and said, drink. With a nod, the cat demon handed him a bottle of scotch rather than a glass, and Naruto began sipping from it. Naruto groaned loudly as he poured down the scotch and placed it on the table, thinking, good thing I updated the locks. Wearing sunglasses, Angel smiled as he entered the room and tossed a magazine on the bar while holding a newspaper beneath one of his lower arms. He winked at Husker and said, check it out Naruto. Hello Husker honey. The cat simply took a deep swill of his beer, ignoring him. Nifty hurried over to clean the scotch after Naruto dropped it while staring at the cover. The scotch broke and spilled all over the floor. Naruto shook slightly and said, Husk, I'm going to need another bottle. He was featured on the cover, but this image had the following caption. Does sexiest demon alive have a secret relationship with the sexiest succubus? Angel teased, oh, is the virgin hound scared? Naruto broke his sunglasses when his fist struck the spider's eye. As he slept, Naruto let out a loud snore, a bubble of snot expanding and contracting with each breath. His ringtone went off and his phone lit up. Forsaken, devour world's smite. Get up after 1,000 years of sleep. As his ringtone, lyrics, and music from Batmetal Forever. Awakened by RyugaXD continued, Naruto's ears perked up. Rise eternally from your grave, I also order you to. Naruto's consciousness began to awaken as his eyes closed and then remained closed. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Get up, get up, get up. Naruto lamented angrily as he reached for his phone, slid the bar, and ended the song. Oh, fuck me. He replied, who is it and what do you want? My dear grandmother, is there any way to speak with her? No fucking way. And today of all days, Naruto exclaimed, freezing as he shot straight up. Lilith, Grandma. Naruto answered in a tense, terrified voice. How are you today, sweetie? Having a disgusting time as always taking care of your mother, Lilith said nonchalantly over the phone. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and said, I wouldn't say despicable but it has been a challenge at times. She seemed to make a ton of enemies recently. Lilith smiled so broadly that it could make human children cry. Oh, I'm aware and your grandfather has a request for you when we come to visit. A feeling of dread swept over Naruto, and he blinked. By visit, what do you mean? With the hope that it was a joke, he asked. With a laugh at Naruto's tone, Lilith replied, well, Charlie has called me a few times and talked about how rough things had been when stuff started and how it has just been harder than she expected. So, we are coming down to see her and try to cheer her up. However, aren't you occupied? In an attempt to avoid this visit, Naruto made a point. Normally, yes, but paperwork can wait because I believe it's time for us to check out the hotel she fixed up and see how things are going with your two well-known clients who are currently residing there. Lilith tried not to smile when Naruto stammered, I even heard you dating a succubus no less. Your grandfather is very proud of you and wants to know when the wedding is. Naturally, they would concentrate on that, Naruto said, rubbing his eyes. As he lay back down and pinched his nose, Naruto said, "No, we are not dating. Verosika is just someone who is so obsessed with me that people think we are dating. To be honest, I'm not attracted to her in that way. OSHT, I was hoping you would soon bring me a future granddaughter-in-law. Oh well, but with her there for treatment for so long, who knows what will happen soon. How is everything going, by the way?" Lilith questioned inquisitively. "Fine." Naruto answered, pulling his phone away to check the hallway for people by listening to their footsteps. "We have had a few setbacks, but nothing unexpected with people from hell," he said. "We had to make some exceptions to the rules for them, but I believe that is preferable to shoving everything at them at once." "How thoughtful of you, that is why I knew letting you go with her to this hotel was a good idea." Lilith laughed. "You help while at the same time level things out instead of playing with unrealistic expectations. But returning to what you mentioned before, will Lucifer actually arrive?" Naruto whimpered as he asked. "Indeed. Even though he and Charlie didn't end well, I don't think it would hurt for him to see some of her progress and, hopefully, realize that she is giving some demons in this place hope," Lilith sighed. Lilith burst out laughing as Naruto joked, "I can see a fight breaking out between them as soon as he enters the door and opens his mouth. I understand that as well, but at this stage, they both need to mature and attempt to be adults. For heaven's sake, since they are the king and princess, they ought to be allowed to discuss such foolish topics." Lilith rolled her eyes as she spoke. At his grandmother's informal conversation, Naruto grinned and said, "True. Well, I know she and Veggie will at least be happy with the visit, so we'll see you soon." "Yes." Lilith asked him, "Please don't tell Charlie. Knowing her, she will freak out and do something stupid and make her situation worse." Lilith knew that if Charlie found out, she would act irrationally. "Yeah, I won't. It's absurd how similar she is to her father. We'll see you soon, sweetie, I promise. Please find me a girlfriend. I'd like to see you together sometime in the upcoming year or so. Bye." After Lilith ended the call, Naruto placed his phone next to him and felt his eye twitch. He tried to fall back asleep by closing his eyes, but it never happened. Naruto rolls off his bed and onto the floor, sighing. As he rose from the ground, Naruto muttered, "Another day in hell, literally." Naruto was irritated to discover that the locks had been tampered with when he opened his door after putting on a shirt and shorts. As he rearranged them, Naruto thought, "Verosika again? Man, that is the 5th time in less than a week. I have felt the need to avoid her at all costs ever since she enrolled in the hotel for treatment for her drinking, and I fucking live here. On top of that, I have to keep Charlie from strangling Verosika." Naruto's mind drifted to the hotel employees. A lone succubus, gunning for Naruto made him frightened, which Alistair thought was hilarious. Feeling sorry for the child, Husker constantly gave him drinks and made up stories about where he was hiding. He was either hid by Naruto or Veggie after Angel teased him about his dislike of sex and made fun of him for being a virgin. In contrast, Veggie and Charlie were trying their best to prevent the pop star from dying while also helping to treat her. Nifty, on the other hand, made it clear that she didn't like the pop star right away by constantly getting in the way of their relationship and clinging to Naruto while yelling that she was entitled. With a sigh, Naruto descended the stairs and went into the foyer. Naruto sat down with his head on the counter and complained, "Hey Husk." After giving him a nod, the cat poured him scotch on the rocks for breakfast. With a sigh, Naruto set the glass down and rubbed his eyes in frustration after downing it all at once. "What the devil, another day?" Sarcastically, Naruto asked. "Yes, but it's probably preferable to the current state of affairs in the living world." Husker turned to clean some glasses and grunted, "I hear all kinds of crazy shit is going on up there." Naruto nodded his head. It appeared that people were narrow-minded and trying to be politically correct, in some places, to the extent that he found it funny. Naruto could understand Lucifer's argument that not all souls are redeemable and that death in hell is inevitable at some point. It's all about who could be saved and who couldn't. They tried that shit down in hell, where they would be the first eaten or killed the minute they annoyed a demon. He could also understand Charlie's desire to help the lost souls and give them a chance to redeem themselves. Shouting could be heard on the higher floors, and Naruto sighed. Husker noted that because of their ongoing conflict, "Bet it is that pop star again and your mother." Naruto gave Husker a smile. Naruto grinned and laughed, saying, "Now that is a sucker bet if I ever saw one because I would bet on the same thing." He was in dire need of some lightheartedness right now. The cat took a swig of his alcohol and shrugged his shoulders. "Is Alistair with you this morning?" Husker inquired. Naruto gave a headshake. "No idea, Most likely he is trying to avoid the showing of sexual demonstration that the girls are doing these days. Lazily responded Naruto. Husker nodded his head and saved this information for later, when he could use it to get him to stop bothering him by showing him some almost nude women or engaging in sexual conversation. So, Naruto, what are the plans for today? He shook his head in response to Husker's question and tapped his glass, which Husker then refilled. Usual stuff. Keep the hotel running, keeping an eye on Angel and Verosika, stopping Charlie from killing said woman, and just making sure everyone is doing what they need to in order to keep this place running. Naruto said quietly when he heard a crash upstairs. Before he took a drink, Husker said, "Sounds like a shitty job, man. You consider taking on any additional work?" Raising his drink to his lips, Naruto shrugged. "Killing that wash up after what I was paid for the concert. I have more than enough money to never really want anything, and Charlie buys me things when I show interest," Naruto said, finishing his drink and getting his refill. "Furthermore, I'm the only one preventing people from destroying one another, especially since Charlie and Verosika are now fighting instead of Angel and Veggie, who were the original fighting couple." Naruto sighed as he detected a strong smell. Naruto complained, "There goes my morning." Then he felt arms encircling his shoulders and a large bust pressed against his back, causing his fur to stand up in shock and terror. Feeling his body beneath her hands, Verosika purred, "Oh, dear, you don't have to be so harsh." Naruto felt a tiny rush of excitement from Verosika touching him and thought, "Considering it is either leave or watch Charlie kill you, I prefer the option of me running." After finishing his remaining scotch, Naruto attempted to get to his feet. Unfazed, Verosika moved to sit in his lap, preventing him from moving and directing his attention to her very attractive morning attire. Even Husker had to turn away with a slight flush because she chose something more daring and sexy than Charlie and Veggie. The damn thing was practically see-through, and worse, he couldn't tell if there was anything underneath in terms of panties, and he really didn't want to find out. "Why don't you let me take care of you, baby? You seem so stressed out." She began to gently massage his shoulders with her hands, causing his fur to stand up. Naruto maintained his composure despite feeling a little hot beneath his fur and collar, but it was shattered when his tail began to slowly sway back and forth. Naruto swiftly grabbed Verosika by the waist, got up, and placed her in his seat before making his way to the stairs. "Sorry Verosika, I'm not interested." Verosika scowled before turning to face Husker, who was staring at her with a lifeless expression on his face. "So, Cat," Husker said, arching an eyebrow at being referred to as Cat. "What is his deal? I mean, am I flawed in any way? I mean, I get the idiot masses drooling over me in both worlds and yet he seems almost immune to my allure," Verosika said, running her hands through her hair before clutching her breasts. With a sigh, Husker took a gulp of his beer. "Not toots from my department." Verosika flinched in disgust as he burped. "Go bother someone else about that shit. Plus, I'm not supposed to be serving you anyway." He waved her away with his claws. Husker was left to sigh and lament the day's irritation as the woman scowled angrily before leaving the room and going back upstairs. At this point, Naruto returned to his room and changed while looking for the latest news on his phone regarding the concert and the resulting chaos. Through the walls, Naruto heard Angel moan, "It feels like my entire life is collapsing at the seams after just 2 weeks." "Angel." Before the sound of property destruction reverberated throughout the hotel, Veggie yelled. Naruto pulled on his jacket and deadpanned, "Great." With haste, Naruto left his room and made his way down the stairs to the location of the commotion. When he entered, the room was in disarray, and he saw Veggie glaring at him and Angel sitting there with a grunt on his face. Before he noticed Naruto and oinked, Angel's pet pig, Fat Nuggets, was safely in his tiny bed, observing Angel and Veggie. "Excuse me." The two turned to face him, one of them looking slightly relieved, the other watching with perspiration streaming down his face. Veggie regained her composure and said, "Naruto, good to see you." "What's happening, Veggie?" Naruto wanted to get right to the point, so he asked. Veggie turned her head to glare at the spider and said, "Angel here has been doing online services from his phone for clients." With a raised eyebrow, Naruto turned to face the star and waved his hand. "Hang on. She believes that to be the case, but I can assure you that it is not," Angel said, sounding defensive. Naruto extended his hand and shook his head. With composure, Naruto said, "Give me the phone." "No way." Naruto just stared at Angel as he snarled. "Veggie is correct because you won't allow me to verify what she is saying. Let me have the phone and see what's going on unless you have something to hide," Naruto said angrily. "What did I do to deserve this bullshit today?" he asked. Angel snarled but reluctantly gave it up. After 2 previous incidents prior to the announcement, Naruto opened the screen, entered the password, and looked at his screen. He scrolled through the phone's photos, which included images of Angel with his boss and with his friend Cherry Bomb. The most recently used app was a video app, and when he clicked on it, he discovered that he had recorded a video. As he watched the video, he noticed something that made his eyes widen. "When did you get around to recording this kind of thing?" Naruto yelled in a terrified, slightly ashamed voice. Veggie was perplexed and attempted to look, but Naruto swiftly hid the phone from view. "What is it, Naruto?" With concern, she inquired. With his red-tinged fur, Naruto shook his head and typed a few words quickly before returning the phone to a beaming Angel. He was acting somewhat. "That's all you need to know," Naruto said, averting his gaze so as not to meet Veggie's. Veggie turned to Angel and scowled even more. What was he observing? She insisted. Angel rolled his eyes and shrugged his shoulder. As Fat Nuggets climbed onto his bed and cuddled up to him, Angel shrugged and said, "Not sure, he might have seen one of my old sex videos, maybe my pole dancing, or hell, he could have seen something from one of my videos during the porn shoots I did a few months ago. But doesn't that imply that nothing is happening if he saw me and believed me?" With a smug smile, he said, "You can go taco breath." Veggie's bow changed into horns as she gave him a more intense glare. "Angel, don't try your luck with me. You'll discover that's not a good idea." She stomped out of the room to speak with Charlie about something Angel had done and to see if she could get the phone. After chuckling, Angel reopened his phone and played the video with what appeared to be a fresh caption. "I'll kill you if Lucifer doesn't delete this first." Playing the video again, he grinned and said, "Hey, who knew things got that hot between the two of them? Charlie, are you sure you want to give this a try? Come on, just put on the collar, it might be entertaining." Fine, just let's never talk about this outside the two of us. I would hate Angel knowing of our explorations." Charlie grinned as he watched Veggie crawl to him in her panties while licking her lips after putting on the collar and leash. Charlie then tapped the front of her panties to reveal a black strap. Charlie's eyes briefly turned red as Veggie began to slowly drag her tongue across the dildo, giving her a seductive glance before moving on to the tip. After that, Veggie opened her mouth and began working her way down the dildo. Charlie simply moaned, indicating that she was experiencing the sensation in some way, and before she could do anything else, she pushed her head down the dildo, causing her to take the entire thing into the back of her throat. He laughed and said, "Man, Princess sure has some interesting kinks." However, as he opened his phone to see Naruto staring into it with red eyes and the caption, "Get rid of that video and don't even try to test me." What a buzzkill. Before pressing a few buttons and erasing the video, Angel grinned and moaned, saying, "Can't wait to hear about this." He really didn't need to know about his mother's indiscretions with Veggie, so Naruto shook his head. He found Nifty hurrying him and cleaning everything he could see as he continued down the hall. "Dude." Simply turning to the side, Naruto tripped her down the hallway. He turned around and walked down the hall, saying, "Watch your step, I need another drink." "I desire you, I'll get you." Eventually, Nifty yelled as she hit the bottom of the stairs, seemingly painless. After completing her declaration, Nifty went back to her cleaning duties. "I swear, it's insane how interested everyone is in my sexual life. I don't even promote that crap. Because you're a virgin, that's why." When Naruto turned to look, he saw a smug Angel standing there. With his index finger pointing at Naruto, he snapped his fingers and said, "I understand now, virgin pup. Everyone is going to give you crap until you start dating and actually lose your V. You can't get it up, and it's so tiny that it's absurd, so you don't have a girl." Naruto's hands twitched as his eyes widened and he dropped his phone. "Hey, there is no shame, I mean you know the saying it ain't," he said, sensing that Naruto was going to kill him. He looked at Naruto's body, which was covered in his dark red aura, and saw that he had killed the snake demon. His eyes were dark red, and his teeth were bared at him. "Oh no! Help! Wild dog!" The spider demon cried as it dashed down the hallway. A wild dog on the loose. While Naruto tore through everything in his path to get his hands on the former porn star and wring his neck, people saw Angel running throughout the hotel. After they were able to calm Naruto down, the day went on, and Charlie struck Angel for bringing up Naruto's sexual life and his problems with virginity. Charlie then set up the sharing circle for Verosika and Angel. It quickly went south when Verosika said things on purpose to enrage Charlie, which made Angel laugh uncontrollably. While Verosika was sitting in a chair and attempting to conceal her gaze between him and the alcohol at the bar, Naruto witnessed Angel drinking in the afternoon. Verosika was prohibited from drinking at all while staying at the hotel, and they had already discovered that she was smuggling alcohol into her room. After conducting a strip search, they discovered only a flask on her thigh. Naruto did not search that area because Vaji knew why it was there and it wasn't to conceal it. Naruto's mother gave him one day of the week when he could spend the majority of the day outside while she and Vaji took care of the clients, and he could either enjoy himself or work on something else. He was searching through his phone for some new ideas for himself and a reason to leave the hotel tomorrow. I could find something interesting to do at the Hellhound agency, or I could talk to Valentino about this tomorrow. As the name suggests, Hellhound agency was a place where hounds could submit their resumes and be hired for a variety of jobs. Some, like techs, were hired as bodyguards, while others were hired for sex work, which was more lucrative than working as bartenders, club employees, or other jobs in Hell that they could perform if they had the necessary skills and appearance. However, Naruto was a special case because he was not only the most expensive but also listed under the title of King of Hellhounds rather than his normal name. Because of his immense value and the fact that he is helping the Hellhounds become more independent than other races in Hell, Naruto had the right to refuse work, and best of all, he allowed his race to learn from his example and truly develop their own abilities and talents while managing their own reputations to rival even the highest non-noble demons if done properly. He saw one with his name on it while browsing their website's job listings, and it said, "Inspection of Hellhounds. We need a wellness check on Hellhound to see if they need anything right now and if they need to find new work and support in the upcoming months." According to reports, she works as the secretary for an independent murder sect of imps called IMP, Immediate Murder Professionals. Her rate is the same as previous jobs of the same kind. Hellhound is reportedly employed by an imp corporation in Imp City. Kindly reply as soon as you can. In Hellhound cases, wellness checks were uncommon because most people treat them like trash or don't give a damn about their fate. Fortunately, this is changing thanks to him, and their agency is checking on some Hellhounds that may be in hazardous situations because of recent disputes with imps. Lucifer did mention that my success might cause me to clash with the imps and Hellhounds because they don't want to be viewed as the lowest race in Hell. Tough shit, they could fix that if they want to. They have members who could raise their prestige but don't for selfish or conceited reasons. Naruto sent the agency a text, "I'll check into it tomorrow. Contract taken." Naruto shut down the website and browsed his texts, grinning at what he saw. "Hello, this is Tex Man. Tomorrow, my girlfriend and I will be at Giovanni's. Would you like to join us and a few others for some fun and drinks? Tea?" "Yes, but unlike the previous time, I won't be covering everyone's drinks." "No issue, buddy. My last job paid really well, so drinks are on me. I'll see you at 8. In addition to knowing that Slime Giovanni might have something to do, that gives me time to complete the wellness check before going to the bar later to get some drinks and have some fun." Putting his phone up, he looked at the S and saw Charlie and Vaji there as well talking to Angel and Verosika about stuff they have tomorrow for treatment. "You can see their excitement," Naruto remarked cynically as they both rolled their eyes and Verosika winked at him while hiding her face behind the magazine until Vaji, needing to get her attention, stabbed through it and through it. Unexpectedly, Nifty caught it and went on with her cleaning. After sipping his drink and grinning, Naruto felt his phone ring and noticed a message. "Just another day in the Has-Been Hotel," he said. "Unidentified number, I want you to return something that is mine. I apologize. He is now owned by the hotel. However, we can work out a deal, unless you want to start a conflict and draw attention to yourself and possibly Lucifer's wrath. And you damn mutt, I'm not afraid of you. I'll get my property back, one way or another. I nearly had you all those years ago. If you want to be adults instead of kids, I'm willing to negotiate terms. Or would bitch be more appropriate for your stuff? Want to wager on that? I swear you won't. Come and see me at my place tomorrow. Let the front desk know. If you try to screw with me or screw me over, I promise not even your dear mother will save you from my wrath. You moth freak. I don't need her to help me fight my battles, but I'll be there tomorrow night. Don't stay up late, though, because I don't want you to think this is anything other than business. Tell my sweetheart Angel that I will see him shortly, and I'll see you then." After rolling his eyes, Naruto turned off his phone and turned to face Angel. From the way he looked at him and the phone he was holding, he could tell that Valentino was not going to give up and that he would find a way to win Angel back. Naruto mouthed, "Relax, I'll take care of it. You focus on recovery." Angel scowled but gave a small nod. Nobody could see that Naruto's eyes were flickering red as he ascended the stairs. "Mothfucker, game on. Nice to see you're taking things seriously unlike before." Naruto glanced around, unable to locate the voice's origin. Naruto mumbled in bewilderment, "The fuck? I may be insane, but I swear. We'll meet in time, Naruto, soon but not now." "Who's there?" Naruto demanded, scanning his surroundings before concentrating on listening for any excessive breathing. Not hearing the voice for a minute, Naruto shook his head while heading to his room. Naruto thought, it could only get worse once it starts. I need to get some rest as tomorrow was going to be a busy day. He needed to get some rest in order to deal with his grandparents. Before leaving, Naruto made sure he looked at least passable by dusting off his shirt. Today he had a lot of work to do. Naruto called out to Charlie, "Okay, Mom, I'm leaving." Vaggie was holding one of her hands on Charlie's shoulder as she stood in the doorway, her face displaying concern. She was concerned about Naruto, though not as much as Charlie was, even though she didn't express it. Charlie gave him a strong hug and said, "Naruto, please stay safe, and if you need anything please call, I'll be there in a heartbeat." Before they parted ways, Naruto gave her a hug in return and let his perspiration fall. "She still worries about me despite the fact that I am capable of defeating overlords and making even the strongest nobles shudder when they see me. That must be the love of a mother or something." Naruto put on his hoodie, which contrasted with the white one by featuring a black pentagram, and said, "Calm down." Given that Lucifer gave it to him when he moved out with Charlie approximately a year ago, he found the design appealing. "I just have to take care of some of these things today and it won't lead to any unnecessary problems." Not true, given the recent tension against the imps your kind are facing. This might be bringing more trouble and bloodshed to your doorstep, Vaggie replied. Without looking, Naruto jumped over a tiny blur, Nifty, that attempted to tackle him after scratching the back of his head. He grinned and gave his mother a quick peck on the cheek, saying, "I'll be fine. None of those imps would have the balls to face me straight up, and even if they tried, I know for a fact that I can handle anything they can throw at me." After giving Vaggie a playful wink, Naruto kissed her cheek, causing her to blush slightly and display a confused expression. Later, no more than a second after the door closed, Naruto heard a voice scream as he left, and it sounded like his mother shouting at Veronica. Naruto grinned wryly and muttered, "Geez, some things just don't change in this place no matter what." He is walking to the front of the hotel when a limo arrives, opens its rear door, and he gets into the back seat. Xavier asked, glancing at Naruto in the rearview mirror, "Where to first, Lord Magnus?" "First, Naruto. Second, head to Imp City. I want to do the wellness check before having to address the other issue," Naruto said, a little irritated than usual. "Of course, Lord Naruto." The rear window rolled up, obstructing a knife that Naruto had thrown and received from Vaggie. Naruto crossed his arms and grunted, "Asshole." He was definitely unhappy after his conversation with Angel and this mess. Flashback. Angel said in a covert panic, "Naruto, listen, you can't go to Valentino's place." After waking him up at 5 in the morning, Naruto yawned and rubbed the back of his head, asking, "Why not? Look, I know you think you're tough and all that, and quite honestly, your power and skill far surpass his, but you don't know what the man will do and how underhanded all of his tactics are," Angel said with concern. Naruto gave a headshake. His left ear twitched slightly, attracting Angel's attention as he pointed out the piece of his ear that was still missing. "Look, Angel, it may not look like it, but I know what I'm doing here. Now, you might think I don't know what the moth freak is capable of, but the truth is I know more than most what he is willing and capable of doing." "Wait, you're saying," with a distant expression in his eyes, Naruto said, "I'm not sure, to be honest. But given that the demons that came for me wanted me for their boss and he was the only one I can think of wanting a blue-eye hellhound, my suspicions are on him." Angel glanced at Naruto before trembling and looking down. Angel looked at his friend in shock and said, "Aren't you terrified of him then? I mean, he did that to you and now you're willing to throw yourself into his den where who knows what is waiting for you." With a sigh, Naruto looked out the window and saw the red moon setting. "Look, Angel, I have no idea what will be waiting for me. Maybe it's a setup, maybe it's an ambush, or hell, he might have someone there to try and capture me to get to you. I don't know honestly." He clutched his claws and his eyes turned red for a minute before returning to blue. "But there is one thing I won't do, and that is be afraid of him. I refuse to let that man intimidate me anymore. I met Alistair, who is 100 times more terrifying than him. I dealt with the Magnus family, assassins, angels, and all kinds of evils and disgusting beasts in this world. And you know what?" He had a small smile on his face, which added to his intimidating appearance, and Angel looked up to see the ferocity in his eyes. "I've conquered or surpassed them all. Now look at me." He raised his arms. I'm the hellhound that has made my people more important, built up their agencies, trained us for the next generation, and even managed to get us standings on par with most races to no longer be considered trash, just another race. I lead reforms without knowing it half the time, and I also became the most feared of my kind and the man that is respected and feared by all major players in hell. Now he gazed up at the ceiling and thought of his early years spent with the Magna family, getting to know everyone, training with his hellhound instructor, and all the fights and battles he participated in. Then he recalled his younger human self, a blonde child surrounded by sneers and jeers, dark figures reaching out to torment the child, and then reaching up to the ceiling in an attempt to seize the child. He leaned back with his hands on the bed, allowing Angel to admire his muscular figure and fur chest. Who I was as a human no longer matters. I don't even remember anything from that time anymore, as all my memories are now here in hell. I live by my own code, my rules, my ideals, and my own identity. If nothing else from this hotel, I want you to take this to heart, okay? He said, glancing at his determined expression. As Angel watched, he grinned and gave his pig a hug when McNuggets leapt onto the bed and licked his leg. Yeah, I think I'll try that. Don't mean I'll make things easy. He cracked a smile. I don't plan to make things easy for Charlie or Taco Breath, but I'll at least try your way of thinking. After nodding his head and flinging his hands into the air, Naruto flipped to the ground and proceeded to the door. Making a move toward the door, Angel. He raised his eyebrows. If this works out, if nothing goes wrong, and you don't give me any trouble after I come back tomorrow, then I'll make special arrangements for you to go out with me to Giovanni's and have some fun with some friends of mine and Cherry Bomb. Angel's eyes grew wide. You mean it? Does that mean I can drink while I'm there? With a sigh, Naruto, Mom, please pardon me. Yes, but only to the point that I have one of my friends watching you and you don't try to do any pole dancing or having drugs or sex, got it? Don't you dare violate my trust while we are there. After being cooped up in the hotel for the past few weeks with little to no progress in his treatment, Angel grinned brightly to hear that he could go out to parties if he just behaved until Naruto returned. You got it. Good. That means if I find out you fall off the wagon while I'm gone and afterwards you won't get another outing for quite some time, got it? The spider demon quickly nodded his head, and his pig nodded as well. They both went back to sleep, and Naruto could easily hear him doze off. Since he was already awake, why not? Naruto grinned, left the room, and got ready for the day. Flashback end. We're here, Lord Naruto. He snapped out of his reverie to see a dark building with the words, Imp HQ, written on the top. What a shithole building. Indeed, sir. Should I call someone else to take care of this? With a sigh, Naruto. 1. I already took the job. 2. No one else could do this job. And 3. Just call me Naruto, damn it. Xavier grinned as he watched the young master exit the vehicle and stand facing the building on the sidewalk. Be back in about an hour, okay? Yes, Lord Naruto. Naruto could only look at the limousine in frustration as he watched it drive away in a spur. That damn little fucker. He inhaled deeply before entering the structure. As he entered, he saw the main lobby, nothing noteworthy at this point, and proceeded through the hallways to the elevator. He was able to reach the building's top floor, where he saw signs for various agencies and other establishments. The majority were small companies or similar entities that were attempting to survive in hell. Strangely, these are the same imps that people abuse excessively, eventually considering them to be nothing more than slaves to be disposed of if necessary. However, Naruto was aware that because of their sometimes modest demeanor, they could easily defeat even noble demons and, if they so desired, become overlords. However, the majority are so self-centered or avaricious in their pursuit of other objectives that they are unable to be treated with the same seriousness as the rest of their race. Furthermore, I don't believe that my job has, wait, what the fuck does that say? Here is the office. Imp headquarters, a meeting in progress. You know what, before I return to the hotel, I'm just going to get this over with and go down that moth freak. I won't even ask. Naruto rapped on the door and waited for a response, but he received none. When I knocked again, this time more forcefully, nothing happened except for some yelling on the other side of the door. Naruto knocked again, pounding the door with his fist this time. Knock on my door one more time, asshole, and you'll be licking my ass. Naruto's forehead was marked with a tick. Motherfucker, I'm mad now. Without thinking, Naruto kicked the door, sending it flying across the room, through the window, down the street, and onto an orange hoodie demon, crushing him beneath. Kani. Naruto entered the office with a frown on his face and his teeth beginning to bare themselves. My name is Naruto. I'm here on behalf of the Hellhound Agency, here to do a wellness check on one Luna Hellhound. Naruto saw one hellhound and 3 imps in the room. One of the imps had gold eyes, a black spade tail, curly horns, black hair, a heart tattoo on their shoulder, and what appeared to be a ripped black dress. A white-haired imp with gold eyes, a tail, and what appeared to be black and white horns was standing next to her. He appeared to be both frustrated and worried about something. The last imp was taller than the two of them and had a curved head that, for some reason, reminded Naruto of a dick. When he had to search Angel's room for contraband, he discovered a lot of stuff like this and knew more about sexual anatomy than he was comfortable with. Wearing what he assumes is a tie, a black suit, and a white shirt. The man appeared to share golden eyes with the other imps, and he had white marks on his face and over one of his eyes. He has a huge frown on his face and a long tail. What the fuck, asshole? You owe us a new door. Naruto received an additional checkmark. If you had just answered the door, dickhead, that wouldn't have happened. He has a point, sir. Shut the fuck up, Moxie. Naruto rubbed his hand over his eyes and sighed. Look, I'm just here to do a wellness check on one Luna Carnival. So can you please, is that a human child hooked up to a heart monitor? Naruto noticed a child lying on a heart monitor in the back of the room, wearing a blue ball cap, orange shirt, and puffy cheeks. Naruto simply moaned and rubbed his face more, saying, I'm not even going to act like I saw the child in this office, just let me do my job and leave. How in the fuck did you know what? He asked. Yo, been a while, huh, Naruto? Naruto turned to see a stunning hellhound with long gray hair, gray fur, and white spots around her legs, chest, and ears. Her long, busy tail, which hung loosely on the floor and passed through the chair's hole, was white underneath and black on top. She wore revealing black shorts and a small gray top that strained against her chest with a pentagram so that anyone bold enough could look into her chest. Her eyes had a white pupil with red surrounding it. Do I know you? Luna scowled. Yeah, Gluttony Ring, an old orphanage, some old rusty crone that you managed to dispatch? Naruto snapped his claws after scratching the back of his head. Oh right, I think I remember now. Flashback. Naruto, who was only 6 years old, was worn out. He was fed up with having little to nothing to eat, being treated like a piece of trash, and being attacked by the other hound kids who thought they were so tough until he knocked out one of their fangs. You little shit. A vicious kick to the stomach sent him thumping into the wall. I know you're the one that stole my drugs. Where are they, and I promise if there is any left, I won't gut you. Naruto began to choke as he felt her claws encircle his neck. I don't have them, liar. Sweet little Marcus told me you stole them. Obviously, he did. He wanted to do anything to exact revenge after I kicked him and his goons' asses yesterday. When Naruto attempted to free himself from her hold, she struck his head against the wall. Don't you dare try it, you little shit. Naruto noticed that his vision was deteriorating around his eyes. I can't. Black. Not yet out. He heard flesh tearing just as it was about to happen. Oh. You little shit, I should have thrown you in the dumpster when I had the chance. Naruto gasped for air as the woman let go of him and he noticed a girl with red eyes and short gray hair scuttling away from the matron. For now, she had escaped her clutches. Did she save me? Huh, strange feeling, Naruto growled softly. She's going to get hurt, so she better return the favor and put an end to this mess once and for all. In order to see the girl's face, the matron grabbed her tail and dragged her upside down. She snarled. You want to die too, runt? The matron screamed and slammed her face first onto the floor with a sickening crunch as the girl spat in her face without hesitation. The matron felt something chomp down on her throat before she could stomp on the child's head and kill her. Naruto bit her without thinking, aimed with all of his strength, and tore out her throat. Without having a chance to react, the matron found herself choking on her own blood and bleeding out onto the floor as he pulled his head back as hard as he could. As Naruto wiped the blood from his muzzle, she watched her world fade. No, my life can't end like this. By the way, Marcus stole your drugs, not me. However, he was. Such a, Naruto thought, pausing as he saw the matron lie still. He turned to see how the girl was doing and discovered that, although she might be missing some blood, she wasn't seriously injured or dead. Hey, can you get up? The blue eyes of the hound the girl rescued were visible through blurry eyes. Yeah, a little. With a sigh, Naruto, good, stay safe, I'm going to settle something and then I'm getting out of here, okay? Wait, she attempted, but the boy had already left. I don't even know his name, she said, glancing at the front of his bed. Naruto. I'll find you again, Naruto. Luna quickly fainted, unaware that Naruto had nearly killed Marcus and his friends. The other kids remained away and allowed him to go without any opposition or attempt at murder. Flashback ends. Luna. Yeah, I remember you and I killed the matron all those years ago, man, talk about a coincidence. The girl grinned. Yeah, after that day the other kids talk about you still, man, you put the fear of hell into them big time. Yes, killing someone their age and repeatedly beating up the strongest children there tends to result in that, Naruto said with a little laugh. Wait, hold the fuck up. The two hellhounds turned to see Blitzo furious. You're telling me you two know each other from childhood? How the fuck did you not tell me this, Luna? The girl gave a shoulder shrug. You never asked. After raising a finger, Blitzo realized she was correct. Naruto cleared his throat. Well anyway Luna, I'm just here to do a wellness check on you. After thanking Moxie for moving, he sat down in the chair in front of her, took out his phone, and asked a few standard questions. Luna Carnival, is it true that you were adopted by said imp Blitzo? O is silent. When you were 17? Luna said, a little timidly, yeah, I was. How about you? Naruto agreed to catch up with Luna while they completed the questionnaire, saying, I was about 6 when I was adopted, honestly just out of nowhere as expected for the Princess of Hell. Luna hid her eyes as she wandered over his body and giggled a little at this. How delightful, I said. Despite having such an amazing physique, he exudes the appearance of a tattered and worn warrior. Oh, I wonder if he'd be up for some doggy style. She sighed to herself, but if he found out about my condition, he might not be interested. So, Naruto said, ignoring Blitz's cries in his ear, until he kicked him against the wall. You work here at this imp, correct? Yes, it stands for Immediate Murder Professionals. Ah, I see, Naruto said, vaguely recalling a commercial he had seen a while ago while browsing the channels. I'm guessing you work as one of the killers? She gave a headshake. Secretary, pays good and I can goof off on my free time. Moxie coughs. More like always goofing off and not really helping the company. Luna raised it slowly from below and gave him the finger. Naruto simply perspired more. Considering the following query, how would you describe your life at this point? Are there any major concerns? Right? Luna rubbed her jaw. To be honest, she knew the correct response, but a different one might result in something different. Honestly, she said, grinning slightly as she turned to face Naruto. While sometimes this job is shit, Blitzo is a pain in the ass and annoying, Moxie won't lose weight no matter what, and Millie has to compensate for his lack of a dick, she said. I would say that I rather not go anywhere else. This place is really good for me and while he is smothering, I do, she sighed, knowing what would happen. Love him as if he was my father. As Naruto recorded her responses and realized she was being honest about everything, the room fell silent. Even though Luna was insulting them, Moxie and Millie were surprised by how kind she was about working here and realized that she enjoyed her time with them and her job at Imp. Blitzo? Oh, my baby girl, I love you so much, I'm so happy you are in my life. Since this is unusual for them, Luna simply sighed as she felt Blitzo rub his face against her, allowing him to savor the moment. Additionally, instead of making assumptions, he might try to listen to her more about what she wants. I see. Well, Luna, it looks like there is nothing wrong at this time and no concern other than the human in the corner, but other than that it seems that your living arrangements are good. Luna nodded as Blitzo continued to rub his head against her face and kiss her cheek, which irritated her more and more. Is there anything that you need at this time? She considered it. You wouldn't know if there is a cure for syphilis? Naruto's eyebrow went up. Luna blushed a little and said, someone has been promiscuous. Blitzo chose to ignore the situation and simply basked in the warmth against his daughter. Well, there is a cure for the disease in the human world. If you are in the early stages, then it should be treatable. I'll ask someone to deliver it as soon as possible. Naruto texted the agency, requesting that one of their kind be sent to the surface so that Luna could receive the medication. Luna grinned broadly, thanks. By the way, can we trade numbers? I don't have too many friends these days and it'd be nice to catch up. At this, Naruto smiled and arched an eyebrow. Sure, why not? Blitzo left his blissful state and started yelling at Moxie about the company's shortcomings and how he was constantly back-talking after Naruto swiftly gave her his number and she gave him his. Soon after Luna and Millie became involved, the young child finally said, "You guys are a bunch of assholes." Naruto raised an eyebrow as everyone turned to look at the child. Wasn't the child on the verge of death? Oh, shut up kid, you're lucky to even witness this. He pointed to Blitzo first and moaned, I want death. It has been a living hell just pretending to bed so you shitheads don't kill me, but now I want that. He pointed to Blitzo and said, You are a stupid, selfish clown and I'm a kid, we're supposed to like clowns. When Blitzo showed a sudden twitch, Naruto arched an eyebrow. He must be sensitive to clowns or something. Hey now that's not very, if I wanted to hear words from a spineless jackass, I would rip out your spine and make you talk. Millie soon became involved. That's my husband. At this remark, the two snarled, huh? That's your husband? This made Naruto think, holy shit, this kid is definitely going to be killed. I figured you for a slut, but I didn't think you needed dick that bad. And you? Gesturing to Luna. What about me? The child's arrogant remark, nothing, I don't talk to dogs, I'm a cat person, annoyed Naruto as well. Little shit that loves cats. He's extremely fortunate that nothing prevents me from throwing his ass out the window. Hey, if a child behaved and spoke in such a manner, there is no justification. He couldn't imagine killing an obnoxious jerk like him. Plus, that one over there is a dog that looks like he is missing his balls. Naruto froze at this remark, and Luna saw the expression in his eyes and remarked. You all might want to duck under the tables. As the pressure in the room increased, Millie hurried under the tables, dragging Moxie and Blitzo with her. Luna moaned at the power, and although she felt a little aroused, she knew that someone was going to die based on some of the information she had recently discovered about him. Naruto glared down at the child, who was still smug about his remark, as he walked slowly, causing him to react in this way. He grinned as he stood directly in front of him. So, someone thinks awfully high of himself, he said. Let's bring you back down to the ground floor. Unexpectedly, Naruto gave the child a slap on the behind, sending him flying through the window and to the ground below. On the street, you could hear some imps yelling about a child falling from a tall building and looking up to see who did it. What the fuck, dipshit? He turned to see Blitzo jabbing him in the chest. That kid wasn't the target. Killing him is going to hurt our reputation. Seriously, how the fuck could do something so stupid? Naruto's eyes narrowed. Want to join him then? Naruto was surrounded by a dark red and black aura. The ground was cracking, and his eyes were shining but briefly flashing red. Blitzo snarled. As he got ready to battle Naruto, Blitzo said, let's go, asshole. I'll make you suck my dick as an apology. He pulled out a flintlock and aimed it, but Naruto slashed the pistol, causing it to fall in amusing little circles to the ground. Want to try again? Blitzo snarled until Luna answered her phone, at which point she leapt from beneath the table. Fuck guys, that was the client, the kid was our target. Blitzo scowled as he turned to Luna. Our client wanted us to kill an actual child? That's what he is saying. Blitzo grinned after looking down in embarrassment. He turned to face Naruto, who was holding him by the neck and staring into his eyes. Christ on a stick. I guess there is a god. The only reason I'm not putting you through the same window is because it would hurt Luna. Try this again and Luna or not, I'm going to send you to the world after this one, asshole. After dropping him to the ground and inhaling deeply, Naruto waved to Luna. As he made his way to the door, Naruto said, see you Luna, text me if you want to hang out or something. If they don't have your medicine in a week, let me know too. Luna waved and flushed. Sure thing. Moxie, get the body, we need to recover it before someone sees it or other demons come around to eat it before we can get paid. Blitzo yelled as Naruto left the office. Rolling his eyes, Naruto rode the elevator to the ground floor and left the building, where he saw the limo waiting for him because Xavier never travels far and he had texted him while in the elevator. He opened the rear door and took a seat. Everything all right, sir? Too exhausted and irritated to argue. Yeah, fine, just don't tell mom about the body in the streets. Xavier arched an eyebrow and peered out to see a human child being shoved off by a purple demon with tentacles. However, he witnessed the child being shot in the head by a red imp with white hair, who then took the body inside, leaving the demon dead in the streets. I see. Do I want to know, sir? No, and there is some extra cash in it for you not to say a thing to Charlie about this? About what? Exactly. Xavier accelerated and started to drive away. How was the meeting though? Good, turns out the Hellhound is a friend from my days at the orphanage. Naruto chuckled and said, ah, that must have been nice to see. Well, it was until her dickhead, literally shaped like one, father decided to get really annoying at times. Naruto sighed. It amazes me they don't think some of us know how they are doing their job in the human world. Indeed, I believe Lord Magna finds it quite entertaining, and as long as they don't cause too much trouble in the human world, they won't be too much other than entertainment. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, I guess. Naruto sighed. Although I wonder which noble handed out their book like that. I mean, it has to be someone in the royal lines in hell that would have magical affinities, and not too many of them have that. How about the Gosha family? I believe the prince, Stolas, is fairly strong and could fall for someone like that imp if he is like you described him. Maybe. Naruto sighed. Well, that is neither here nor there. I have to get prepared for my next stop, fucking Valentino's little business. Do me a favor, Xavier, when we get there. Yes. Drive away and let me walk back to the hotel? Sir, I know it is asking a lot from you, but this is not a situation where I'm going to allow anyone related to me in one fashion or another being open to that scheming moth pimp. Xavier sighed as he noticed the worry on his face in his rearview mirror. Of course, sir, I'll be nearby, as if Lady Charlie hears of me just abandoning you out there, I dare say she'll gut me in an instant. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, I'll handle her if it comes down to it. With a sigh, Naruto rested his head back. Man, this next part is going to suck for sure. The hotel. While Charlie was working with Angel, she noticed a distant expression in his eyes. The group session was a bust, but at least this time Angel didn't seem to be bothering her or Veggie as much. How strange that he hasn't insulted her once today. Angel. The spider demon's head twisted. What? Charlie grinned. Is there something bothering you? You seem less snarky today than normal. Angel let out a sigh and reclined in his chair. Just worried is all. You know where he is going, right? Yeah, but don't worry, Naruto has dealt with people like him before and I trust him to handle himself if things get out of hand. Angel scowled. If only you were aware of the extent he will go to in order to obtain his property, you wouldn't have such self-assurance. Angel didn't care about politics, but he was aware that the power structure in hell was straightforward. Charlie, her mother, and father make up the strongest royal family. Honorable families. Gosha and similar Alistair, Red Pimp, Valentino, Vox, and others are the overlords. He and other human turned demons and the majority of hell-born demons. Valentino is not particularly strong among them, but he has enough connections and resources, including blackmail, to obtain what he wants, even from the nobility. He was also very good at having sex. He would not object to Naruto using nobles and the like to reach him. Although Naruto may no longer be afraid of him, Angel certainly was. He is the one person he fears the most after all this time, and to be honest, he is unsure if he wants to see him or anyone else from his past again. Look, Angel. Grasping his arms, Naruto is going to be fine. Valentino and Alistair are two overlords he has dealt with the most recently, and quite honestly, he is committed to this hotel and helping you more than anything. I don't think I have to tell you Naruto does care for you, not in the romantic way. She frantically waved her hands, but more as a sibling or best friend, you know. Angel figured that out and nodded his head. Yeah, look, if it is alright with you, can we cut the sessions today? I'm just not in the mood to share and care. At least he asked, and Charlie grinned. Sure, tell Husker I said you can use the bar a little longer tonight, okay? Angel was about to leave when she recalled what Naruto had said. Thanks. You should live your life as you see fit. He turned away from the door and approached Charlie, sighing. She arched an eyebrow, then abruptly embraced him. He let go of Charlie and hurried out of the room, leaving Charlie with nothing to do but scream, which could be heard throughout the hotel. Thanks, Charlie, for believing in me when no one else will. It was a wonderful day for everyone, and Angel had taken his first real step. Sitting in her room, Luna was examining some images she had discovered online. Also, the Naruto photos. The majority of the photos showed him battling some of the hellish demons from a few years ago, and since he was still taking names and kicking ass, he was doing it more frequently now. Regretfully, his actions resulted in some of the other demons being able to roam into those neighborhoods, take them for themselves, and even form new gangs with various overlords of various sizes and strategies. Luna would be aware because she had witnessed an imp-led group that functioned similarly to a mafia syndicate. She licked her lips as she flipped through more pictures of Naruto trying on clothes on one of his outings without a shirt. Furthermore, his body was muscular beneath the fur, and Luna saw the scars as a significant indication that his time spent living on the streets would never be forgotten. Additionally, that implies that he is just as capable of taking pain as he is of giving it, which causes her to have different ideas. Her phone suddenly beeped, revealing that one of her friends was online and had sent her a private message. Owl Princess 2245 Oh. How are you today, Wildhound? W. You're pretty good. Oh. I'm just trying my best to stay away from my parents, damn it. They fight so much that the other people can see it when they pass our house. Even when they see their mother leave the house in a rage, they become even more irate. W. Your dad cheated, so that's all messed up. Oh. Well, it's fucking annoying, but I don't really care either way. How about you? I noticed that you mentioned seeing an old friend again in a post. W. Yes, I did know him when I was in the orphanage, and it was good to see him again after he became well known. Oh. How is it famous? Luna tags a picture of Naruto wearing a white hoodie with inverted crosses on it, dressed casually. Then she emailed Owl the photo. Oh. What the hell? The fabled hound is your friend. W. Yes, we did know each other in the past, and to be honest, he was a scared little shit. However, he was the first to demonstrate to us that we are capable of retaliating and establishing our value in this world. For the majority of us growing up, it was a real comfort. Oh. Is he still around? Luna arched an eyebrow. W. Why do you also know him? Oh. Yes, but I have to leave because my parents are calling. W. All right. Message me at any time. Oh. You are off on days that end in Y, correct? W. Indeed. Winking face when Luna noticed that her profile was pinging, indicating that she had logged off. She couldn't help but wonder. Why was it important to her that I knew Naruto? Oh well, time to see if I can find that one where he is trying on underwear or better yet bathing on the beaches of lust. She shrugged. Most people don't even know his name unless they encounter him or talk to people in the right places. There was a click on the computer in another area of hell, where a teenage owl was seated. She is dressed entirely in gothic attire, sporting earbuds in her ears that are hidden beneath her feathers and a beanie atop her head with a crown stitched into the design. To complement her black hair that cascaded down her back and contrasted with her purple, red eyes, she wore long feathers all over her body. She had a black-tipped beak and walked slouchily, understanding what her parents wanted and not wanting to interfere. Furthermore, she had to force herself to leave her room after discovering that her online friend had actually met him. It seems like ages have passed since I last had a solid lead on where to begin my search for him. He really makes things difficult for a famous dog, and my mother would go crazy if I went out to find him. I hate it here, fuck. As she walked down the hallway, she could hear her father attempting to soothe her and her mother yelling. But as she approached the main living room, the fighting grew louder and louder, making it seem futile. As might be expected for a noble, the room was furnished with exquisite furniture, paintings of the lord and lady of the house as well as the lady herself, and exquisite carpeting and decor. The room had a dark color scheme, with purple and black standing out the most. I can't believe you were sucking off that fucking imp in our bedroom. Stella, I'm sorry, but you don't exactly bring warm comfort to our life. Oh, I suppose that this disgusting imp that dared to desecrate our bed is more than worthy of that. Do you know how fucking embarrassing it is to hear this in front of our friends? Why do you care? This reflects on me, not you. Oh, it does reflect on me, you imp-sucking bastard. The girl did nothing but listen to her mother's tirade until her father finally noticed her. Octavia, good afternoon. The girl raised an eyebrow. Her father was weird in trying to change the subject to her. Her mother just turned to her and sneered. I see you're still wearing that disgusting cap. Fuck, it is like I'm surrounded by people that just want to embarrass me? Octavia scoffed. At least I'm choosing what I do with my life, unlike you. What was that? The pink-eyed, white-haired owl began to growl and move toward their daughter, but she paused for a brief moment when she noticed her husband standing in front of her. Even though she might offend him, she was aware that he was a man who avoided conflict and was one of the few nobles who could take Lucifer's place if something were to happen to him and his family. The four red eyes of Stolas, Prince of the Hell, are fixed on his wife, Stella, while he wears his royal red robes and a crown on his head. I believe you were about to leave, no, Stella? Stella snarled. Now he tries to be responsible or has a backbone? Are you? The room trembled slightly as his eyes darkened. I said, you are leaving, right, Stella? The woman growled and stopped out of the room, making sure not to step on the inside of her dress and head out to try and make sure her standing among the nobles is saved from her husband's infidelity. Damn, Dad didn't know you had it in you. Why haven't you done that more? Would save us all a lot of headaches? With a small smile, Stolas turned to face his daughter. She moaned in shame as he ruffled her head and said, I sometimes wonder myself. But back to the point, I called because I wanted to ask how you were doing with everything. Octavia raised an eyebrow. Fine as can be, I guess. We done? She longed to return to her room. Stolas took hold of her wrist. Excellent, I think we should spend the rest of the day together. Come, there is much to do and much to purchase. After a few feet, Octavia gave up on fighting her father after witnessing his excitement. The fighting was quieter, but it was just like back then. Flashback: Octavia, 5, is scared. His green glowing eyes were frightening her as she sat in a tent in Lulu Land and watched a robotic monstrosity dance and clown around. Her father insisted on a family outing, but why this place of all places was a mystery to her, and honestly she could sense the tension in the back of the room with her parents. Given that he was dressed up for the event, Stolas believed this place to be the best, even though her mother did not. Silly hat and everything. Her fear was intensifying as she watched the robot clown approach her. She was about to scream as his hand was near her face. However, she was quickly pulled back and replaced by another child, who was then swept up in the mess. After exhaling in relief, Octavia turned to see a hellhound standing there. "You okay?" Yes I am, thank you Sir Hellhound." The child's eyebrow went up. He narrowed his eyes at the clown and said, "Don't be formal, it is annoying. How the fuck that thing entertains people is a mystery to me, and quite honestly this is the most annoying place I've been to in the last year." Octavia could understand the appeal even though she was shocked to hear someone a little older than her swearing. Who are you?" The child grinned as he turned his head. He looked up at the crowd and saw that the adults were totally unaware that some of the children were afraid of the clown and thought it was a good joke. "Just a hellhound mutt, I guess. That is what people call me anyway. So, want to look at the rest of the park with me?" BBB, but my mother always told me, she could see that the hellhound had blue eyes and that a portion of one of his ears was missing when he rolled his eyes. "Listen kid, you want to enjoy yourself. Sometimes you got to be adventurous and be willing to defy some rules until you find what makes you happy." Taking her hand, he rushed out of the tent with her and she was following best she could in her pink dress. "Where are we going?" The hound grinned. "To have some fun." They unexpectedly found themselves in the lineups for the carnival's prize-winning challenges. She anxiously scanned her surroundings. "Scared of someone coming for you?" She turned her head. "Yes, you might not know this, but there are quite a few demons that would love to get at my father no matter what, and my mother. I know she'll be furious about me just running off like that from the tent." With a sigh, the child placed his hands behind his head and walked carelessly forward. "Come on, you can't say that you're happy living like this." "Living like what?" He cocked his head slightly. "Scared of every little thing that might happen and things that your parents ordain as absolute and something you have to do because of status, or lineage, or family honor, or other useless shit like that." His dismissal of everything left Octavia speechless. He approached one of the booths and said, "Look." When a small red imp attempted to jump him from the roof, she saw him step aside and abruptly raise his foot to meet the imp's crotch, leaving him writhing on the ground from a sickening crunch. She vowed to have witnessed blood dripping from his fingers. "If you worry about all that stuff, then you really fail to see what you want or desire in life. More so, you don't get to live your life, they're living your life, you know." As he placed some cash on the counter for some baseballs, he stepped on the imp's neck, causing it to give under a sickening crunch. "Then how do you live?" Octavia had had enough of this child making fun of his family and assuming he was smarter than his parents. Even though he wasn't a noble of any kind, he understood what it meant to live. "Me? I live my life by my choices." He threw the first ball, breaking the stack of bottles, and said, "I choose how I live, what I eat and drink, when I sleep, when I train, when I want something and how I go about getting it, and finally what my life is meant to be." He threw the second ball, breaking another setup, which made the owner growl. "No matter what, my choice is what matters to me, and I feel others should understand that." He threw his final ball, shattered the final setup, and gave a triumphant hand. Well, nobles don't have that luxury of freedom that a commoner has. Actually, they have it more than a commoner does. He gave her a direct look before grabbing another baseball. Suddenly, he grinned at the owner of the stand, leapt over, and landed on his chest before removing a hidden object from his hand. Holding it up, Octavia saw it was a pistol, and without hesitation he pointed it at the demon and shot him in the head, covering him in his brain and blood. How do you figure nobles have it easier than commoners in the case of freedom? Simple. He looked through the collection the man had in the back of his stand and was looking for something. However, he discovered nearly nothing until he snatched up something that was concealed beneath the cash box. He leapt over the barrier while spinning the pistol in one hand and holding something in the other. You nobles can choose how to live and where you live. You can choose who serves you, what you know, what is deemed true for nobles, and what is deemed false. Honestly, you guys have more freedom than most, and more importantly you have the power to defy the very system that was created and make it something new. The choice, however, he said. Do you take control of your life and lineage, or do you let it dictate you? He then hurled the object at Octavia, who managed to catch it. Glancing down, she noticed that it was a black beanie with a tiny crown embroidered on it. It was a lovely hat despite its rudimentary design. All that matters is choices and what you make of them. Make sure you pick what you want to do, okay? Trust me, you'll be happier due to it. For the first time in her life, Octavia could say with certainty that she loved the hat after looking at it. It was her first gift from someone she assumed was a friend, and she adored the way it felt and looked. Being surrounded by people who would kiss her ass and treat her as though she were flawless and divine was consoling to her. Octavia. She turned a little and saw her mother and father running to her. Suddenly, her father picked her up in his arms and gave her a tight hug. "My little starlight, don't you run off like that again please, I was so worried." Octavia frowned and hugged him back. "I won't daddy, I just wanted to win a prize and my friend did for me." Turning his eyes, he saw the male hellhound looking over the pistol and just sighing. Looking at the corpse he could figure out what happened. An employee would frequently be killed at their stall for attempting to defraud a customer. "Well, that is nice. Mongrel, how dare you touch my daughter." The hound looked at the woman owl and didn't even flinch as she got right in his face. He simply rolled his eyes and stared at her before turning on his heel and waving as he left. "Nice meeting you all. Have fun. After all, my mother only brought me here to brag about how much better the other one is." "Wait just a fucking minute." Stolas placed a hand on Stella's shoulder before she could pursue the hound, and when she growled at him, he glared back. He frowns as he turns his head to face the child, saying, "Touch him and we will have more than a fair share of problems that won't end with just our loss of prestige." Someone in the royal line would recognize him because he was well known for his unusual eyes and missing ear, so it was fortunate he was present otherwise. If they dared to hurt him, their family would become extinct. Since his grandfather had already killed two noble families for doing something in front of him, he killed them and their families without hesitation. The only bright spot is that no one was upset when their line ended because the families who were killed were already jerks. Putting his daughter on the ground, he notices the hat in her hand. "Starlight, did that nice hound give you that?" her mother snorted as Octavia nodded her head. "It is an eyesore, throw it in the garbage now. No child of the Gosha family shall." "No." Stella glared at her daughter who weakly glared back. Stolas watched in shock. "What was that?" She put it on her head, and although it was a little big now, Stolas could say it fit her. "I said no, I want to keep it. I like the hat." "Absolutely not." Octavia recoiled as Stella reached for it, but her father intervened to prevent Stella from touching her. "Enough. If she wants to keep that, I say we let her. I mean, what is the harm after all? She made a very interesting friend today and I can't wait to see how things blossom from here on. TCH. That brat will never be anything but an eyesore in hell. You might think that, but he will still be there, and you know it." "Daddy, do you know who he is?" "Yes." He grinned. "He is someone special. Be on the lookout, as I can promise you he is going to be someone to fear when his time comes." Octavia nodded her head, but she was unaware that the thought of him had stoked a fire inside of her. Until she was much older, she wouldn't know how to handle it. Flashback ends. All Octavia could do was sit in the car and sigh while grinning subtly and dragging one finger across the window. "We'll cross paths again soon, and I won't allow anyone to separate us." Stolas subtly was watching his daughter and smiled. "Ah, young love." Valentino's Club XXX. Naruto sighed as he opened the door to this place, only to be attacked by a plethora of foul odors and pheromones. But for his friend client, he had to put up with it. "Yeah, client. Hey you." A small being with a pink head and one eye looked up and pointed his tentacle at Naruto. "Oh sir. Sorry if I kept you waiting. As you can see, we have another very loaded day." "Sex puns a thing too, huh? I'll pay double your salary not to say that while I'm here." "Sorry sir, Lord Valentino's orders." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Look, the moth freak and I have a meeting today. I'm not here for anything other than that. Tell him that the Hellhound King is here, got it?" The tiny creature shuddered. "Yes, sir," he said hastily, taking up a phone, dialing one number, and holding it to his ear. He hung up the phone, turned to Naruto, bowed, and said, "Please follow me. Sir, there is a gentleman here to see you. He says he is the Hellhound King." He nodded his head. "Yes sir, right away sir." As they left the front desk, they entered the building's main floor, which was exactly as Naruto had imagined. Stripper poles everywhere, scantily dressed men and women demons walking around, some even fucking on the couches and giving blowjobs or even eating women out. On top of that, some were serving drinks, while others had thrown off their clothes as soon as they entered the building and were not even dressed. The room smelled so bad that Naruto had to cover his nose with one of his hands and keep his ears shut to block out the sound of slurping, moaning, screaming, and slamming ringing, which was all he could hear. Unfortunately, the young servant grabbed an unidentified alcoholic beverage and began to walk, Naruto trailing closely behind. As a result, Naruto avoided some of the women who attempted to grab him as soon as he came into contact with their claws or even their hooves. The demon and Naruto came to a door that said, VIP. Naruto coughed and looked. You should probably knock first rather than just barge into the room. Might avoid a bullet. Ah, he said, nodding his head as a muffle sounded. Come in. The demon went into the room, set the drink before his boss, bowed, and left as fast as his tentacles would carry him. Valentino. Naruto, he said, his voice sounding a little static. How pleasurable you are here now. Turning to the women on the couch, ladies, give daddy some alone time with his guest. Please entertain the guests on the ground floor. The girls blew kisses and waved to their boss, of course, Mr. Valentino. Naruto simply ignored them, focusing on the jerk in front of him. A red-eyed, blue-skinned demon in a long fur pimp robe, a big red pimp hat, and love shades sat in a chair. The man had a small Lilith frame, all things considering, countering his height, and more so, he had only two of his hands free at this time while the others were occupied in his coat pockets. After taking a sip of his drink, Val pulled up his cigarette pipe and let out a puff of smoke. So, he said, you finally have come. I knew that back then you were special. He then took out a keychain from his pocket, revealing a perfectly preserved severed ear, causing Naruto's ear to twitch. Yeah, well, at least I don't get my kick abusing and fucking children, you fucking freak. Valentino chuckled. I'll have you know I don't touch kids, I'm many things. A drinker, businessman, sex machine, I'll even admit I'm an abuser and user, but the one thing I don't touch is children. Get that through your head. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Didn't seem to bother you to chase me down. Oh, I was going to keep you as my pet and when you were old enough then put you to work. That is still abusing and using children, you sick fuck. Valentino quickly tossed a deck of cards onto the table with his final hand after taking another drink. The past is the past, why don't we focus on the present, my dear doggy? With a growl, Naruto approached the asshole and took a seat in the chair. Valentino began dealing as soon as he had shuffled the cards. So, I think you know why I wanted you here, right? Naruto maintained a straight face while nodding his head and examining his hand. This is about Angel. Valentino nodded and, with a wave of his hand, a bag of chips materialized. He then distributed the chips to get the game going. Naruto threw 2 chips into the center. Angel is with the hotel now and that means he is done with your world. He tossed 3 chips and grinned. Oh, and how do you figure? After all, the man has been failing to keep to anything that the hotel has set up. Naruto indicated that he would remain by squinting his eyes and tapping the table. Valentino followed suit, revealing their hands as Naruto took 5 chips while he grunted angrily. Naruto shuffled the deck before distributing the cards. He might have had a few failed attempts, but that is expected for someone going through recovery. But the thing he doesn't need right now is you, Naruto said. Valentino smirks as he looks at his hand and grunts. He snaps his finger out of the flames, revealing a large piece of paper with the title contract. Well, even if he wants to leave, he can't. Valentino threw 10 chips into the center, challenging Naruto to match it. He signed a long-term deal with me and my company 5 years ago. He not only has to work out his contract, which he is not even half completed with, but he also has to pay back what he owes in terms of debt, which is quite a lot of money. Without hesitation, Naruto tossed out 10 chips. Valentino was more irate as they both stood and then raised their hands. How the fuck did you pull out a royal flush? Naruto grinned. Guess I'm just that lucky, huh? Sorry that your only attraction is the dildo in your ass. As Naruto gathered his chips, Valentino clenched his jaw and shuffled the cards once more. But if the issue is the debt, then tell me how much he owes in total and don't leave 1 cent out. When Valentino distributed the cards, Naruto saw him take a few and grinned at what he received. He owes me close to 10 million. Naruto grinned and looked at his hand as he nodded and took another card. Valentino smiled as he nodded his head, placed more chips on the table, and picked up another card. When they showed their hands this time, Naruto shook his head and angrily slammed his fist beneath the table. What the fuck? How did you beat me? I know I should have won. With a laugh, Naruto took more of his chips and shuffled the cards again. After distributing the cards, he said, Want to switch games? Seems like poker is not your strong suit. The Mothman sat down angrily. Just play. Naruto put his cards down to glare while nodding his head and glancing at his hand. The money I can pay easily, and if you try to hide that I paid it or try to make it where he still owes, I'll know, trust me. Valentino sighed. Valentino took 1 notice of the contract, but Naruto reached into his hoodie and pulled out another piece of parchment paper with the word contract on it. As for the contract, I have something to trade. The color was red. Is this? Yes, this is a Lucifer contract. Valentino took a swallow. Lucifer contract. An agreement made in relation to Lucifer. These contracts are created by the man to monitor who is and is not keeping their debts, as well as who can and won't be eliminated. In this way, Lucifer balances the contract to benefit both parties and ensure that no one is ultimately screwed, even though regular magical contracts can be worded to suit one party or another. However, Lucifer will discover and pursue anyone who violates their end of the bargain because it indicates that they have nothing to fear from him and he will not tolerate it. Yes. This was the final hand of the game as Valentino took the contract and read it while Naruto pushed his chips into the middle of the table. He read calmly at first, then angrily, then irritated, then understandingly, and lastly with a broad smile. The terms, I can accept these terms. If that means you get to do some stuff for me in exchange and ensure that I make up my losses with this move. After choosing a card, they revealed that Valentino had a flush and Naruto had a straight flush. Valentino pushed his chips into the middle of the table while Naruto nodded his head. He sighs, well that fucking blows and not in the fun way where it ends with me covered. Yeah, keep dreaming. Naruto collected the chips, converted them all into cash with a single tap of his fingers, and began stuffing the bills into his jacket pocket. Thank Lucifer for the storage space in this thing. Valentino gave a snort. Well, tell my darling angel if he wants to visit he is more than welcome to do so. But I guess we can consider our business concluded then? After both men signed the contract, Naruto nodded his head and left the room as Valentino was yelling into the phone to get some men and women for service. Naruto sat down in the limousine as he left the building. It had been waiting outside the whole time, and he was upset that Xavier had ignored him. So, sir, I'm guessing that your business outside of the contract is concluded? Naruto scoffed. Not even fucking the minute the deal ends in some way or he finds a loophole, he will try to exploit it. I know that bastard enough to know he will never really relinquish Angel, but that is fine, I'll be ready for the fucker. Xavier gave a nod. Where to now, sir? Take me to Giovanni's, I need to just party the rest of the day away and honestly, getting shit-faced sounds good right about now. Of course, sir, but Lady Charlie will be quite angry. Naruto sighed and nodded his head. Yeah, but I had a long day so she can bitch at me later. After leaving Valentino's side of town, Naruto finally noticed a club with loud music blaring and a long line of people waiting to enter. After removing his hoodie, Naruto abruptly leaps from the car and yells. Come by in the morning, Xavier, tell mom I said so. Yes, Master Naruto. As the limousine withdrew, the guard at the door, a strange purple man with a speaker in his mouth, noticed him and gestured him inside. After waving, Naruto entered the club and grinned as he saw Tex and his girlfriend mingling with the other patrons. Aw, fuck it. Naruto let out a howl, which prompted the club to attack him. Tex and the others also let out howls. Who ready to get shit-faced? We are. Naruto would hardly recall what had happened that evening and would not give a damn. Gosha Castle. From her bedroom with her husband, Stella Gosha yelled, What do you mean you were going to be busy? Loud enough to wake Octavia. Octavia thought, oh, great. She reached for the pillow and covered her ears with it, but it was ineffective because Stella was still screaming at Stolas. Another morning. Octavia turned over and pushed the pillow against her head, but she quickly gave it up because she was unable to fall back asleep. Octavia picked up her headphones and turned on music, turning the volume up to the maximum level so that Stella's voice would be muffled. Octavia put on her beanie and checked her social media while drowsily getting dressed. She tensed and scrolled up a few times before tapping on a sizable cluster of videos after her finger kept scrolling up and 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 up. Meanwhile, Stolas was beginning to find his wife's early morning shouting annoying. Well? Screamed Stella, huffing to catch her breath, her swan-like plumage in agitated form. You're not going to defend yourself, you fucking idiot. Okay. Now, Stolas began, growing agitated, what the fuck? As they dashed to Octavia's room, Stella and Stolas halted their argument in its tracks. When they stormed into Octavia's room and saw her looking at her phone in distress, Stolas yelled, My little starlet, with concern. What is wrong? The apartment of Blitz and Luna. A gunshot sounded, and Luna's eyes popped open. Blitz yelled, God damn it, you fucking rodent, stand still, as a second shot rang out. When a third shot was fired, Luna woke up and thought, another rat, I guess. Luna got out of bed, picked up her phone, and put on her clothes. When Luna noticed a particular post gaining a lot of popularity, she said, Luna tapped on it and watched in boredom as her eyes widened and her ears drooped. "That son of a bitch," exclaimed Luna, filled with jealous rage. As he kept shooting at the rat, Blitz yelled through the walls, "What is it, Looney?" In the interim, Naruto moaned, his head pounding, wondering how he could avoid vomiting as the sun blinded him. He had passed out intoxicated on the street because he was located next to the Happy Hotel. Naruto grinned slightly and thought, really overdid it last night. For him, last night had been an absolute riot. He just wanted to relax after a reunion, a tense afternoon with the Moth Freak, and being surrounded by sex and drugs. Things started to happen so quickly with Tex, his girlfriend KK, and other people there that he got lost in a haze of color. Naruto moaned at his aching head as he approached the door, saying, "Note to self. Get Husker's instant cure for hangovers. Or at the very least, figure out how to make it myself." Naruto got up, brushed himself off, and walked the remaining distance back to the hotel. When he saw Xavier parked outside, he sighed, knowing that he had probably told Charlie about his plans for the afternoon and early morning. With a sigh, he unlocked the doors and entered the main hall. The one thing he knew would be waiting for him was there to greet him. An irate Charlie with her arms folded, staring down at him. Charlie yelled, "Naruto! What the hell did you think you were doing?" With a slight groan from his throbbing headache, Naruto arched an eyebrow. His lazy response was, "I partied a little bit too much yesterday." Charlie snarled, annoyed by his carefree demeanor. "A little?" she asked, taking out her phone, launching a social media app, and displaying the screen to him. Because his eyes were still getting used to the flashing light in the dark club, Naruto had to stare at the screen non-stop. "Okay." Naruto noticed a video on the phone when he looked closer after she gestured to the screen. With a nozzle in his mouth and the other hounds surrounding him chanting, Tex and KK hold Naruto upside down on a keg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the count goes on. She is a blue hellhound with black and white stripes on her hair and red eyes. A large girl, she was dressed in tight-fitting jeans with holes at the knees and a tail opening behind her, and a black shirt that had been torn up, stopping mid-drift above her navel. After a short while, the group is holding him up, and it appears that Naruto has reached the age of 30 before being disappointed. With beer and saliva dripping from his mouth and nose, Naruto yelled, "Fuck yeah. No one parties like a hellhound, bitches," while raising his hands and grinning foolishly with blurry eyes. He merely groans when Charlie brings her phone back to her face, clicks on another video, and shows it to him. KK was performing the song, "Party Like It Is the Last Day of Your Life," in the middle of the screen while Tex stood by the stage, 4 bodies at his feet. His girlfriend gave him a wink, and he gave him a playful growl. At this point, Naruto was making it rain on the right side of the screen by tossing cash onto the ground, and the hounds were running around the grounds to grab some of it while he laughed. The video cuts to Naruto in a corner with a group of female hellhounds dancing around him and even grinding on him as he grins and his eyes flush. Naruto exclaimed, "Damn, this is one fun evening. You girls sure know how to make a young hound feel special." The girls laughed and joined him in howling. The women are shown in the video reaching at the bottom of their tops and abruptly lifting them so Naruto can lick his lips. "Now that is fucking hot, jump up and down." Naruto simply held up a fat stack of cash while the girls obeyed his demand, threw their tops around, and then jumped on him and ground to their heart's content. Charlie yanked her phone down, shattering it on the floor. Charlie asked, not holding back her rage, "Really? You go out to deal with business and this is what you do?" Naruto gave an eye roll. Naruto began to say, "Who the fuck was recording me though? Can you check?" as he attempted to pass Charlie. "That is not important." Naruto turned to see Veggie glaring at him, though her rage was not as intense as Charlie's. "Your behavior is inexcusable. What if other people in hell saw this?" Naruto gave a deadpan. Naruto tries to go to the bar, but Charlie stops him with Veggie. "What the fuck do you mean if they see? That shit is out on the internet. If it isn't seen now, it will later." He inhaled deeply. "Look, can we do this later when I have a chance to sober up? I have a throbbing headache and really don't want to deal with bad son, good mom routine you like to implement." "Excuse me?" Veggie growled at him while Charlie narrowed her excuses for loving you and not wanting you to turn into the other assholes in hell, turning into a deviant like our oh so dear clients. "I mean seriously, how do you think this makes it look like to them? They're trying to recover and you go out and do the same shit they're doing. What is the point then?" Naruto gave an eye roll. "They want to do this, me. I just want to enjoy life, Party where I can and blow off steam when things get too stressful. I mean, he said, rubbing his hand through his hair as he became extremely irritated and angry. What the fuck is wrong with me going out and just chilling with some friends and getting a little wild? I mean, I got Valentino off our ass for now, so a thank you would be appreciated. Veggie gave a headshake. Naruto, you can't just do random shit like this though. What you did with Valentino was dangerous, Charlie began to say. No more than just walking down the fucking street. No more than riding in the known car of the Magna family. Fuck, all of hell is dangerous. I mean, Charlie dragged me into the final circle of hell and lived there for a good chunk of my life. Naruto, Veggie said, raising an eyebrow. Veggie was given a handshake by Naruto. Seriously, stop trying to be my mother because you're not Veggie. This made Veggie wince, which infuriated Charlie. Naruto, you can't talk to her like that. Why the fuck not? She can't act like my mom when she has been here what? 4 years, 5. She has been here longer than that and you know it. So, fucking what, she is not my mother and right now I don't need a nagging mother in my ear testing how far she can push my patience. Naruto snarled back at Charlie, who blushed. Veggie decided it would be best to withdraw at this point after observing the tension. She rubbed her arm unconsciously, saying, I haven't seen anything like this since the day we first met and he bit me. She hears footsteps and looks into the room to see Alistair, Husker, Nifty, Verosika, and Angel. She rushes to them and shoves them out of the hallway opening because she doesn't want the extra stress. Angel laughed and seemed to take pleasure in Veggie's display of panic. Whoa, taco breath, what the fuck are you doing? Angel exclaimed. Look. Veggie glared at Angel after turning to face her. You guys can't go inside right now. I mean it. Things are really tense and it might be getting really ugly. Husker, who was sobering up and in need of a drink, was irritated by the argument coming from upstairs. What the fuck do you mean? He asked. However, they were preventing him from entering the bar. Look, it is complicated right now, just stay out. Alistair snapped his fingers while grinning. Oh, dear girl, let's us watch from here then. After Veggie sighed, everyone gathered to watch the mother and son fight in front of the mirror. She was furious with Naruto when she was back with Charlie. I can't believe you are treating Veggie like that when she is trying to look out for you. Fuck, Naruto complained. I didn't ask her to. All I'm trying to do is find Husker's stash of hangover cure drink and you were just agitating me with the constant pestering and add her to the mix. Anyone would be driven up a wall. What do you mean pestering? I'm just trying to make sure you don't become a complete degenerate. With a sneer, Naruto burst out laughing in Charlie's face. By sheltering me? Charlie, seriously, I'm dealing with a lot of shit right now and this is the only way I can cope. What problems could you possibly be facing that haven't created for yourself? I mean, your selfish behavior has brought a lot on you. The floor began to crack as Naruto's eyes turned red and he began to radiate a slight red aura. Pointing his claw finger at her, he said, selfish? Are you fucking serious? If anyone is fucking selfish, it is you. Her horns began to grow and the floor creaked beneath her as she growled, excuse me, how is trying to be a good mother considered selfish? She asked. Oh, I don't know, let me think. Naruto pretended to be thinking prior to releasing his fingers. How about keeping me completely oblivious about stuff that I'm facing now? Sex and drugs, I get you don't want me indulging in them, but I'm facing a bit of a crisis at this time because I think I'm a late fucking bloomer because of you. Worse, I can't stop certain things from happening no matter how hard I try. What the fuck does that mean? Naruto turned away from Charlie and rolled his eyes. See, I can't talk about shit with you. Well. Then, he interrupted Charlie, turning sharply to face her. How about you condemn your dad for giving me more freedom to do what I want and the training necessary to fight off overlords and other high-ranking demons when they started coming for you? You were 8, exclaimed Charlie. How the fuck was that reasonable? He introduced you to booze by the time you were 10. Yeah, well, at least he was trying to not be this perfect persona of a parent and admits his faults and mistakes unlike you. I can admit when I'm wrong. Name one fucking time. Everyone in the group watching in the other room was reacting differently. Both were becoming so intense that Veggie was becoming quite worried. Angel had never seen the two so enraged and furious with one another, so she was just observing with concern. Husker was observing with a neutral expression, but he knew what Naruto was dealing with, though it wasn't his place to discuss it. The last time Alistair saw the two of them, they were close as parents to their kids, so he just watched with curiosity because he never expected things like this. Nifty could only picture her repairing the harm they were causing. However, Verosika frowned when he mentioned being a late bloomer, and she understood what he meant. Knowing that Tex would be the most qualified person to speak with Naruto about this, she took out her phone and texted him, saying, it would explain why he can get excited, but he is not sure how to handle it and not sure where his preferences might go. Charlie threw out, I was wrong in thinking you are mature enough to act your age. Before he roared, Naruto's body and eyes stiffened. Not mature, MOTHERFUCKER. I have done everything for you in this hotel. Not once have you ever thanked me for everything I'm doing and the fact that I'm stepping on my own ideals to help. Charlie winced, not to mention you haven't once thanked Vaggie for her help either. I mean, she hasn't said it out loud, but fuck you. She thought the hotel idea was stupid as well, but she did it because she cares about you for some unknown fucking reason. Angel looked at Vaggie with astonishment and a newfound respect because she was putting her feelings aside for someone else, something he can't say he's done very often while in hell. However, she didn't face the other guests in the hotel. He raised his fingers and said, not just that. How about all the crap I have done to help you keep this place running and more so going beyond expectations? I convinced the former owners to leave after they threatened to rape me. Naruto shuddered. Tentacle monsters were never fun to deal with. On top of that, there is trying to keep this hotel maintained from breaking. Then, how about your ex? Have you ever told Vaggie how that ended and who was the one that helped you kick the prick to the curb? Charlie shivered as he turned away from Naruto. Fucking figured. After raising his third finger, Naruto's hangover finally got the better of him. He growled, all my fucking time here. Everything I have done for you and the sacrifices others make for you, and not once have you said thank you. Not once have you really tried to understand why we are doing this for you. Not once have you truly appreciated what we are doing for you. Naruto glared, at this point I'm just fucking done, Charlie. You want to treat me like this after I did everything I could to keep some weird motherfucker from the hotel, then fine. On a serious note, have you ever thought about the people in heaven? Hasn't it ever dawned on you that they might not want sinners to be redeemed? What if you do end up redeeming Angel, but when he gets to the pearly gates, they kill him on sight? The chill went straight down Angel's spine. As Naruto rolled his eyes and turned heel toward the door, Charlie was tense, her expression showing shock, bewilderment, and growing fear. I'm leaving, don't contact me. Charlie extended his hand and grasped his wrist. Wait, you can't just leave. Naruto turned his head slightly and withdrew from Charlie's hold, asking, excuse me? You might have adopted me, but that doesn't mean you control me. I'm more than just some filthy stray. Charlie scowled, you're my son. Just tell me what is bothering you, please, we can work through this. With a shudder, Naruto hunched his shoulders in rage. Did you literally forget what I just fucking said a minute ago? This is exactly it. You are told the truth and then you seemingly ignore it, and without hesitation, you try to flip the script. I'm not. You do this all the fucking time. Charlie yelled back, that doesn't mean you have to yell at me, as her voice screeched to a higher pitch and tears began to fall down her cheeks. The fuck? Naruto scoffed before yelling, are you fucking serious? And causing the hotel to tremble violently. Yes, I am. Now stop acting like such a brat and just talk to me, Charlie asked. When Naruto sensed it, something inside his head suddenly snapped, and he finally yelled. Fuck you, 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 fuck you. Fuck you to oblivion. I'm so sick of this, and as of this moment you can fuck off with your stupid fucking dream and ambition. Run the hotel, do your fucking pointless treatment, and do whatever you fucking desire, but don't ask me to be here because I sure as fuck won't be, as you are the worst fucking mother in all of hell. Nobody dared to speak, and the whole hotel fell silent. Everyone thought the floor and walls were fascinating, and the mirror soon stopped working. Charlie, on the other hand, was in complete disarray and had waterfall tears streaming down her face. After a moment of staring at her, Naruto entered the hallway and uttered, I'm going, don't any of you fucking follow. He opens and slams the doors after sending that last message, then enters the limousine and falls onto the back seat. Sir? Naruto hardly gave Xavier a glance. Just fucking take me home, Xavier, now I just don't want to be here any longer. Xavier scowled, glanced in his mirror, gave the young man a head nod, and turned on the ignition. Naruto turned away from Xavier and rolled up his window, saying, please roll up the window, please, I don't want to talk. He then started down the road, took out his phone, and dialed 666. He quickly hung up the phone and scowled, saying, hello? Yes, my lady, this is Xavier, I'm heading your way. There is something that has happened and I think you are needed. Thank you, see you soon. I'm hoping Charlie and the young master can resolve this. The seventh ring. As the servants bustled around her, getting everything ready for Naruto's arrival, Lilith Magna strolled through the halls. You. Lilith addressed a servant who was carrying a snack bag. "Let me check those snacks." The servant nodded sweatily and flinched, then let her check. Before putting her hand in front of the servant's face, Lilith grinned passionately and said, "Good, you got all of Naruto's favorites." Her palm was pulsing with magic. "But I am not happy that you think you can poison him." The servant's body was burned without hesitation until the ashes were reduced to nothing. The murder of one of their own servants went unnoticed by the others. As they took the bag, another servant said, "I'll dispose of the poisoned goods, madam." Lilith grinned and said, "Thank you, make sure you feed them to someone who deserves it." She was proud of her employees. With a smile on her face, she carried on walking while lending a hand in tiny ways. "Ah, memories," she thought as she peered out a window into a courtyard. A flashback. Lilith watched with a shaky smile as Naruto, age 6, drank his tea loudly. Charlie, who was seated next to Lilith, had adopted Naruto 3 weeks prior, and she didn't see any compelling reason for her daughter to do so. Lilith had to concede, though, that Naruto was cute, particularly when he was wearing a tux, shorts, and a button-up shirt with short sleeves. Charlie showed Naruto how to hold his cup and demonstrated how to drink his tea, which was extremely quiet, saying, "Naruto, you should drink your tea like this." Naruto's ears moved with gravity as he cocked his head. "Why?" he asked, his expression bewildered. Charlie patiently explained, "Because it is how we nobles do things." More perplexed than before, Naruto said, "But I'm not a noble, Charlie." Charlie got up to show this, and Lilith laughed when he grabbed one of the pastries with his hand and shoved it into his mouth, chewing with his mouth open. "Hey, don't chew with your mouth open." With some of the pastry flying out of his mouth and onto the table, Naruto teased, "Why not?" Charlie's eye twitched with annoyance, but she inhaled deeply. "Because people don't want to see." With a smug smile, Naruto opened his mouth and asked, "What? Seafood?" The moist, chewed pastry slid off and onto his shorts as his tongue hung out of his mouth. To Naruto's dismay, disgusted, Charlie picked up a napkin and wiped his shorts. Naruto yelled, "Hey, you are near my dick." Charlie blushed with shame. "That isn't," Naruto yelled, "pervert," while pointing at her from the chair. "Charlie is a pervert." Charlie yelled, "Hey, I am your mother," as she picked him up and put him back in his seat. "You don't point at people and you don't shout that kind of accusation." Naruto grimaced. He turned away from her and loudly complained, "I don't have a mom," while crossing his arms. Lilith saw the expression on Charlie's face and couldn't help but feel a little sad. Lilith began, "Charlie," but Naruto's blue eyes widened and his ears pricked up. Lilith saw Naruto turn and leap from his chair, shoving Charlie aside as a magical steel rope materialized and bound him. One person yelled, "Shit," as they lifted Naruto and held the hellhound upside down. "We didn't get the princess, but from what we just heard, he is her kid, so he is a good hostage." Charlie exclaimed, "Naruto," as a group of 12 men stood on the wall, her earlier annoyance melting away and being replaced by concern. The leader put a gun to Naruto's head and said, "That's enough out of you, princess." He cocked the gun and said, "Comply to our demands. Your stray is going to paint this wall with his brains." The Attacka's members laughed. The blood in his body rushed to his head, causing Naruto to tremble in terror. Charlie's heart pounded loudly in her chest as she asked, "What do you want?" "We want." Lilith placed her cup in her saucer and stood up, saying, "This is droll." Lilith's eyes narrowed dangerously as the leader reiterated, "Stay where you are, lady, or the kid dies." Lilith said, "Pigs like you," as she got to her feet, her magic effortlessly filling the room. "Can oink when you eat your own shit." "Oh, we are," the leader began, but he stopped himself. "Boss? Yo, you, okay?" Their supervisor turned to face them. A twisted crown of jagged iron appeared on his head, and his eyes glowed with madness. He turned his gun on them and struck one of them in the head. "Boss." A few more gunshots were heard, and as the leader, covered in his allies' blood, walked up to the queen and princess to untie Naruto, the screams were muffled by silence. Charlie yelled, "Naruto," as she gave the hellhound a hug, and he gave her one back without protest. "I was so scared." Lilith faced the attacker. As she passed the man, Lilith swooned, "You've made me proud. Now, kill yourself, you disgusting pig." The attacker smashed his head into pieces with a quick arm motion, falling to the ground as Lilith encircled Charlie and Naruto. The end of the flashback. Lilith began to relive memories as she walked through the castle, grinning at this recollection. Hotel, After a few hours, Veggie gripped the door handle and knocked on it for the umpteenth time that day, pleading with Charlie to open the door and let her in. Veggie was waiting for Charlie outside the bedroom, but she was unable to hear anything. Not a sniffle, not a word. She was concerned because she knew that Charlie was simply broken, but she wasn't sure how to enter because only Naruto knew the location of the master key, and Charlie had the only other key to the bedroom because of the new locks. She slammed her head against the wall and said, "Fuck. This is just fan-fucking-tastic." She turned and scowled as she heard footsteps. "What do you want, Angel?" The spider used his extra arms to massage his shoulders. "How is Charlie?" Veggie pushed off the wall and arched an eyebrow. "About what you can expect. Broken and depressed." I don't think Charlie realized a lot of what he said, and now it is starting to sink in and how far she pushed her own son away with her behavior and how smothering she was being. Angel arched an eyebrow. "Yeah, he mentioned that. What the fuck does her being smothering have to do with things?" Veggie gave an eye roll. "To be honest, everything. She touched her hair with her fingers. When I met Charlie and Naruto, things were calmer. Lucifer told me when he was younger the two of them were always fighting or arguing at times about her treatment and not being allowed to do what he wanted. She looked at the door. By the sounds of it, after her ex was out of her life, things were good for them. They were getting along, and even when I started dating Charlie, the fighting between me and him was limited thanks to them being so understanding one another's feelings. Like how he felt meeting another chick interested in his mom. Sort of." Flashback: Veggie was introduced to her parents by Charlie, who said, "Mom, Dad, this is Vagatha." Being in front of the king and queen was intimidating, and Veggie grinned tensely. Lilith scooped Veggie's face and said, "Oh, who is this cute thing? You are cute." Veggie said, "Thank you, ma'am," as Lilith gave her cheeks a gentle squeeze. "Please, stop." Walking beside Charlie, both of them grinning, Lucifer laughed. "So," Lucifer remarked, glancing at Charlie, "you like women now?" Charlie's eyes almost closed as her smile grew. "Yeah," was her cheerful response. Lucifer laughed and looked back at his wife and Veggie. He said, "Me too." Lilith let go of Veggie and embraced her after the father and daughter both laughed. "Welcome to the family, Vagatha." With trepidation, Veggie said, "You can call me Veggie, Your Highness." Charlie took her girlfriend by the arm and led her further into the castle, saying, "Okay, Veggie, now there is someone else you need to meet." Veggie followed Charlie into a bedroom where she could hear TV noises. A younger sibling. Veggie was perplexed by this thought because she was positive that Charlie was Lilith and Lucifer's only daughter. Charlie opened the door and said, "Coming in." The room was decorated in a very childlike manner, complete with books and toys, a small desk, and a large television that had numerous human-style game systems. Before the television, Veggie had never seen an 8-year-old hellhound before. His blonde hair and blue sclera eyes startled her, and he paused his game to look at Charlie and her with a puzzled expression on his face. Charlie joyfully called out to Naruto, dragging Veggie along, saying, "Veggie, this is Naruto, my son. Naruto, I want you to meet Veggie, she is my girlfriend." As Lilith and Lucifer entered behind them, the 8-year-old's bewildered gaze turned into a fierce coldness that severely irritated Veggie. Veggie had no idea how to interpret this. Veggie thought to herself as she cautiously approached Naruto, "I expected her parents. However, I didn't anticipate having a child. Did she become pregnant? Or was it adoption?" Lilith and Lucifer were grinning as they observed the exchange and the boy's response. Naruto sniffed the air, which made him look at her curiously, assessing her movements as he got to his feet as she came toward him. Veggie says, as she approaches Naruto, kneels in front of him, and extends her hand. "Nice to meet you, Naruto. I hope we can get along." Naruto looked at Veggie and then at the hand. Naruto glanced at her and nodded, and Charlie grinned. Naruto smiled and sank his teeth into Veggie's hand. Veggie jumped back a few feet and yelled in agony, "Fuuuuuuuuuuuuuuck." Naruto followed her, refusing to let go even as she waved him around in an attempt to shake him off. While Charlie is attempting to extract Naruto from Veggie, Lilith is chuckling softly and Lucifer is on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Charlie said, "No, Naruto bad," while trying to convince him to release Veggie. "Grr." Veggie tried to shake him while sobbing in agony, but his teeth were buried deep in her skin, leaving her unsure of what to do. She flicked his nose, startling him enough to let go of Veggie's hand, and Charlie said, "Okay, that does it, young man." Charlie held Naruto close, her clothes smudged by the blood that soaked the fur around his lips, and she said, I am so sorry, Veggie. Naruto is so nice, usually. Veggie clutched her bleeding hand and winced in agony. It's fine. A moment later, Naruto was frowning while seated on the ground. Naruto, you can't just attack people like that, Charlie reprimanded him. Naruto crossed his arms and muttered, you didn't complain when I did it to the last guy. Charlie recoiled as Lucifer scowled before grinning and putting his hand on Naruto's head. Lucifer said to the Hellhound, that was different Naru, so please behave for Charlie, won't you? Besides, Vagatha seems to make her happy. As her son, don't you want to see your mother happy? Naruto sighed and then nodded. Charlie turned to Veggie and smiled sadly as Naruto stood up and left the room, saying, whatever, I don't like her and won't ever like her. He at least acknowledged you, that is something. Veggie scowled. Veggie thought gloomily, little bastard won't get rid of me that easily. Flashback, huh, so he bit you? Pretty much it took a long time for him to warm up to me. How did that work? She gave a headshake. That's enough about my past with the royal family, okay. Look, she tilted her head toward the door. I don't care what you and Verosika do for the next few days, as I think Charlie is not in the mood for sessions, so just don't leave the hotel, okay? She didn't see Angel frowning in concern as he shrugged his shoulders and went down the hall to his room. Who is the person that Naruto slapped at after hurting Charlie? I'm interested in finding out who caused Naruto to be so forthcoming with Charlie, so I might need to investigate this. Tex, even though he wasn't as inebriated as his girlfriend and best friend from the previous night, the Hellhound was still feeling the effects of the night when he heard his phone ringing while he was sleeping in his room. He saw a chibi Verosika when he answered his phone. He snatched his other arm away from his girlfriend and held the phone to his ear as he entered the living room, saying, she really can't leave me alone. Verosika, look, I'm a little, Tex. Listen, something has happened with Naruto. He arched an eyebrow, recalling that he and Keikei had left him unconscious at the club while Giovanni promised to keep an eye on him until he woke up and make sure he was prepared to return home. Even though Giovanni wasn't the most skilled fighter at the time, those who were aware of his abilities found him absolutely terrifying. What might have happened? What happened? I don't know all the details, but Naruto is having some personal issues that I think he needs another hound for. Verosika responded in a hurry. With a hint of perplexity, Tex said, could you be more specific, as there are tons of things that Naruto hasn't addressed as a hound. He said he is a late bloomer. Tex became rigid. He said that specifically? Yes. Tex squeezed the bridge of his muzzle and groaned. Fuck. Verosika inquired with great concern, Tex, does this mean what I think it means? As he got ready to speak with Naruto, Tex said, yeah, I'll reach out later today. Dude must be seriously confused from last night and now starting to notice certain hormones. Got to talk to the little guy about this, thanks for the heads up. Tex, just help him, I know you can better than I could or anyone else right now. Verosika exclaimed, sounding worried and frustrated. Tex grinned. He sighed as he heard the hang-up on his side. Got it. Tex, baby, what's wrong? Keikei asked as she walked into the living room with her hair down and one of Tex's enormous shirts on. He scowled as he looked at his girlfriend. In an honest response, Tex said, Naruto is starting to have his puberty and doesn't know how to deal with it. With wide eyes, Keikei exclaimed, oh fuck, yeah. As Tex prepared to speak with Naruto, he was no longer hungover or exhausted. The seventh ring, a big white castle, stands in the center of the seventh ring. The limousine approaches it and stops. With a frown on his face and his white hoodie on, Naruto emerged from the back door. Home sweet home, I guess. After climbing the stairs to the front door, Naruto touched the doors, which opened gradually. Awesome effect, how fucking unique. When he saw the line of butlers and maids bowing to him, Naruto deadpanned. The majority were imps, but there were also other demons with different appearances and ancestries. They all chanted, welcome home, Lord Naruto. Yeah, thank you all, and now you can all politely fuck off. Naruto was generally kinder to the servants than even Charlie, so they are shocked. Given that he appeared exhausted and depleted, some were wondering what had gotten into him. Now sweetie, that is no way to treat the servants that came to greet you. A stunning woman with light pale skin, red horns on her head, a black dress, and a seductive smile on her face entered the main foyer hallway. Naruto smiled a little. Hello, grandmother. Lilith chuckled and waved the servants away, who swiftly scattered to attend to various matters within the manor and spread rumors regarding the Prince of Hell's disposition. She approaches him quickly and gives him a gentle hug and a kiss on top of his head, saying, welcome home, dear. Yeah, Thanks for the warm welcome. Lilith shook her head and scowled a little. Charlie, you truly have no idea how you affected him or what he has truly done to himself for you. Well, I know you're tired, so why don't you retreat to your room and I'll have the servants bring you your favorites to drink? Naruto grinned. I actually would like those, thanks. He backed off down the hall as Lilith nodded her head and gave him a shooing motion. She took out her own phone and dialed a number, saying, "It is worse than I thought. Charlie really has pushed him and he is not having it anymore." Yes, what is it, dear? I'm in the middle of this drabble of a meeting with the Sins. Fuck your meeting, our grandson is home. Really? Is Charlie with him? No, dear, please get back here as soon as possible as I think he needs you. I'll be there in an hour. After hanging up, Lilith went into the kitchen and down the hall. Even if she had to murder some servants to prepare it, the arrival of her grandson meant a special dinner for the evening. A rooster-like servant began to perspire profusely and decided it would be best to avoid the kitchen. However, Naruto had already entered his room, which is quite large. He had a king-size bed in the middle of the room, a 60-inch plasma TV with all the newest games and game consoles, and a fucking gold wireless remote. An Italian leather gaming chair with diamond-encrusted headphones for online gaming stood in front of it. In a corner, all of his favorite drinks and even some small snacks are available at the private bar. When Naruto arrived at his little bar, he opened it up quickly and discovered that he had a bottle of tequila. He poured himself a glass, went to his chair, put it in the cup holder, put on the headset he had customized for his ears, and turned on his console right away. He selected one of his games. Apparently, he was going to spend some time playing Cyberpunk 2077 because he had heard that the game had undergone significant updates. As soon as the game started, he lost himself in the narrative and ignored the heat emanating from his crotch in an attempt to figure out how to make it go away. An additional pride ring component. While listening to the loud noise coming from a club below, Sherry was sitting on a rooftop looking through her phone to see who she could hook up with today. When she heard someone yelling, all she could do was roll her eyes. Lord Menu, how could you have forsaken me? Why yes, Ginger, I would love another lap dance, thank you. Sherry didn't really think about it, but she wondered how she could hear the demon from the top of another building. Only your dances can fill the hole in my heart. Another voice with a similar tone yelled, would you shut the fuck up over there, some of us are trying to set up our safe word. With the first voice, okay baby, I'm ready. The difference in their voices led Sherry to surmise that they must be related. I'm sorry sir, but you're out of money. What out of money? Hey asshat, give me some money. Fuck you, the second voice yelled. Don't make me come over there, you piece of shit. We both know that a one-pump chump like you doesn't have that kind of distance. That was cunning. Sherry choked on her laughter. Oh, hell no, I'm coming over there now. Ha, bring it bitch. Before long, there was some muffling. Hey, what the fuck, take your hands off me, what did I do? Hey, I'm not doing anything. A deep voice said, you're disturbing the guest, and she assumed it was a bouncer. And you are out of money. Sherry soon witnessed two green creatures being flung into a nearby alleyway through the door. Ginger, you fucking tramp, I still love you. This is the fourth fucking time, why'd I keep coming with you? Despite not being able to see their faces, the first one noticed that the second was thin and green. Sherry was unaware that one of her bombs had dropped from her bag and rolled into the middle of the road. So, what do we do now? Go slay some other asshats in this town and getting your broke ass some more cash. You could have just lent me some, you fucking asshole, then we wouldn't have been thrown out. Fuck you, overcompensating prick. Bitch, let's see who has more followers on YouTube, as I ain't overcompensating nothing. Soon after, the second one emerged from the shadows, but he was blinded when a bomb went off and he flew. No. Fuck. The figure turned to face the roof, and Sherry saw him vanish from the earth and materialize beside her in an instant. She had to guess that the demon in question was a skinny limb green frog with large black pupils and white eyes. The fuck? You bitch, that asshole had all the money still and I needed that, so you're going to make up for that now. Sherry gave a small smile. With a tentative laugh, Sherry said, so did anyone tell you look just like Kermit the Frog from Sesame Street? As she became aware of how much he resembled the character. Like Kermit the Frog, exactly. Kermit's face furrowed as the ground began to tremble around him, but his eyes remained fixed on her. Concerned and ready to respond if attacked, Sherry said, wait, what the fuck is going on? With an intense lime green light surrounding his body, Kermit grunted and clenched his felt like butt cheeks. You, stupid whore, he said. I'm AMUPP. PET. Sherry blocked the light with her hands and peered between them as soon as it subsided. She exclaimed, "What the fuck?" as the once thin frog became incredibly muscular, sporting rock-hard pecs, voluptuous cheeks, and godlike six-pack abs. "It's the power of steroids," exclaimed Kermit as he took out a boombox, let it fall to the ground with a thud, and then used his foot to press the play button, causing Yes Roundabout to begin playing. "The fuck is going on with the music?" Kermit made a strange gesture with his hand in front of his face and said, "Get ready to meet your maker." Sherry could hear the music getting louder. You one-eyed thought. "No, seriously, what the fuck?" After one of the most difficult nights of her life, Vaggie sighed. She had to sleep in an empty room until she could get Charlie out of their bedroom while she was not receiving treatment because of Charlie. Unfortunately, she appeared to be happy to remain inside, but she felt the need to enter the room more than ever for some reason. But since nobody knew where the extra master key was, not even Charlie herself, she had no idea how to get in. "Fuck me, that freak seems to know everything in this fucking hotel, and even Alistair doesn't know where he could have hidden that damn key." She heard footsteps behind her and saw Angel approaching her, expressionless. They have been taking turns checking on Charlie lately, and she has noticed that Angel appears to be less bothersome than in previous weeks. He was attempting to ease their load, at least for her. However, she was also certain that this was his method of profiting from a future favor. "Angel. Hey, taco breath." She snarled, "Listen, if Naruto asks you found it by chance." Vaggie's eyes widened as he held up a key. It was the other master key. She grabbed it from him and muttered angrily. "How the fuck did you find the key? I mean, seriously, where was it?" Angel rolled his eyes. "Better you don't know, because the last thing we all need is someone in this hotel finding out and taking it for their own enjoyment." After giving it some thought, Vaggie shook her head and grinned slightly. "Yeah, by the way, tell Husker you can drink all today. I'll overlook it just this once." Vaggie arched an eyebrow as Angel grinned, descended the stairs, snapped his fingers, and hurried back down the hall. She had no idea that Angel had discovered the key hidden between two runes inside Naruto's mattress in his room. He had no idea what the runes did, but since they didn't respond to him, he assumed they were keyed to specific hotel figures. Furthermore, no one would be aware that Veronica had swiftly entered his room, stole a few articles of clothing for herself, and hidden them in her room while he was handing Vaggie the key. Returning to Vaggie, she hurried through the hallways to reach her shared room with Charlie. After inserting the key, she swiftly unlocked the door. She could see that the lights were out and that there was an air of oppression in the room. She must be very angry about what transpired. I suppose there's no use in postponing the inevitable. She was startled to see that something was different when she entered the main area of the bedroom where Charlie was, and she couldn't help but yell. "Charlie, what the fuck?" The woman in question had a sad expression on her face while sitting on her bed, but what was startling was that her body appeared to have changed. In comparison to before, she appeared taller and slimmer, had red pupils in her eyes, and had nearly flawless skin. She had no idea what to make of what she saw there, which was entirely different from her lover. The woman in question sighed softly as she turned her head. Dully, Charlie said to a bewildered Vaggie, "Hey Vags. What do you think?" "Huh?" Charlie gave her girlfriend a small smile. Trying out a new look. "Oh." Vaggie nervously rubbed her arms. In this moment, what can she say? Vaggie approached Charlie and took a seat beside him, saying, "Well, it is not bad look for you. I think that there are only small changes here and there, but you're still the same Charlie, and I still love you all the same." Charlie grinned before scowling and averting his gaze from her. "Do I really deserve you though? Huh, what brought this on?" "Naruto." Vaggie understood her meaning. "Look, Naruto, she was massaging her neck. He was hung over. You agitating him in that state probably wasn't the smartest thing in the world, and honestly, it is not something someone wants to deal with when they have a massive headache. I mean, remember what happened on the day of the exterminators when they tried to enter the seventh ring of hell?" "Yeah, I remember, but that is not what I'm getting at." She turned to Vaggie. "Be honest. Do you believe in this hotel as much as I do, or are you doing this just to keep me happy?" Vaggie was internally perspiring. "I'm not sure, honestly, I'm not even sure if I don't believe in this place or not." However, Vaggie inhaled deeply and eventually found her voice. "Honestly, I didn't in the beginning. I mean, the whole concept was crazy and insane. I wanted to talk you out of this mess because I didn't want you to get your hopes up and then find they are pointless in what you're trying to do. I mean, it seems so crazy and too optimistic that I just didn't know what to believe. I was actually 5 minutes away of just telling you that." Charlie's scowl grew deeper. "Why didn't you?" Vaggie gave a small smile. Because Naruto convinced me otherwise. Charlie's eyebrow went up. How so? Well, Naruto took me to the side and explained to me that while he thought the idea was crazy too, he believed that in some manner of speaking it was possible. He told me to have faith in you, and if things didn't work out then you still had us, and that is something we had to be ready to show. But I get where Naruto was coming from during the fight yesterday. You mean how I'm a horrible mother? Vaggie gestured with her hands. No. No, far from it. Charlie, you're one of the best I have ever seen. I mean, look at it, you took in a hellhound child, one with unique traits but nothing special about him, and you raised him all on your own with just some support from your parents here and there. You taught him about underworld in better detail, showed him not all things are as evil and corrupt as they appear, and more importantly you gave him unconditional love and care. Vaggie grinned. I know deep down Naruto feels guilty about what he said and he just did it in the heat of the moment, but I know for a fact he does love you and wants you happy, but at the same time you sometimes forget he is still his own person. Sighed, I'm sure when he gets back, we can lecture him heavily for his behavior and the way he acted, but he was right in some cases. I mean, look at it this way, he is in 20s for fuck's sake, Charlie. Charlie nodded. You can't keep thinking he is going to stay oblivious to everything and anything. I mean, you said you wanted grandkids, right? So how are you going to do that if you don't let him go out there and explore sex? The thought of having small grandchildren made Charlie flush, but she quickly pushed the thought from her thoughts. But that doesn't mean he can act so depraved. He doesn't, Charlie. Just when he is drunk this happens, and you know the reason is because of his childhood with you. He has never explored those avenues and now he is trying to figure out things on his own. His own sexual nature, what turns him on, what are his kinks, and more. That is shit that can really be confusing to a young man while in the body of an adult has the mind of a teenager and the sex drive of a hellhound. Charlie sighed and scowled. Aside from succubus and other sexual creatures, right, hellhounds are among the most ferocious lovers in the world. To make matters worse, they can be outright violent when snatching their mates, but his actions seem more intense than the others. Charlie sighed and turned to face the ceiling. I guess you're right. I did smother him too much and sheltered him from hell, she said, her eyes welling with tears. I didn't want to lose him. If this plan works, I hope that one day he can find redemption, and that means he can find his own semblance of peace, and if not, then at least I still have my son. That's all that matters, is him staying with me and not getting lost in this crazy place. Charlie began to cry uncontrollably, saying, I'm afraid that I have pushed him to the point that he won't ever come back and that my father was right, that I'm just making mistake after mistake and I can't seem to stop. Charlie stiffens as Vaggie rushes to her after hearing enough. You're not wrong, Charlie, but you forgot, all children grow up. I can see that you're just like Lucifer in that regard. You don't want your child making the same mistakes or having false hope, that is something you share. But please, Vaggie screamed into her shoulder and caused Charlie to. Don't ever think we will stop loving you, because while we might not say it, we're doing all of this out of love for you. Charlie grinned and gave him a hug in return, and the two of them simply embraced each other's warmth in the silence. But downstairs, Angel discovered Cherry hurrying through the front door, exhausted, severely cut, and bruised. Cherry, what the? Where's Naruto? He ain't here. Apparently things got tense and he bounced, but seriously, what the fuck happened to you? Fuck, I need to talk to him. Something is coming and it is strong as fuck. What could it be? Angel scowled. City of Pentagram. Kermit took a bottle from the side of his bed and took a single, short swig while he was relaxing on a plush bed in the middle of the room. He got out of bed, noticed the bottle was empty, and sighed as he opened the door and heard clicking noises. Oh, what a day. Fought some woman off and made her respect my gangsta, and now I had a great day and more money to visit Ginger again. Get that Sesame Street fucker. Kermit gave them a fierce look. I'm a Muppet, MOTHERFUCKER, before slamming the bottle into one of the imp's faces, causing him to scream from the pain and the glass in his eye. He made this declaration and leapt over the banister and onto the ground floor below. He swiftly charges into the next imp, aiming his shotgun at him, after realizing that he is now carrying the bottle's sharp point. He then slams the glass into the man's throat, causing him to choke to death on his own blood. He swiftly grabbed the man's shotgun, pumped it, and shot the imp nearest to him, sending him flying while some of the pellets struck another imp. Bring it, pussies. I'm Frog D. Kermit. A few minutes later. With a smile on his face and a tune humming, Kermit left the room. Behind him, the mansion was covered in blood, and imps' bodies were all over the place. Some of them had their heads and limbs missing, and some had even had their entire dicks torn off and slammed into nearby people's asses. I don't know why he did it, but he did. With his arms flailing in the air, he yelled, "Now then, Ginger you tramp, I'm coming for you. Yaoi. The castle of Lucifer. Naruto had woken up feeling more upbeat today. Yesterday had been extremely taxing, and worse, he had to discuss what had happened with his grandfather. Flashback: when Naruto moved to the 6th game, he became irritated because he was getting tired of seeing the same fucking screen name and some jerk was taking advantage of him in every single game. Prohibited fruit 666. Motherfucker. Just as Naruto was about to destroy this jerk with 1 HP while he was in the middle of his magic build in Elden Ring, he suddenly closes the distance and slices through him with a rot-causing weapon. Fuck. Naruto shut off the game by slamming his controller to the floor. He turned to face the door and snarled. Get in here, I know you're outside that door, Gramps. As Naruto walked into the room, he noticed Lucifer smiling and holding a phone. Now grandson, you should know better than to try and best the man that rules over hell. After all, I'm pretty sure I would be what you call the Elden Lord in this case, or the ruler of Cyberpunk, or more. Yeah, but everyone knows Lilith controls you by the balls, so she controls you, meaning she controls hell. Lucifer chuckled. He approached him and rubbed his head, causing the boy to frown a little. True, my young pup. It's like this child is a powder keg of sexual tension and depravity just waiting to be let loose. He's so tense, his emotions are all over the place, and the hormones are freaking out. When did you get back? This question jolted Lucifer out of his reverie and made him smile. Just about an hour ago. Didn't you see me snipe you a few minutes ago? Yeah, I did. You bot using fucker. Huh, you wish. Naruto rolled his eyes. So did Grandma call you? She did. He went to Naruto's bar, took out some of his alcohol, and made himself a drink even though it wasn't his brand. She told me about you having some kind of disagreement with Charlie? Naruto scowled, flattened his ears, and tucked his tail after bringing his knees to his chest. Yeah, I guess. I mean, he gently rubbed his head with both hands. She just drove me up a wall and I was hungover and just wanted to get the cure for that shit before going into that conversation. But no, she insisted that we had to talk about it right at this moment, and all it did was led to more tension between the two of us and me saying things I regret. In particular, like about the hotel, bringing up her ex, talking about her dream and my own doubts, and reminding her of her own selfish nature when it comes to taking advantage of us. Lucifer gave a head nod. Indeed, those are a few of the issues I assumed were raised. What else? But it seems like there's more to it. Naruto whimpered and scowled. I called her the worst mother in all of hell. Lucifer scowled and set down his drink. Do you believe that? No, but, he said with a growl, it is so fucking frustrating, I can't deal with it. I know it is my own fault I put myself in this situation, but still it is madness that she can't see I have my own fucking issues and need to sort my shit out. Like your sex drive and other hormone-related issues? Naruto gave him a startled look, and Lucifer grinned broadly. He looked down to see Naruto's erection pushing through his pants and said, my boy, I might not be centered around lust, but I can still sense it like my wife can, and honestly you are so full of hormones it is a surprise you manage to ignore your heat. Or not, and you just have a thing for men? He asked with a playful smile before witnessing Naruto groan and growl under the pressure. Fuck, Naruto, you really shouldn't try to suppress your sexual urges. It could kill you if you're not careful. Naruto growled, I can't fuck help it. His erection quickly subsided, but he could still hear his panting from the abrupt rush and struggle of his dick. I can't control when the damn thing pops up, and this has caused a handful of confusion with people all around and some wondering if I was gay. Motherfuckers, I'm not gay, but it is frustrating that it keeps coming up even after I beat the shit out of people. Naruto. What's worse, I'm not sure why, but for some reason even when around hot women I can't control my erection, and sometimes it disappears as fast as it can come. Naruto, please, he said with a hand raised. I get it, son, I really do. He breathed deeply. Maybe you should reach out to a hellhound that can talk you through this. While I know about everything that goes on in hell, I know that some species of demons have very different reactions and hormones that are hard to explain. Naruto said, yeah, as he glanced at his phone, which he had placed in the cup holder for his drink. Perhaps it's time to speak with Tex, but not today. I'm simply exhausted. With a sigh, Naruto raised his head. Fuck, I wish there was more I could do, but Charlie would freak if she knew I wanted to do something other than drinking. It was a bitch just to get her okay with that. Lucifer let out a sigh. He remembered that day clearly and was aware that his daughter would never forgive him for exposing the boy to alcohol, but how could he not? The boy scared the living daylights out of Asmodeus of Lust and killed his first group of assassins. How proud he was. A real morning star, AN. From now on, they will refer to themselves as morning stars. Boys, dinner time. After giving his grandson a nod, Lucifer approached him and patted his head, causing the boy to turn to face him. In time you'll understand your own desires, Naruto, but for now, enjoy your downtime, and when the time comes, you'll understand your lust and your desire for other things. What kind of other things do you have in mind? I mean, I murder and I drink, and soon sex is going to be on the table, so what else is there? Naruto arched an eyebrow as Lucifer extended a stick. Smoke this later and you'll understand one of the basic pleasures of an earthly drug. He chuckles and leaves the room. Humans still think God planted it on Earth. How hilarious, I made devil's cabbage just for shits and giggles. Naruto grinned as he looked down. Guess I got another hobby, better limit myself on this one for stress. Flashback ends with a quick inhale and exhale of the cannabis. Naruto pulled out another stick and lit it. Oh shit, he said, rubbing the back of his head after being shocked to see all of his messages from the day before. 10 missed calls from Charlie, 5 from Angel, who said, how the fuck he got his number is a mystery, 2 from Vaggie, 12 missed texts from Verosika, who said, now I really needed to know how the fuck she got his number, 3 from Cherry, who said, I guess everyone has my number somehow, and finally 1 from Tex. He opens his phone and discovers he has a voicemail, assuming that Tex would be the least bothersome person to deal with. Don't be upset, buddy. Verosika told me what transpired at the hotel. I've heard you're beginning to acknowledge that you were a late bloomer. This has been coming for a long time, so give me a call soon, man, so I can shed some light on it. Well, I might as well if he can really help. After pressing the return call button, Naruto's phone rang once. Naruto. Oh, man, it's good to hear from you. Been wondering where you are, man. Sorry Tex, I'm with my grandparents in the 7th Circle and it is not exactly a place most get to see without dying or being driven mad trying to find it. True. Listen, Verosika told me what happened yesterday. Are you really starting to notice some of the signs as a late bloomer? Yeah, what do you know about it? Okay bro. Listen carefully, nothing is wrong with you. You're going through a puberty that has long since been delayed. Honestly, I'm surprised you held out this long without full-on mounting the nearest bitch in the yard. So is that good or bad? Both. You see, Naruto, the reason you're having such brutal heat cycles compared to me or the other hounds is that you're recognized as the alpha of the hounds. Meaning that your instincts demand respect and you won't back down from anyone. Also, this includes you having the stronger impulses to fight, protect, kill, eat, and fuck. I'm sure noticed by now, when around certain amounts of hormones you get a huge erection? Naruto's fur turned red and he blushed a little. Yes, I try to turn it down by thinking horrible things and then the erection goes away, but it is getting harder and harder as time goes on. Okay, stop doing that. Your body needs sexual release. You're no succubus, but the more you try to suppress it the worse it is going to get. You need to get some release, man, and soon. So, go find the nearest whore and take her into an alleyway and just plow her if I have an erection? The last thing I want is a disease, man. You don't have to do that, man, but you have to do something, otherwise your body is going to shut down on you. Plus, as the alpha, your instincts are demanding you take as many bitches as you can while finding your alpha female. My what? Think of it as your female counterpart. Someone that no matter how many times you see them, you'll always have an erection for them and desire them. Someone that will keep you in line and someone that you will come to see as your main wife, I guess is the technical term. How will I know though? Bro, you'll know when it happens, trust me, that's how I met my girl. With a sigh, Naruto, thanks Tex, I appreciate it. Anything else? Yeah, one more thing. If you don't want to have sex, man, then just get a blowjob or something, man. Trust me, it'll take the pressure off. Alright. Thanks, man, and check your phone as I think your boss got my number from you. Are you kidding? Damn it, that is the 3rd time she hacked my phone. Naruto laughed. Naruto hung up, grinned, and sighed as he felt his erection once more. Your problem, not mine. Well, I guess I could try doing this solo for now. Later, one of the maids would see him and wonder if it was too late to become the young master's pet. End of chapter. Honoring the bad guy, when Kermit returned to the club, he was carrying a large amount of money. As he entered, he yelled, Ginger, where are you? The bodyguard sighed and turned to face the bartender as the club turned to face him. Hey, mind going to find Scott? Sure. Kermit was searching the room for his favorite girl when the bartender entered the back, but he failed to see a shadow hanging over him. Hey you. His eyes widened as he turned to see a man with sleek black hair, a hairy chest, a 5 o'clock shadow, and an impressively tall, muscular physique. Scott Hall. What the fuck are you doing in hell? The man gave a shoulder shrug. He removed his toothpick from his mouth and flicked the frog with it, saying, "Nothing really, figured I got here for a reason, but as for you, you're disturbing the guests, so beat it, buddy." "Oh, so, you want the fucking smoke then? Very well then, I'll give you." Scott knocked him down with a right hook to the face. "Ow. What the fuck, dude, don't you know the rules for engagements? I'm supposed to make a taunt. Why the fuck am I sideways now in your arms?" In an instant, Scott leaned forward and let go of Kermit the Frog, causing him to fly over his head, crash back first, and groan. Before extending his arms, Scott jumped up, placed his hands in front of himself, and performed a brief shake jive. Kermit stood up. "Okay, asshole, now you're going to get it." Kermit jumped at the man, but Scott grabbed him by the hand. "Okay, seriously, what the fuck," he said, before being picked up in a one-handed chokehold and slammed to the ground as the demonstration was met with applause from the crowd. Scott signaled the end by crossing his arms over his neck and slashing them down. He quickly grabbed Kermit's head, placed it under him, and then spread his arms once more. As a result, he grabbed him by the waist, placed him on his back, and used his hands under the man's armpit to hold him above his head. Then he charged forward, slamming him head first into the ground after falling to the ground. Unexpectedly, Scott scurried over, lifted one leg, and lay on his chest. With haste, one of the girls leapt to the ground and slapped her hand. 1. The room trembled with excitement. 2. 3. With his head bouncing off the floor from the last attack, Kermit suffered a concussion and lay there unconscious, unable to comprehend what the fuck had just happened. The room erupted in cheers. Soon, a strong light filled the room, and everyone covered their eyes to see a couple of cherubs appear, one of whom was grinning broadly. "Scott Hall." "Yeah, who's asking?" the cherub perspired. Sorry sir, but apparently your paperwork got mixed up and we are here to take you to heaven." Scott Hall raised an eyebrow and appeared to be unsure as he glanced around, but one of the girls remarked, "Scott, go with them." He glanced at her. "Heaven is waiting for you, you were never meant to come down here." After scowling, Scott turned to face the cherubs. "Was I a bad guy?" "No, Scott." The cherub touched his shoulder, and then they were swiftly illuminated and lifted into the air. "You were the bad guy." Scott waved and grinned down at everyone in the room before disappearing into the light. Knowing that he was in a better place, the room wept over the loss of such a good man. As this whole mess came to an end, Ginger arrived, walked over to Kermit, took the wad of cash he had, and went to the back to begin her shift. Kermit was unconscious and lying on the floor, unsure of what had happened. The bouncer would simply toss him into the trash can, and when he woke up, he would realize that Ginger had stolen his money and that he needed to go get more. "Scott Hall, you will be missed. Rip." Walking down the hallway of his grandparents' house, Naruto blew out some smoke from his stick. The servants were pleased to see him, and he had a smile on his muzzle. With the exception of the one who charged him while brandishing a knife at the nape of his neck. But as soon as he was close enough. After dodging the blow, Naruto turned on his heel to confront the unidentified demon and struck him in the throat with his right hand. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air as his claws dug deep into his throat, causing him to gurgle blood. He sighed and said, "Great, that is more blood to get out of the carpet, but I'm sure the others won't mind cleaning up shit." Naruto stopped on his face, broke the demon's nose, and then stopped on his throat, crunching him to death. Naruto had significantly calmed down over the past 3 days and was becoming more at ease with everything. Furthermore, he was relieved that his crotch was no longer bothering him and that his urge to retaliate and kill was now being satisfied. He was aware that his mother wouldn't approve, but at this point, he was just going to carry out the action regardless in order to minimize the amount of killing. Naruto was also excited to begin going to more strip clubs in hell to see if there was any connection between the provocative clothing removal and the dancers on the pole. At least while he's conscious of what the fuck is happening and at least somewhat sober. Thus, after washing the blood from his hands and feet, he entered the throne room where Lilith was seated and proceeded down the hall. In order to see everything in hell and determine whether anything was noteworthy, it seems that it was customary for the two of them to have at least one person in the throne. It was his grandfather's invention of some sort, and its purpose was to ensure that his subjects understood that they should never betray him or even consider harming him or his family. It was particularly true when one of the sins, he believes it was wrath, basically declared that he would attempt to murder Charlie in order to establish his dominance or something. The family never speaks of Charlie to anyone again after that, and they never even dared to wonder why Lucifer killed the majority of their kin. They simply expressed gratitude for his kindness and pledged to keep their location in mind. Experience had taught him that the sins were strong, and he was confident that he could face one or possibly two of them at once. However, he knew that if he did anything else, he would most likely perish in those encounters. This is particularly true because, in contrast to others, some of them live up to their strength and reputation. He approached his grandmother in the throne room again, and she grinned. "Hello dear, having a hellish morning." Naruto sighed. "Killed one of those dipshit servants that came here in the hopes of doing something grand. But other than that, just smoking a stick." Lilith grinned. "That's good. Have you had a chance to look through your messages?" "Yeah." Naruto looked at them with an eyebrow raised. "Somehow they all got my number, and it is just annoying. But many of them are just concerned about me and wondering how I am doing. I mean, Cherry mentioned something about a Muppet attacking her, but I couldn't make it out too well, and Veronica mentioned she was worried and hoped I come back soon." "Oh?" Lilith asked, her eyes glimmering. "Is someone hearing wedding bells with a certain succubus?" Blushed Naruto. "No, I'm just touched she cares that much more than she wants to jump my dick." She chuckled. "I know dear, but you really should investigate possibly finding a maid of your own soon. I mean, for fuck's sake. I'm still waiting on the girl that will snatch your heart." Naruto nodded. "Well, besides that, I just wanted to say goodbye to you and Grandpa as I'm heading back to patch things up with Mom." Lilith grinned and gave him a strong hug after leaving the throne. "Call if you need anything, and please let Charlie know that I love her. I haven't had the chance to reply to all her messages, but I think that should at least be something good for her, no?" "Yeah." Naruto waved to Lilith as he withdrew and said, "Tell the old man that I'll be back for a rematch on his cheating ass." Lilith grinned and laughed as she watched her grandson leave, knowing that things would improve for him. If only he could find a fucking girl and start having great-grandchildren for her. Lucifer could only sigh as he watched his grandson leave the castle. Swishing his drink, he grinned and said, "Well, there he goes. Off to that stupid hotel and to help Charlie with this ridiculous concept of redemption." Lilith scowled as she walked into his office. "Would it actually kill you to try to entertain the idea of Charlie's dream? I mean, it is not completely outlandish, you should know." The glass cracked in Lucifer's hand as he snarled. "Not another word about that." Lilith scowled as she walked up to her husband, leaned into his back, and wrapped her arms around his neck. "You have to agree that the chance is there though, right?" Lucifer was only able to sigh before removing the glass from his face and taking a tiny sip of his beverage. "Whether it is there or not is irrelevant. Charlie doesn't know what is awaiting her at the end of this path, and the last thing I want for her is to find that nothing will amount from this mess." Lilith glanced at her husband's back and said, "You don't know that. For all we know, maybe she is the thing the world needs to tip the scale or break away from our set cycle." With a sigh, "Lucifer, you know that is just pity wishing, and I refuse to do that." He sighed. "After all, I had the same hope a long time ago, and all it led was to this glorious fuck up." Lilith released her leg and flipped her husband's face. "Are you saying coming to me was a mistake?" Lucifer grinned. "Darling, if nothing else, you're the best thing that came out of this other than Charlie." He sighed. "I just don't want her burned like I was." Lilith gave him a kiss on the lips. "Honey, trust in her. I promise things might not unravel like you fear. If they do, then we will be there for her and she will grow from this experience. That is what matters the most, no? Experience?" With a sigh, "Lucifer, I guess, but no father no matter who wants to see their child heartbroken." He held onto his cane. "Not at their hands. I'll turn all their little pets into smears if they dare." Before separating from her husband, Lilith chuckled a little. In moments like these, she was able to see the man she loved and the man who loved those close to him. Although he was not one to mix his emotions and thoughts, it was the only occasion when they were all together as a family. Perhaps things could be resolved if the idiot would stop being such a jerk and explain his reasoning to her daughter. "It's not like someone in heaven is unaware of this," she said, cocking her head. "Perhaps that brother of his. What was his name? Gabriel, I believe." "We'll see," she said, shaking her head, "but first I'd better arrange for our visit in a few months. I am so excited to see the hotel." Lucifer could only shiver at his wife's strange behavior, while Lilith practically skipped out of the throne room. However, he narrowed his eyes after feeling a tingling sensation on the back of his neck. "What are you doing here?" His yellow eyes glowed with anger as he looked at the shadows. "You know better than to come here, so what is it you want?" All that was visible of the person was their halo and white wings as they gradually came out of the shadow. The individual grinned sorrowfully. "You sure haven't changed, huh?" "Neither have you," Lucifer said, narrowing his eyes. "Imp City, you wouldn't say Veronica was an emotional person. Not in the sense that she would care about someone's feelings and think about them constantly. They agree to fuck her just enough, but after a few encounters, she grows disinterested and moves on." However, that is no longer the case. Although she wanted to decline, she had to leave the hotel when her studio called to invite her to Imp City for a new photo shoot. Without her favorite hellhound to keep her company, it was incredibly dull, and even though he was rejecting her advances, she knew that a part of him found her attractive. However, he simply lacked the typical drive. Naruto was also hesitant, and after the major altercation, she wasn't sure if calling Tex was the best course of action given that she had personally contacted him. She feared he would cut off all communication and interaction with her if he believed she was butting in places she shouldn't be. The thought made her shudder. She sighed as the pink limousine came to a stop and she realized she was outside the photo shoot location. She tried to mentally prepare herself for this. Furthermore, she wasn't certain she could be in the right mindset. According to what she understood, the focus of this photo shoot was her new album cover, and she was getting a lot of attention while wearing the tiniest bikini imaginable. Although she was unable to wear it at the hotel, she was certain she could wear it on the set. This could work either way, but her goal was to use it for seduction in the future. Just something to keep her groupies happy while they fucked around while she was in the hotel and to sell her album. As she entered the building, she simply strolled through the corridors while some of the nearby demons hissed and groaned. She couldn't care less, even though normally she would entertain them and think about letting them have a little fun with her. In any case, fucking lightweights probably couldn't handle me. As she ascended the stairs, she noticed Tex standing in front of a door at the end of the hallway. He had a blank expression on his face, and she wasn't sure if he was irritated or just concerned. "Tex. How is everyone?" she asked, grinning, and he grinned back. "Pretty good, boss. Just keeping the idiots in line when I have to, but sadly most can't stop trying to fuck anything that doesn't shake them off. Succubus and incubus are always a pain." So Verosika rolled her eyes and said, "I figured. Well anyway, I'm heading in." With a snap of his fingers, he opened the door and said, Right, I almost forgot to mention, Naruto just texted me last night." "How is he?" Verosika said, pausing in her tracks. After regaining his hearing, Tex said, "He's fine. He told me that he is going to be in town today and heading back to the hotel to talk to Charlie. So probably you'll see him this afternoon. But he asked me to meet up with him about something and I wanted to ask if I can take off after the shoot." "Sure, just let me know when he is on his way to the hotel, okay?" Verosika asked thoughtfully, but she smiled. Tex rolled his eyes, thinking that his boss ought to give up. Sure. That didn't mean he wouldn't give her the information she requested. "Great!" Verosika exclaimed as she walked into the room and saw that everyone had prepared. To be honest, the guys were just wearing Speedos, while the girls were all decked out in their most skimpy, and sometimes more revealing, bikini tops and bottoms. She knew she had to be the one to stand out in this situation, even though she could concede that some of them looked good in their clothes. She abruptly threw her fur coat to the side of the room, where one of the crazed photographers caught it. She then removed her skirt and top, exposing her bikini to the audience. While the girls were whistling and the incubus could sense their lust, the majority were startled into silence. Overall, her attire was extremely revealing, but not to the extent of wearing only band-aids and pasties as she would at the beach. In this instance, however, she opted for a single swimsuit with a mid-drift opening to allow her breasts to bounce, and thin strips that barely covered her nipples against her chest. A close inspection revealed some nipple skin beneath the straps. In addition to highlighting her barely covered crotch, the swimsuit's crotch section dug in between her ass cheeks. She could honestly say that she didn't give a flying fuck, even though the room could only whistle and pant while it made her feel stronger. She just wanted to finish this shoot and return as soon as possible after learning that her favorite hound would be returning to the hotel. Now that it seems like he will be more forthcoming, she could attempt to capture his attention. Her instincts are always right, so I'm not sure why she had this thought. As she stretched her arm, she noticed the tattoo on her right arm and the name she had crossed out. Verosika scowled. To be honest, the mere thought of her ex only made her angry. She was deeply resentful of it, and it was one of the reasons she vowed never to date an imp again. He simply didn't seem to trust her in any kind of relationship, and Blitzo was a thoughtless jerk. He also spent a lot of her money while they were dating, and even though she didn't care about money, she was upset that he had done that to her and never expressed regret. He had to be a cynical asshole about everything and, worse, blame her for other things. All she ever wanted from him was an apology. She was in a committed relationship at the time, so even though she was tempted to try her luck with some men, she didn't bother. Because at the time, she was too respectful of Blitzo. But after his actions, she did indeed get royally messed up, have one of the biggest orgies ever, and exhaust all of her partners, including a number of succubuses and incubuses. She had considered getting the stupid thing taken out, but she couldn't explain why she didn't want to. Perhaps it served as a reminder of her animosity toward him. Was it to keep the anger and fury in her heart alive? Remind her that she met Naruto by chance after he did this to her, and that they forged a new bond out of the ashes of the previous one? She was unsure, but she was certain that she had never considered removing the tattoo. She shook her head, concentrating on the photo shoot where she was asked to strike the most provocative pose and the other members of her groupies joining in. She had to concentrate on business for the time being, and she would worry about the sexy hound and her dickhead ex later. City of Pentagram Naruto had just given Xavier instructions to pick up the items he needed for his mother's surprise gift from a nearby plant store. Although validated, he was aware that he owed her a great deal for his outburst and his manner of speaking to her. He did regret his actions and some of the things he said, even though it is true that he was hungover, exhausted, and angry at the time. Even though he was aware that his mother treated him better than most people and that he exploited her when he wanted something, he was still prepared to own up to his mistakes and knew that, under the correct circumstances, his mother would as well. In addition, Veggie was making him crazy about everything that was happening, including the cherry bomb, her encounter with the frog demon, and his mother's phase transition. Yes, his absence was a strange period of time. Naruto watched as gunfire and explosions erupted in all directions as an explosion tore through the streets, and he just stared while demons fled. Fuck me, can't I get a break from idiots? Seeing Xavier, take the back route home, I'll catch up later. Of course, Lord Morningstar. Before Naruto could correct him, the limo swiftly backed up and he disappeared down the street. He shook his head and continued walking down the city's streets, where he saw heaps of corpses everywhere and couldn't help but whistle. I'm gonna kill him one day, I know it. That or I'll turn him into a chew toy. Fuck. Who are you? When Naruto looked around, he noticed that 4 piles had been set up, with a green frog at the top of the pile in the middle. Huh, a Muppet? Finally, someone gets it right? Cool. So you're the frog I have heard about beating up demons and even killing a few smaller overlords. He leapt off the pile and said, right. Why are you asking? He sighed and said, because you beat up a friend of mine named Cherry Bomb, and while she might not be a close friend, she is still a friend and my underling, so that is a big problem. The frog gave a finger snap. You're the hellhound I heard about. His gaze narrows slightly. So you have come to challenge me to a battle, have you? Then let us begin. When the epic music began, Naruto's only thought was, is this the fucking music from Godzilla vs. Kong? Flabbergasted. Before preparing his claws for combat, Naruto rolled his arms and shook his head. Not even close, dickhead. After staring at each other, the 2 demons roared and yelled. LERRYYYYYGENNNNNNKKKKKKINNNNSSS. They both appeared in front of each other in a blur, and in that brief moment, they heard something fall to the ground. Both of them can see it's a bag of green stuff when they look down. My pot. My pot. They both glanced up and scowled. Your pot? Your pot? After 10 minutes, Kermit and Naruto are seated in a corner, with Kermit holding a large blunt and Naruto a smaller one. They both inhaled deeply and exhaled the smoke puff. So, Naruto said, turning to face him, we cool? Yeah. Kermit grinned. I'll stick to the south areas since those seem to be up for grabs while you and Cherry keep everything else. He inhaled his stick and said, yeah, by the way, why did you fuck her up? She never specified why? Well, she called me Sesame Street. Do you know how many motherfuckers in this place have done that to me? Kermit joined in Naruto's smile as he said, I'm guessing quite a few. Oh yeah, I have fucked people up because of it, but thanks to this, I have nothing to go for my name. Why? Because copyright shit. Yep. It was novel for Naruto to raise an eyebrow. After that he snapped his fingers. Right, Gramps made that ages ago just to piss people off when they couldn't use his likeness or even things he said was his. I think it was meant to fuck with God or something. Probably, but anyway, I am Kermit, but I'm not the Kermit. He exhaled deeply. Honestly, my time in hell has been horrible. How? Naruto inhaled deeply as he observed what others might miss, a weary and exhausted frog. Well, take your pick. First, my ex takes all my shit and leaves me with nothing but an empty feeling. My dickhead of a brother stole what cash I had left, and finally I can't seem to get another lap dance from Ginger. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Ginger, really? Kermit straightened his posture. You know her? Naruto rolled his eyes. Standing up and taking another hit, he said, yeah, that club where she works is one that owes me favors, come on. Huh, where are we going? Where else are we going to get you a lap dance? Naruto asked, turning to face the frog as he passed. There was nothing else Kermit needed to hear. After 2 hours, Tex had entered the club with his girlfriend. Naruto texted him to say he was hanging out here, but he didn't know why. But when he looked through the door, he saw Naruto smoking another stick of marijuana while lounging in a corner. He could also see that the hound was totally at ease. Additionally, he had a purple-skinned demon rubbing her ass all over him, but he appeared to be accepting it. In a different corner, he noticed Ginger, a very attractive succubus, performing a large, rounded lap dance for a frog who was grinning broadly as he watched her. According to Tex, Ginger had some of the biggest titties in the area, and if the money was right, she would be more than happy to let people touch and suck her. However, it appears that Naruto had pulled some strings, and as a result, the frog demon that was causing chaos is now receiving more attention. Waving at Tex, Naruto yelled, "Take a seat anywhere, man, and relax. I'm not going anywhere for a bit." "All right." He grinned as he turned to face his girlfriend. "Want to do a lap dance for me?" His girlfriend looked directly into his single red eye, put her hand on her hip, and raised an eyebrow at him. "You got cash?" After feeling around and patting his pocket, Tex discovered that he had a card but no money. "Fucked." She grinned. "Sorry, looks like." "Hey, I'll cover him, so stop teasing the poor hound." When Naruto displayed a massive bundle of cash, everyone in the room started to perspire. Where is he concealing that amount of money? She shrugged her shoulders, gestured for Tex to go into a corner, and then hurried into the back before emerging in a very skimpy outfit. "All right, my lovely hound, shall we see how long you can restrain yourself before we go into the VIP room?" "Oh, hell yeah, baby." The images and videos of Naruto and the others that were being uploaded caused some people to react differently. Charlie was trying to concentrate on what she wanted to say to her son when he returned to the hotel, so she was inhaling deeply and whispering something to herself. While yelling at Angel for disturbing Husker, who was ignoring them all, Veggie concentrated on soothing her. Alistair was simply grinning, and it was possible to hear the static coming from his mouth and see the bewilderment on his face. Luna frowned in frustration and began to stare at herself in the mirror as she searched her phone for anything new. "I'm better looking than that slut, right? Well, I know I'm cleaner than her thanks to the medicine." She heard a ring and saw that Naruto had sent her a text message. Hello Luna, I've returned to town and will be staying at the hotel for a while, but would you like to get together once I'm settled in again? L. All right, what would you like to do? Her heart was in Luna's throat. Since I am aware that you did not complete the hound training program, how about we get together to determine how much hand-to-hand training you require? Luna scowled for a moment before grinning. This would be ideal. L. Okay, how about you tell me when you're available? See you then, of course. Grinning, Luna approached her bed and collapsed backward. She was going to take full advantage of this next opportunity. Conversely, Verosika glared while watching the video. She didn't like it when other women touched him, even though she was glad he was being more forthcoming about sexual matters. Damn it, she wasn't going to lose. Seeing this as a challenge, she thought it might be time to try different strategies at the hotel and see how they worked. In contrast, Octavia scowled as she watched the video. She had to acknowledge that Naruto had some peculiar tastes, even though she wasn't a sexual demon or anything. She scowled as she looked down at her body and said, "Makes me wonder if he would like me." To be honest, she wasn't the most sexually inclined creature in the world, even though she was definitely a C-cup and had a Lilith body in comparison to most. More than anything else, it was a preference. However, she noticed him smoking and unwinding, so she reasoned that perhaps he was beginning to delve deeper into his emotions. She was not going to lose out, so if that's the case, she needs to figure out how to get back together with him and make her claim. In contrast, Naruto simply sneezed a little, offered the woman more money, and noticed her nude tits. He decided to take advantage of his freedom while it lasted because he knew that the next few days would be a roller coaster. Before entering the hotel, Naruto sighed and smoked a joint in front of the front door. After letting off steam at the strip club, he felt better personally, but upon returning, he realized he had to deal with the fallout from his behavior. He was more vaggy than his mother because he was certain that she would tear him to pieces. It was similar to every time they spent time together that Vaggie had to be more stern with him. However, that was not without its own set of issues. Rewind. Sitting in his room, Naruto was incredibly irritated. After he tricked Vaggie by replacing her special time of the month pads with ones coated in glue and itching powder, which prevented Vaggie from removing the pad when the itching started, Charlie grounded him. How was he supposed to know that those things have a dosage? After a year or so of dating his mother, Veggie can honestly state that he doesn't like her. He didn't like her at all, and there was something about her that always disturbed him. As he began to plan his next practical joke, Naruto mentally complained, "Spanish bitch just won't take a hint." He turned to see Veggie standing there, expressionless, as the door opened. She hurriedly shut the door behind her, inhaled deeply, and then walked briskly toward the child. "Naruto, can we talk?" He scowled and wanted to refuse, but his mother took his game console, so he did. He pushed his swivel chair and spun around so he didn't have to look directly at Veggie. "Fine, what do you want, Veggie?" he asked in frustration. Ignoring the disapproving expression on Naruto's face, Veggie sat at the edge of his bed and twitched but took a deep breath. "Look, I know you don't like me. I can tell," he spat, "no shit." "But," Veggie grumbled, "I love your mom, I want to be with her and I want to be part of everything of her life. So, can you please give me a chance?" Naruto gazed. He extended his hand, raised his palm, and then raised it to give her the middle finger. The intensity of Veggie's tick mark increased. Naruto pushed to spin in his chair more and reprimanded him, saying, "Go fuck yourself." "I would say fuck you, but that would imply I want you and I don't. Who know what you bring to the table?" Veggie snarled, "Look, I know you don't care about me in the least and I get it, but for Charlie's sake can you at least try to pretend you like me? Or potentially trust me?" Naruto's eyes narrowed and then he snarled, "Last time someone asked me to trust them, and I did it. Horrible things happened to her. I'd sooner kill you than do that again." Veggie scowled. "What are you talking about?" Naruto scoffed. As his chair came to a stop, Naruto said, his face displaying annoyance, as though he were superior to her, more experienced, more aware. "If mom hasn't told you, then it is obvious that she doesn't trust you that much." At last, Veggie's tick broke. "That's it, you little shit." Naruto was abruptly lifted from his chair and had an arm wrapped around his neck before he felt knuckles piercing his skull. He could feel the friction as they roughly rubbed the area between his ears. "You might not like me, Brad, but you will respect me," Naruto snarled. "The hell I will," she screamed as Naruto bit the inside of her arm. "Little fucker." He rolled through and hit the wall with his hands and feet after she swiftly threw him across the room. He immediately pushed away and jumped back at her, but she was prepared to grab the back of his shirt and hurl him across the room. He rolled over once more, but this time she pushed him away and then slammed a pillow from his chair viciously into the back of his head. With a savage thud, it knocked him to the ground. Naruto swiftly kicked her ankle, causing her to tilt slightly, and then used a right hook to strike her in the face. Veggie struck him once more with the pillow, but he used his claws to tear it to pieces. "What, too much of a pussy to hit back? How are you going to be there when she needs you if you're too afraid to hit even me?" Before long, Naruto discovered a left hook to his nose, which caused him to roll across the floor. After holding his nose for a moment, Naruto snorted and spat out some of the blood. Good punch. But not good enough. Scuffling, objects breaking, and the sound of something heavy breaking were the only sounds that any of the servants could hear. Eventually, one of the servants hurried to the dining room to tell Charlie and her parents, who fled to the bedroom in concern. Lilith is more concerned about her grandson because she is aware that he can have excessive self-confidence at times. Lucifer to observe how everything is developing and whether this is the day that their relationship will finally blossom. Charlie? Merely hoping they wouldn't kill one another in the end. When they opened the door, they were greeted by the sweet image of Veggie sitting on the shattered bed, Naruto holding his hands and head in her lap. If not for the fact that Veggie had multiple cuts under her hair, blood streaming down her face, and cuts and bruises all over her body, it would be even cuter. In contrast, Naruto had bruises all over his body, dry blood on his claws, and a bloody nose. "Veggie." The girl gave Charlie a smile. "It's all good. I think he is starting to like me now." Charlie hurried to check on the two of them while Lilith just stared. And Lucifer? He was simply laughing on the ground. Flashback ends with a sigh. Naruto let go of his roach and used his foot to squash it into the ground. Yes, that was the first day he began to respect her, and it was a really interesting day. However, he quickly knocked on the door and saw it swing open because he knew this was going to happen. Alistair grinned. "Greetings, my young hound. Have you returned from your romp through mayhem, chaos, and hormones that I dare not ask about?" Naruto gave a deadpan look. "Yeah, got that stuff out of my system, now move." Grinning, the red demon stepped aside to avoid him. Alistair smiled a few centimeters and said, "Charlie is waiting for you in the other room." After giving a nod, Naruto hurried out of the doorway and headed toward the foyer, which housed the bar and other amenities. He noticed Angel lounging by the bar there, but he wasn't drinking. They appeared bored as they read what appeared to be a demon gossip magazine. Husker had been drinking. When he saw his mother approaching him in her new appearance, Naruto leapt over a blur that was racing for his legs. The fuck? I'm gone for a little while and this happens? Charlie chuckled. Well, I thought a change was necessary and honestly, I think this works better, no? Naruto gave a shoulder shrug. You look good either way, so I'm not one to complain. Charlie grinned. She glanced subtly and said, Naruto, look, which caused Husker to sigh. Like a horse pursuing a carrot that was dangling in front of them, Angel followed him as he swiftly produced a large bottle of ostentatiously expensive alcohol. When the room was empty, the mother and son sat down on the couch and gazed at each other. Both fell into an uncomfortable silence. After all these days, what were they meant to say? Naruto massaged the nape of his neck. Look, Mom, I wanted to say I'm sorry. He looked at her. Shit has been adding up lately, and between my growing horniness and everything else that was going on, I guess I just blew up. I didn't mean what I said, but I do wish things were different than they were as a child. Charlie sighed and grinned. Yes, and I can admit that I pushed too much on you at times. It is not fair that I try to control everything you do. I mean, for fuck's sakes, you're 24, how are you going to find your own life if I don't let you? Her eyes begin to water. But my fear is that when you do start your own life, I won't see you as much, and losing you is terrifying for me. Naruto gave a head nod. Yeah, Grandma said the same thing, recalling a meal they went to together. But smothering me is not helping, which is why I wish you could be more open about certain activities. With a sigh, Charlie, all right, so what are your demands then? Where did this aspect of his mother originate? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. I want to be able to smoke weed without you getting on me about it. I'm not smoking like a chimney or nothing, but this shit is helping my nerves. I want you to stop being so critical about everything I do. I know I'm the face of a lot of things, but I do have the right to do things for myself. I want you to let me make some of my own decisions, even if they end up blowing up in my face. Charlie raised her eyebrows. I can agree to that. I mean, you're right, you're old enough, but please promise me that you'll be careful, and you'll still help with the hotel. Naruto let out a sigh. Sure, but you have to agree to listen to me when I'm at least trying to make a suggestion about something. Agreed, but you have to promise not to display your vices in front of the others when they're trying to seek redemption. Naruto said, sure. He assumed that would be the case. Naruto gave her a hug in return after Charlie scooted over to him and embraced him tightly. She recoiled when he rubbed a particular area of her back. That location served as a spooky reminder of the past. Hey. Naruto withdrew, saying, grab Veggie and follow me outside, there is something I want us to do. Despite raising an eyebrow, Charlie hurried out of the room and called Veggie in. When Veggie entered the room, Naruto gestured for them to follow him to the hotel's rear. There, they witnessed something unexpected that they had never seen before. There is a massive pink tree that is in full bloom for everyone to see. It even has tiny flowers that are falling and covering some of the ground. This display shocks both women, but they were even more taken aback when they noticed a picnic blanket outside with a basket on top of it. Mom, Veggie, to make up for the mess I caused when I left, I decided the three of us should have a nice picnic under a beautiful tree. The two women were taken aback. Naruto, how did you? Naruto dismissed his mother's idea. Not really important how I pulled it off, just know I did some stuff here and there and got someone to help me out with this little project. The strip club Kermit was having a great time watching the asses around him twerk. He quickly grabbed a straw and sucked the line into his nose while holding it to a white line. He simply screamed, but it's impossible to tell where the fucking thing is on his face. Fuck yes, I'm so fucking high right now. Tex merely gazed. That happened, oh baby. Tex groaned, pushing his girlfriend down on his crotch and placing his hand on the back of her head. He groaned when he felt her tongue encircling his dick and even caressing his balls. She grinned and removed her mouth from his penis. Keep your eyes on me, baby, or do you want the frog to come over here instead? She was forced back down on his crotch by Tex, who grabbed the back of her head. Fuck, you're such a tease. Kermit approached Ginger after noticing that she was grinning and conversing with another succubus off to the side. Hey baby, can I get one more lap dance before leaving? Ginger sighed after a moment of staring at the frog. She grabbed him by the right arm and pulled him into the VIP room, where he was pushed onto a couch and grinning. Yeah, well, I have some better for you. With a casual gesture, Ginger reached behind her and unsnapped her top, allowing it to drop to the floor and accentuate her purple breasts. She had to be at least a K-cup, according to Kermit, and he wasn't whining at all. Oh, baby, I like where this is going. Shimming her hips to lower her pants, she walked over to him wearing only a tight-fitting thong and said, "You should." She swiftly cupped his hidden crotch, but he could still feel his balls and cock inside. "If Naruto hadn't asked me to at least give you a day, I wouldn't bother, but," she said. "I'm not sure how this is possible," but it didn't conceal his actual size. She entertained Kermit in part because, as a sex demon, she could tell a man's size just by looking at him. This Muppet had quite the dick, apparently. "If you ever, and I mean ever, try that shit you did earlier again, I'll make sure that blue balls are the least of your trouble." She grinned, meaning, "You fuck one of my friends or try to get more free shit from me through Naruto, I will make sure you get fucked by your own dick and eat your own balls." Kermit paled a little and scowled. "Don't worry baby, I'm not stupid enough, I'll get the money and pay for next time honestly." Ginger grinned and let go of his crotch. "Good, now, please enjoy our VIP special." Ginger took off her underwear, leaving Kermit speechless. "Huh, so you dye your hair blonde then?" Everyone disregarded the scream that was heard. Kermit, poor guy. A tree Veggie was trying to keep an eye out in case the others came looking, while Charlie was busy arranging the food and Naruto had settled down on the blanket with his head in her lap. Naruto sighed as he noticed her perspiring. "Veggie, you need to relax, seriously, I mean, is it so wrong to spend time with us?" Charlie scowled as he observed Veggie shaking her head. Veggie rubbed the back of her head and said, "No, that's not it, I just don't care to hear shit from people who don't understand is all." "You mean like that one party?" Veggie nodded her head and rubbed her shoulder. Charlie grinned. "Veggie," she said to her partner, "I don't care what other people think about our relationship. You know this. I mean, come on, I tried dating other people before and all of them sucked to some degree and some were worse than others." Naruto snarled as his head was patted to lift his spirits. "But," Charlie grinned, "I know that after we started dating you were better than all of them. You were kind, caring, you didn't judge me for my ideas." She gave herself a little pat on the shoulder, letting Naruto complain for attention, well, not openly. Laughing, Veggie said, "Yeah, there are moments where I do wonder. And that is what I love about you. You keep me grounded when sometimes I might get a little too," Charlie said with a brighter smile than before. "What's the word?" she asked, tapping her chin. "Overly ambitious." She kissed his forehead and said, "Yes, thank you Naruto. That's another thing. Naruto actually likes you and you go out of your way to try and be there for both of us." Naruto noticed the expression in his mother's eyes as he looked up at her. He allowed her to approach Veggie while she was sitting up, and she quickly took her girlfriend's hands in her own. "Veggie," the girl said, staring and flushed. "There is no doubt in my mind you're one of the most important people in my entire life. There is nothing in my life that means more to me than spending time with you at this hotel and with my son. We are one big happy family and I couldn't ask for more." Naruto's eyebrow went up. "What about Angel behaving?" "Well, he is doing better on certain days about that." He noticed the glare in her eyes and said, "What about Veronica and her bad behavior and the fact that she doesn't believe in, right, sorry?" Veggie watched in bewilderment. What on earth was happening? "Veggie, we have been dating since my son was 8 and that means we have been together for roughly 16 years. I have thought long and hard about this and well," Charlie said, turning back to face Veggie. She then took out a small box from her right pocket. Naruto grinned and took out a sandwich to eat as Veggie gasped. Should his meat be screaming, he wondered? Perhaps it was one of the meats that was on hand and that only the foolish people were able to eat. Who knows, it might be tasty. "Veggie," Charlie said, holding out the box and opening it to reveal a stunning ring with a gold band and 2 gemstones. Ruby and amethyst. "Will you marry me?" he asked. Veggie was taken aback by the rapid pace of events and was unsure of how to take it all in. Between the hotel, irritating customers, controlling Charlie's emotions, and battling Naruto. Yes, this is exactly what she did not anticipate happening so quickly. As Charlie watched Veggie go through the motions and appear unsure of the question, she bit her lip. Although Naruto could understand her dilemma, he wished she would simply say, yes. "Veggie," the woman said, glancing at her. "Is this excessive? Do you not like the ring? I can go get another?" "No," exclaimed Veggie, waving her hands. "Nothing is wrong with the ring or anything. Just that this is all so much, I mean yeah, we have been dating long enough that I did wonder if you would ever ask." Charlie appeared to gather flowers around her head. "But just that with everything that happened I wasn't sure you know." She sighed. "Fuck, this is complicated, I mean with the hotel and the clients. Then what happened earlier between you two?" Naruto and Charlie both scowled. "I don't know, doesn't this seem out of place maybe?" Charlie scowled and looked shamefully at the floor. Was the timing really that crucial? Naruto interrupted, setting out some food for the two of them, but that's what makes this the perfect time. We all went through some shit for the last week, we have been dealing with a lot of stress, and it is like we are moving on to another phase of our lives. Why wouldn't it make sense we do something to signal we are making a change for the better? Naruto grinned. I mean, you two clearly love each other and we're waiting for one or the other to pop the question, and now that things are returning to normal and a new phase is beginning, why not embrace it for being engaged? After giving it some thought, Vaggie nodded her head. I guess that's one way to look at it. Charlie became alert. Does that mean? Vaggie grinned. Yes, I'll marry you, Charlie. Nothing would make me happier. As she placed the ring on Vaggie's finger, Charlie burst into applause and started crying. Vaggie looked at the ring and shed a few tears as well. They gave each other a firm embrace before exchanging passionate kisses. Naruto took a quick look at his meal. Too sweet, really makes me sick. Charlie gave Naruto a hug as the two parted ways. But son, you'll be seeing more of this. I mean, after all, now Vaggie is officially your mother. Naruto scowled. Yeah, but she still is Vaggie to me. Vaggie grinned. He blushed fiercely beneath his fur as she approached him and planted a kiss on his forehead, saying, You're still the brat to me. But you're now my son too, so expect double the motherly love. Naruto scoffed. The motherly love that Vaggie never displayed was not unwanted. No thanks, I've seen videos of what you two do in private. I'm sorry. Angel, get your spidery ass back here, I'm going to fucking skin you alive for RECORIDNG me and Charlie. Vaggie yelled as she turned to face the hotel. That's what was on Angel's phone. Charlie and Naruto gazed at Vaggie as she dashed into the hotel. Naruto chuckled. Well, pay back for the virgin and small dick comments, I guess. Charlie grinned. I guess we can let this slide as long as she doesn't actually kill him. Charlie saw a spear emerge from one of the broken windows, and as her eyes glowed, the spear turned to dust. Well, at least things seem to be returning to normal. With a shake of his head, Naruto asked, define normal. With a smile, Charlie placed Naruto's head in her lap, began to massage the area between his ears, and kissed his forehead. Our normal. After rolling his eyes, Naruto closed them. Then it struck him, fuck, I forgot to warn Kermit about Ginger's particular tastes. The strip club, Ginger, what are you doing with that? Why, showing you my kind of romance, my love. Okay, but does that have to? Yes, now stop being such a bitch, oh fuck. After several hours, Charlie was ecstatic because she was finally getting married, her hotel was fully operational again, and the chaos that many people were experiencing there felt comfortable to her. As the sun began to set, Charlie was lounging by the fireplace on the ground floor. She was staring at her phone, which had a new screensaver that featured a photo of her and Vaggie holding hands to display the ring, with Naruto in the back grinning and holding up his hands in V shapes. At the moment, Naruto was smoking one of his joints while relaxing in his room. Fearing that Taco Breath was trying to skin him, Vaggie continued to chase Angel while he screamed. It was Alistair. Nifty was tidying up while Husker was at the bar. Charlie was aware that Veronica was coming back today, but she didn't care because her son was home and everything was going well. Before she went to the door and opened it, she heard a knock. Kermit was standing there, waving his arm and grinning. Hello there, Princess of Hell, she waved back. Hi? Is there anything I can do to help? Yeah, I know Naruto lives here and I was wanting to talk to him about something. Oh, what is it? I was at the strip club and wanted to ask why he didn't warn me about Ginger and her exotic taste of shoving things in places they don't need to be shoved. He shuddered a little. Charlie scowled. How do you know my son exactly, and why was he at this strip club with you? 1. We were about to fight but we got high with each other instead, and 2. We were there to get me a free dance and to party. Plus, we had a gentleman's agreement. What kind of agreement? She would kill him if it was perverted. Simple. Since I'm now his father figure in this life, I'm going to make sure everyone respects his gangster and making sure he eventually gets his dick wet. They slammed the door. Fucking idiot, as if I would allow Naruto to have a father figure like that. When she heard another knock on the door, she turned away. She sighs as she turns around and opens it. She thought he would be standing there, but he was carrying candy and flowers this time. I'm sorry if I offended you, here a peace offering. Charlie grabbed the candies and flowers and surveyed the area. Where the fuck? Oh, I have BS powers, I can do shit that makes no sense. Charlie gave a deadpan look. Okay, So, about this, what are Naruto's preferences when it comes to women? Once more, the door was slammed. Charlie placed the chocolates on the reception desk and placed the flowers in a tiny vase that she summoned with a wave of her hand. She sighed as she rubbed her nose between her eyes after hearing another knock on the door. Fucking Christ. Kermit was standing there this time, but he was dressed in a white suit, and she stomped back over to the door. Okay, seriously, what the fuck? Oh, I figured you might be offended that I was naked, so I put on clothes this time. She gave him a thorough examination before closing the door once more. Charlie inhaled deeply, but before she could move, there was a knock. Her horns emerged, her eyes darkened, and her fangs began to erupt. She slams the door open and sees Kermit, but he's wearing a black wig with purple highlights, black nails, black netting on his arms, and a sullen demeanor. Hi, is this the place that one can come to find redemption? Yes, you can, but why are you dressed up like this? Charlie asked, raising an eyebrow. Dressed up like what? This is how I express myself, other than listening to death metal and wondering what the point to life is and the conformity that everyone seems so taken with. Charlie simply didn't know how to interpret this. Okay. Yo, what the fuck is going on? She looked over her shoulder and noticed Kermit following her. Wait, how in the foo, she said, turning first to the Kermit in front of her and then to the one behind her. I'm going to ask later how you got in, but who the fuck is this? Oh, I'm another person that died but became a Kermit as well, but I'm dressed differently. So, you're like me but listen to death metal and hate the establishment. Seriously, what the fuck is? Yeah, that's true, and I was 6 when my parents kicked me out and I bought my first eyeliner. Dude, that makes no sense. Sense is something only those with hope can. When Charlie slammed her foot down, both frogs turned to stare at the princess who had changed. You. She gestured to Kermit and said, go up the stairs and find Naruto and deal with whatever you need to deal with. Sweet, catch you later. So, you looking for a place to stay to redeem or, she said, turning to face the emo-looking Kermit. I would like redemption, but I'm not sure, my emotions are just nothing but pain. Oh, for fuck's sake, either start singing Linkin Park or get your ass in this hotel. I want to help people but I don't have to deal with weird bullshit. Emo Kermit nodded and entered, but he began to sing Linkin Park's Numb, and Charlie let out a sigh. The things I do for everyone to be redeemed. Naruto observed the hotel staff organizing themselves. While discussing Verosika's drinking, which seemed to have increased during his absence and has since decreased since his return, his mother was attempting to arrange the schedules. Angel appeared to be acting better, and even after Vaggie almost killed him with a spear for recording her private time with Charlie, he is beginning to advance, if only slightly. For example, abstaining from drugs for the past month, reducing alcohol consumption, and appearing to be more cooperative and vocal about his treatment and objectives. Naruto nodded, indicating that while he was still hostile toward the others, that was just Angel being Angel. At least he was acting as though he cared about the treatment, even though their newest tenant Emo, Kermit Emo, appeared to be resistant to it. When he didn't irritate Naruto, anyway. Rewind, Naruto had just returned, but he had already run out of his stash, so he was searching the hotel. Fuck, I couldn't have smoked all that shit already. What's going on? Naruto turned to see Kermit standing there with a gun in his right hand and a blank expression on his face. Kermit, why do you have a gun? Oh, I was going to go shoot some hoes that have been bothering Ginger for the last week, but I could sense you were in trouble. You know what, that is not important. Look, can you help me find my stash? Naruto said, waving his hands. How the fuck? Stash, you mean your weed? Yeah. Naruto was fuming. I fucking have a pack that I leave on the ground floor of the hotel and Husker monitors it to let me know when I need to buy some more. But he told me that somehow, I had run out and he was too drunk to remember what happened. So, someone stole your shit, huh? Okay, let's take a look, I smell weed. As Naruto looked at him, he noticed that his head was turned toward the stairs. They hurried up the stairs and entered one of the bedrooms, where they discovered Emo smoking a bong and the room was smoky. Hey, want a hit? Naruto's eyes twitched and grew wide. Kermit gave a headshake. Bro, did you take the weed from downstairs? Yeah, I mean, the establishment is holding me down, man, and consumerism has just been a bitch. So, when one can find a free stash on hand, one must share the wealth. Naruto squinted his eyes. What the fuck, you're Emo, not a fucking hippie. Emo gave a shrug. Can't I be both? Naruto snarled. Yeah, well, there is one fucking problem of smoking my shit. Oh, thanks, it was good. While tending to the hotel's garden, Charlie witnessed Emo Kermit being hurled out a window and onto the ground below. Fucker, don't touch my shit. Charlie's perspiration stopped. You might want to spend some money on better security for that stash of his. Flashback ends. Since then, Naruto has kept his marijuana in his room away from everyone until they could improve ground floor security, but aside from that, Emo has never touched his shit since the incident. After that, Kermit vanished, only to reappear later with more food and another stash of marijuana for him. It seems that it is not a good idea to knock over a criminal lord who was harassing the stripper he is on with his goons. Who could have known? When Naruto noticed that everyone in the room was occupied and that Alistair was nowhere to be found, he decided to look through his phone for something to do. It's a free day to do something if there are no attacks. Then he recalled Luna, and since she had not recently gone through the channels with the other hellhounds, he had promised to meet up with her and teach her how to fight. His phone rang, so he pulled it up, dialed a number, and waited for it to stop. Imp Luna was sitting in the office looking through her hellbook and occasionally glancing at fuckbook because she was so bored. Celebrities like to share that stuff with everyone, so she went on to see who was fucking who these days. It would be interesting to see if there are any intriguing pairings or if Naruto somehow made it on this site, but she didn't care. However, she noticed that Blitzo was attempting to contact someone for assistance with the client in his office when she noticed a flashing light on her desk. It appeared to her that it was a vengeful woman who had just entered hell, most likely less than a month ago, and who wanted someone killed because they had been wronged. Suicide was a terrible thing. With a sigh, she rose from her chair, went to knock on his office door, and he quickly said, "Come in." She opened the door and gazed at the horned, purple-skinned demon. Her intensity of rage was evident from the glow in her red eyes. "Okay, you need something, Blitzo?" "Luna honey, meet our client. She wants to ask us to kill some dumb woman in the human world due to her surviving a murder attempt she made." The female snarled. Luna rolled her eyes. "Yeah, so the charge for this killing is about 50,000 plus medical expenses. Is that fair?" The female sniffed. "If this means I can see that bitch burning down here with the rest of us, then fine, I will enjoy paying for this." Luna gave a nod. "Okay then, we'll have her dead with 24 hours or the killing is free." His daughter gave him a stern look and he quickly stopped talking. "Luna, hold on," she said. "Is that a company policy? I didn't see that on the sign." Luna grumbled. "Yeah, we have had that policy for quite a while. It helps motivate us to keep doing our fucking job and actually nuke the fucker that you want dead." Luna reached for her cell phone. "Plus you're paying a shit ton of money. Makes sense that we have to work fast and hard. Otherwise, who knows, they might die of natural causes and poof, they go to heaven and it is the middle finger to you." "I'm not sure how," but the woman turned pale and snarled. "Kill that bitch and ruin her, and I might pay extra because I want to see that little bitch down here so I can fucking tear off her skin and wear it as my new dress." Luna gave a nod. She completed writing things down on her phone, showed her the conditions, and nodded. "Cool, got it." Even though Luna might only perform the bare minimum of her duties, she completed the tasks that were important. The woman gave a growl and left the room, leaving Luna and Blitzo glaring and huffing. "Luna, we've never done that policy before, so why the fuck did you tell her that?" Luna rolled her eyes. 1. With a single finger raised, she needs to know we will jump on this shit immediately instead of dicking around and leaving her in the dark. If we actually kill this bitch in less than 24 hours, she'll spread it out to others and this will help productivity go up. Blitzo raised his finger, then let it fall. Fair point. 2. With 2 fingers raised, we are in the fucking hole, Blitzo. We need more work soon or this place is going to run up so much debt we are going to have to peddle out flesh if we want even to keep this building. Yes, Moxie was correct. The billboard was a bad idea, Blitzo moaned. He wouldn't ever tell the little know-it-all. 3. With 3 fingers raised, the most important thing is that if we are going to charge those kinds of fees, it would make sense. We have strict guidelines to help run shit here. I mean, come on, Blitzo, how are we going to be taken seriously if we can't even do our own shit correctly or charge appropriately? I mean, we have to consider ammo, travel costs, the building, our daily lives, and more, so we need to start making more fucking money. Especially for killing people in the human world, which you fucking know what that kind of mess can cause. Yeah, I know. Stolas told me all about how Lucifer and those powered wig fucks like to keep things on the DL due to how heaven gets super pissy if we fuck shit up too much. I mean, I get it, Luna, but please game plan with me first. Luna rolled her eyes. Well, whatever, look, let's get this shit started and maybe, just fucking maybe, get this job done without a fuck up of some kind. Leaping over the desk, Blitzo and Luna left his office. Blame Moxie, that fucking idiot is always thinking with compassion and love that it is fucking annoying. Kinda pissed he keeps doing this, Makes me wonder how Millie likes sleeping with him. He reached for his camera. Also got their latest sex session want to watch. And see pencil dick try to raise his fat ass for that fat ass axe wielding bitch. Nah, I'll pass. Although read someone in the underworld took over for Angel Dust since he started going clean. Yeah, fucking heard about that. Blitzo wandered into the main lobby and saw Millie and Moxie pointing a crossbow at a wall-mounted photo of a contented, smiling family. Guys. Luna just watches as an arrow shoots off and bounces around the room before Blitzo catches it before it reaches the eel tank. We have a job right now, so everyone quick fucking around and let's go lick some ass. The term is kicking, sir. Blitzo gave an eye roll. Mine's better. Rolling his eyes, Moxie said, fuck, who are we killing today? Millie was ecstatic, but Moxie just gulped as Blitzo rolled his shoulders and said, just some cheating bimbo that someone failed to off, and now the person that failed to off the bitch wants her dead. Guess that means we can kill the family if we have to. Moxie really needed to step up and just do his fucking job, Luna said, rolling her eyes. If a bitch fucks another person's husband and it results in murder, then so be it. It's not like the world is full of saints. You don't have to hesitate after going to hell, though. Who in hell is going to condemn you for killing a woman and her family when the woman who was harmed paid you to do it? After locating the spellbook, Luna opened it and quickly made a portal that the three entered to reach the family's house. After letting out a sigh and returning to her desk, Luna noticed her phone ringing. When she realized it was a chibi Naruto, her eyes grew wide. She put the phone to her ear and answered. Naruto, hey. She moaned in her head, hey, good job, Luna. That was dumb. Hey Luna. Listen, you free right now? She didn't really have anything to think about until Blitzo called to ask her to take them home from work. Yeah, I'm free. Well, I was wondering if you wanted to come over to the hotel. I'm kinda having a slow day today and had one of the rooms made into a training room that I use from time to time. I figured we could do some training so to help you fight off any serious horndogs that come your way. After giving it some thought, Luna grinned. This was ideal. Sure, I'll head that way now. Great, see you soon. After smirking and hanging up, Luna hurried down the stairs, grabbed the car, and headed back to her place to put on her training clothes. Something that's alluring and versatile enough to move around in. The adventure of Kermit sighed and rubbed his face. What the fuck, where am I? Kermit, please be quiet, I'm sleeping. Kermit turned his head and saw a naked woman next to him who looked like a blue swan. His eyes widened. Only the sheets that made him perspire and covered her whole body. How the fuck? A second female voice moaned, please be quiet, mother is right, we are both tired. Kermit's body tensed as he turned to face a younger blue swan girl who appeared to be 18. At least he hoped she was. And who was also nude in bed with him. Kermit thought, okay, what the fuck did I do yesterday? As he slipped a big wad of cash out of the bed. Huh? Kermit took the money and counted it. He scratched his chin and asked softly, $2,000? Wait, didn't I make a weapon deal yesterday? Yeah, it was a chain weapon I sold her. Kermit's face furrowed in contemplation. Wasn't it to Naruto's girlfriend? Well, not my Naruto, but a different Naruto who was turned into a lycanthrope hellhound by his hound bride-to-be. Kermit was startled when the doors flew open and a voice yelled. Honey, I have returned. You wouldn't believe the shit I had to deal with when it came to that arrogant bitch of a niece. I mean, seriously, she married into the Argos family, but she just bitches and complains that he fucked some imp because she refuses to put out. I swear that girl is more trouble than she is worth and doesn't understand. A dark feathered, elegantly dressed swan was standing there, staring at him with dark amber eyes and a small crown on his head. He wears red robes most of the time. Okay bro, I can explain. The man gazed. He pulled out a handkerchief and rubbed his beak, saying, well, I'm waiting for a reason for why I have found you with my wife and daughter in the same bed while it smells of sex and depravity. Well, bro, do I have to explain? Yes. Kermit raised a finger prior to, look out, it is a demon. The man just stared. Seriously? Kermit glanced. Kermit hurriedly got out of bed, saying, fuck, well, there goes that plan. Kermit away. The frog leapt from the bed and out the window in a matter of seconds. Fuck. He soon came to the conclusion that his best course of action was probably not to jump out of a giant castle's third-story window onto a thorny bush. Guards find that frog. Honey? Don't you fucking honey me, who the fuck was that and why was he sleeping with you too? With spells flying at him, Kermit groaned as he hurriedly fled the castle. His entire body was bruised from the unidentified sensation, and thorns were piercing his skin. Shit, I hope Naruto is having a better day than me. Hotel has-been. When there was a knock on the door, Naruto hurriedly opened it and grinned to see Luna. Hey, glad you could make it. Yeah, well, I figure never turn down anything that can be fun, and plus hanging out with you is always going to be interesting, no? With a nod, Naruto invited him into the foyer. Well, as you can see, this is the main lobby of the hotel. Luna raised an eyebrow and glanced around. What's with the old-style design? I mean, it looks like time stopped moving in here. Naruto gave a shoulder shrug. Alistair took part in decorating the place. As for why, who knows? That man is known for doing shit on a whim, and honestly it is quite annoying. Right. Heard that you two tussled a few years back when you first rose through the rankings as an overlord. Asshole was lucky it was supper or I be tasting venison. Luna chuckled. Right. So, the training room? Oh, right, follow me. We are going to have to avoid the bar and the upper floors. Mother is having some of her sessions with the clients. Luna followed him and arched an eyebrow. Seriously, she got more than just that porn star here? Yeah, surprisingly we have an emo frog, one who shouldn't touch my shit, and surprisingly another famous star, but redemption is not on her mind, just sobriety. Oh yeah? Who was it? Luna tried to figure out. As they swiftly made their way to the basement, they discovered a training mat, weights, punching bags, and other magical training aids, such as an autonomous moving dummy. Alright Luna, why don't you do some warm-up stretches and I'll get some stuff started. Luna gave a nod. She smiled as she reached down and used her claws to touch her toes, feeling something lingering. As Naruto began working on the wooden practice doll, he noticed that Luna was stretching, and he couldn't help but notice that one part of her body was more prominent than another. Luna could feel his gaze on her ass, which was being tightly squeezed in her athletic shorts, displaying her flowing tail and more pronunciation of her ass. She stretches to touch her toes for a little while before leaning back, which causes her head to touch the floor and her breasts to bounce more visibly. Naruto was unsure, but based on the way her top was constricting her chest, he was certain that she was at least D-cup. As he worked on the training dummy, Naruto felt his pants tighten a little, which made him moan and turn around to cover his erection. Luna grinned. It's so easy to make fun of him, thank God he's relaxing. She demonstrated her flexibility by performing a split on the ground with her crotch touching the floor after a few more erotic stretches in which she sat in a split. After giving the dummy a nod, Naruto made it stand up stiffly and let out the continuous sound of wood hitting itself. Naruto stood outside the fighting ring and said, "Okay. Fight the dummy first and then we can test one another after I have a better idea of your strengths and weaknesses. Don't worry, the dummy is on the lowest setting." Luna scowled at the dummy and rolled her eyes. She quickly punched the dummy in the head, causing its head to fall backward and hang there with its neck wires strained. "That's it." With a smile, Naruto said, "Don't count your hell chickens before they hatch." As soon as she opened her mouth, a vicious blow to her stomach was delivered. She noticed that the wooden dummy had struck her in the stomach and knocked her back a few feet when she looked down. She snarled as she saw its eyes flash a message and its head reset. "Been struck. You're a bitch." With a roar, Luna charged the dummy and launched a barrage of blows at its head and body. She growled as a small amount of blood leaked from her nose after the dummy struck her with its wooden head in retaliation. "I know it can't be easy to suck this much, so do you need a break?" She appeared to have the upper hand during another roar and a fierce flurry of blows and strikes, even biting the offending limbs that had struck her, but she was retaliating out of sheer animal instinct. Naruto had to respect her fighting style, which was entirely instinctual and appeared to be strong enough to counter some objects. However, her fighting style was too flawed. Instead of using a strategy or technique, she simply chose to fight on offense and retaliate after being hit. Thus, after witnessing her growl and some blood oozing from her muzzle after the dummy threw her across the room. "And guess what? A bitch bitch bitch. You got owned, bitch." Naruto began to perspire. "I guess that's what I get for purchasing a training dummy that was so inexpensive in comparison to the high-quality items." The dummy collapsed on the mat, lifeless, after Naruto stepped on it and slammed his hand into its neck. After kicking it off the mat, Naruto stands there grinning a little. "Okay Luna, so to be honest, you have some talent, raw instincts, and your bite is definitely something to fear." Luna grinned. Naruto waved his finger and said, "But the problem is that you're too erratic." He pointed to her, and she approached him. "You see, the dummy wasn't using firearms and such, but if they were, you could have been killed, and even if you change your attack pattern in a moment of rage you would throw that out of the window. Which is why I think we need to work on finding you a fighting style that fits you. Something aggressive but enough awareness of your own physical limitations." She blushed as he placed his hands on her hips. Naruto grinned and said, "Okay, so you're touching me, why?" He turned her so that she was facing away from him and placed his hands on her shoulders, saying, "We need to shift your core a bit. Loosen your shoulders a bit, being too stiff will affect how you can fight." She relaxed her shoulders but blushed more intensely, only to make motions with his arms to maintain their straightness. Then Naruto grasped her hips and said, "Now throw a punch." She threw as hard as she could, but Naruto shook his head and grabbed her by the waist. "No, use your hips, not your shoulders. You'll get more power and be able to roll with the strike better." Luna scowled but followed his instructions. To put it simply, she thought it was strange, but when she did, she felt like her blow was heavier. After an hour of Naruto's instructions, they started practicing slow sparring, primarily to help her understand what he meant when he said that she should roll with the fight and to help her get used to moving her body evenly. When she was more at ease with the rolling part of striking, she proceeded to move more quickly against him. Naruto simply slapped her hand away, down, and slightly above him, then appeared in front of her with a slight flick of her nose. Normally, she detested it when someone played with her nose, but Naruto seemed to be flirting with her. "You got to be calmer and try again." Naruto managed to avoid her blows once more, but as soon as he attempted to move past her, she grabbed his tail, startling him, and then smirked before hitting him in the head. Then Naruto rubbed his forehead and sighed, "Okay, that was impressive and unexpected." Before slamming his elbow into her throat and knocking her down, Naruto swiftly tore his tail from her hands and gave her a head slap with it. He then put his hands down and grinned while sitting on her stomach. "But you need to never relax until you are 100% sure your target is dead. As long as they draw breath you can't." Luna huffed a little, blushed, and groaned. Naruto's eyes grew wide as he looked down and leapt to his feet. "Fuck, sorry Luna, hands, they have a mind of their own." Luna pouted in her head. I was curious to see where that was going. Sighing, Luna went to the room's corner and picked up her phone when she heard a buzz. She sighed, hung up, and then stiffened before slowly turning to face Naruto. "Yeah, fine, I'll summon you guys back in," she said, looking at the clock on her phone. "About 20 minutes. Yeah, hole in the shoulder, look what you do with the prince is not my business." After raising an eyebrow, he took out a stick, lit it, and inhaled deeply. "Relax, if this is about Stolas loaning his book out to your imp father, then it is cool. Lucifer knows about it and is monitoring this. As long as they don't destroy a city or something major, shit should be cool." Luna let out a sigh, then let out a moan. She licked her muzzle and waved her tail in a circle, saying, "Well, I'll catch you later, Naruto. We should meet up and spar again. That was fun, and maybe I can show you a few of my own personal moves." Before taking another blow, Naruto's eyes widened a little. Sure. Well, I'll show you out then." After leaving the basement, Luna nodded, and they arrived at the front door. Naruto was about to open it when he heard. Naruto turned his head and moaned. Veggie and Charlie stood there, one more critical and the other more perplexed and worried. "Son, who is this?" Veggie was holding a spear. "Did you bring someone over without telling us?" Naruto gave a shoulder shrug. "Well, you guys were busy with patients, so I didn't think you would mind." Charlie snapped her fingers as Veggie moaned. "Well, who is she?" She was beginning to let loose a little of her magic, and her smile was obviously strained. She took out her phone and texted Blitzo, warning him that it might take a little longer. "Name's Luna. Me and Naruto met up again while coming to do a wellness check on me. Also, we knew each other at the orphanage until he straight out murdered the bitch that ran the place." Charlie looked at them, then approached her with a smile. She pulled Veggie to her, who was grinning and rolling her eyes while her fiancé's hands were on her hips. "Well, it is nice to meet you, Ms. Luna. My name is Charlie Morningstar. I'm Naruto's mother, and this," she said. "This is my fiancée Vagatha Morningstar." Naruto cleared his throat. Luna said with a sigh, "Nice to meet you both. Wish I could stick around, but I got to head home right now. Something with my," she choked on, "my father came up and he needs me there." Charlie gave a nod. "Oh, where do you live?" Imp City, and our business is Imp." Charlie put a finger on her chin and hummed before grinning. She then placed her hand on the wall, and a magical portal appeared. Luna was completely confused when the outside of the Imp building was shown. "There, I opened a spatial portal for you. Feel free to walk on through and don't worry about your car, I'll send it to the building as well." Charlie gave a wave. "Please come back soon, I would love to know more about the place my son once lived and getting to know his childhood friend." Naruto shrugged his shoulders as Luna turned to face him. Before going through, Luna hurried over and swiftly took the 4 marijuana sticks Naruto had in his pocket. Hey, those are mine. Later, when Naruto saw the portal close, he snarled at his mother, who gave him a naive smile. You know one of you has to get me more, I'm about out. Charlie swiftly grasped his hand after waving her own. More on weed later, tell me more about this lil friend of yours. When Naruto noticed the gleam in her eyes, he turned to Veggie in a panic. Veggie enjoyed wriggling out of his current situation. Mom, you mean? He asked. Yeah, whatever mom. How is Angel doing? Did he behave? Surprisingly, yes. So far, we can say that he has definitely improved, and tomorrow I think marks a month clean, I think, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Okay then. Tell Angel no sessions tomorrow, I'm taking him to the Greed Ring for some shopping and then taking him to Giovanni's place. While Charlie was merely nudging her son to respond to her query, Veggie arched an eyebrow. Okay, but why? Because you got to give them something to reward their good behavior, and what better than letting him do a little bit of shopping and hanging out a famous club while having a few drinks with friends. I'll run security and keep an eye on him the entire time we are out, promise. Veggie scowled. Fine, but we are going to go over ground rules before you leave, got it? Yeah, Charlie muttered as she dragged her son upstairs after finally removing him from where he was standing and asking him to tell her about the hellhound he was with and what she meant to him. Veggie simply moaned. She should probably let Charlie have the mother-son conversation, since it would be a long night. She would have to deal with Angel and the others. In the hotel, it was just another strange day. All Naruto could do was sigh. He sincerely felt bad about taking Angel to the Greed District. The majority of people were unaware that the Greed District is separated into several sets, and that most of them were created using different methods to create greed. He was more of a small-time criminal in hell, but he was aware that the imp who controlled the town used an iron fist to carry out all the typical mob activities in the no-mafia town, which was essentially run by the mob. Then there was that shady park where he met someone when his mother took him. Lastly, there was the wealthy section of the neighborhood, complete with guns, alcohol, drugs, clothing, and other worthless items. Vanity City. For the most part, it was the Lord of Greed's headquarters. They kept everything running constantly and ensured that everyone was making a ton of money, or more specifically, he was making a ton of money. The Lord of Greed gave him some console games for a small fee, but other than that, he had no strong feelings about him. The presence of his grandmother, who was grinning deathly, might have been helpful. His grandfather is turned on by that one smile that scares him the most. He felt ill now. Holy fuck, I've never been to this district before. Naruto gave an eye roll. Not a surprise, Naruto said idly as he peered out the back window of the limousine at the dazzling lights and glittering objects that flashed in front of them. He vowed he would become ill from the sight of them. This place is usually outside most people's price range, and if I'm being honest, it is a surprise that some even make it this far considering how expensive it can get just to eat here. Naruto sighed, but whatever. Is it really okay for me to get whatever I want? He asked, turning his head and grinning brilliantly. Man, I'm so excited, there must be a shit ton of shops to explore. Naruto gave a headshake. Within reason, Angel. Your lucky Veggie is letting you out of the hotel after the stunt you pulled of recording their sex session, again. Naruto gasped. Now that this was happening again, he had to rub his muzzle. He apparently recorded it and kept it on his phone these days whenever his mother got hot and heavy. Though it was still unsettling, Naruto surmised that it was preferable to him uploading to his previous page. It got worse when he had to stop his mother from using her stick to skewer him. However, he shrugged his shoulders and came to the conclusion that it would continue to happen and that Angel was reaching out in an odd way. You take what you can, even if it's not the best approach. When the car came to a stop, Naruto and Angel got out. Wearing jeans and a hoodie, Naruto kept his phone handy and texted his mother to inform her that they had reached the district. Angel leapt out of the car right away, and before they could get 10 feet away or close the door, camera flashes started to go off. Yo, cut that shit out. Ah, my darling public. Angel posed and made kissy faces until he noticed Naruto scowling. I mean, geez, can the paparazzi not give me a break? Naruto smacked the car's top while rolling his eyes. Xavier, we'll be fine, go ahead and wait for my call, we'll be a little while. Yes sir, and remember, Naruto slapped the top and said, yeah, stuff the shit in the magic bag mom gave me, and if anything happens call. Now get out of here. The car quickly drove away, leaving them on the street, where Naruto saw Angel being harassed by a few people using camera phones. Angel, is it true you went straight? How fucking bored are you in that hotel? Is it true that you fucked the Hellhound Prince? Everyone fled in terror as Naruto snarled and swiftly swiped all of their phones. Geez, 5 fucking minutes, that is all I'm asking for. Angel ran off, saying, okay, oh. What's that place? Naruto sighed and chased after the spider demon. Naruto claimed to have seen the room sparkle when they arrived at a high-end store filled with elegant gowns, jewelry, and makeup. Geez, flashy much. Naruto recalled his childhood visit here with his mother. Rewind. The nature of the clothing made 7-year-old Naruto snarl. This shit is too tight, it hurts my neck, I feel like I'm chafing in around my crotch. Naruto, don't touch that, and you look quite dapper. Deadpanned by Naruto, dapper really? What is this, the 1940s? Naruto, what do you know about that time period? Nothing, but I do know that is a stupid thing you said. Charlie turned to the tailor with a sigh. We'll take 5 of these in different colors, please. Of course, Lady Morningstar. The imp exclaimed as he hurried away, shouting for everyone to collect the clothing as requested. Naruto rolled his eyes. Can I take this? What are you doing? Charlie could only hear her phone shuttering quickly while she was using it. Oh, my son is so adorable, soon you'll be the envy of all the men in hell and I'll have to be selecting your brides. Charlie burst into tears. I'm not ready for that yet. Just now, Naruto deadpanned. I swear this is the weirdest shit I've been through, and that is saying that after the purging. Cute grandbabies though, she said, grinning as flowers sprouted all around her head. Naruto squinted at a bruise near her neck, saying, and she's gone in her own world. Did he come over again? Charlie winced. Yes, but don't worry, I can handle it. Naruto scowled. Why do you put up with him? Can't you just dump him and find someone else? Charlie grinned and gave him a tight hug. I wish it were that simple, but love is a weird thing. Naruto scowled more. That's not love, that is control. Even I know that. Charlie simply felt her trembling and gave him a tight hug. Knowing that this was the moment for love rather than sarcasm, Naruto sighed and gave her a hug in return. End of flashback. Naruto recalled that a few days later, an argument broke out between him and her, and shortly after, she began dating Veggie. He acknowledges that Veggie was better now, but he felt his mother's sudden interest in women was a little abrupt, and he wasn't sure how to react to it. Particularly after witnessing his treatment of her, the mere thought of it caused his blood to boil, growl, and gnash his teeth. When they saw the prince in a bad mood, the workers hurried away from him, even though they knew it wasn't their fault. However, it is preferable to deal with the intrusive and excessively expensive spider. Geez, Naruto exclaimed as he turned to face Angel, who had emerged wearing a silk red dress and makeup. This shit feels amazing, I never worn anything this good in my life, he said, grinning at the extra holes. Plus I have to make holes in my outfit, this shit is amazing with it coming standard. Of course, dear sir. A graying imp grinned. We have customers from all walks of life, so it only makes sense we stay up to trend with the best of fashion and accommodation for those of the extra appendages. I love it. I want all of this, excellent sir. Naruto let out a sigh. This shopping trip was something he truly detested, but he will cope. Before long, Angel went through 4 more sets of clothes and some underwear that he dared not look at for his own sanity. After everything was piled up, Naruto reached into his pocket, took out a glowing silver card, and swiped it against the machine. Thank you for your purchase, please come again, young sir. With a wave of his hand, Naruto and Angel left the room, with Angel holding the clothing bags as if they were made of gold. Naruto grinned and rolled his eyes, reasoning that since he didn't have much, he should be allowed to have fun. By the way, Angel said, looking perplexed, what the fuck was that card you use? Pulling it out, Naruto showed him a picture of his grandfather grinning on the car. Oh, this? He asked. It's the fuck you I'm Lucifer card. It's given out to Mom and me when we left as a means to pay for whatever we wanted in hell. Yeah, but your grandfather rules this place, doesn't it make more sense they give it to you? Naruto gave a shoulder shrug. Plus ain't you rich as fuck on your own for all the work you do? Yeah, I am, but honestly I don't use the card often, so I figured we might as well enjoy ourselves. Plus it is not like someone is going to send an invoice to Gramps and demand compensation when he technically owns all their souls. I guess that's one way to look at it. Plus it is an infinite account. Say what? Yeah, he has this spot in the final ring that just generates wealth. Don't know how it works, but hey, if it ain't broke don't fix it, Naruto said after chuckling and taking a swing. I suppose. Angel's eyes glistened as he noticed another store. Oh, it's a store to personalize your pet. I was intending to get Nuggets some stuff, can we? Naruto gestured with his hand. Naruto sighed as Angel ran into the store, and then he noticed a shark demon slinking slowly through a nearby alleyway, missing him. He was instantly killed when Naruto sank his claws into the back of his neck. Naruto sighed and wiped the blood from his hand, saying, "Well, knew this was going to happen. Valentino. That fucking prick just doesn't know when to quit." Naruto knew he would use others to try and entice Angel back with everything he could think of, putting him back under his control, even though the contract said he couldn't do anything directly to bring him back. Believing that the contract will shield him from Naruto's reprisals. He's not obligated to it like he is, so make fun of him. Naruto was aware that Angel was afraid of the Moth Demon, but he also knew that Angel would not return after the advancement. More than most likely because of the mistreatment he endured over the years and the things he forced him to do for his own entertainment. Naruto would have immediately gutted him because he was one of the few overlords, but his father insisted on leaving him alone because he kept the majority of the Rift Raft in line in Pentagram City. Naruto knew that his presence would eventually cause more problems. Perhaps he could persuade Kermit to handle him? Now that I think about it, where is Kermit? Someone call for a man with a massive Muppet dick? No, but good to wait. How did you? Kermit grinned as he held an imp mobster's head. Oh, I was just dealing with some fuckers nearby in that town. No, Mob Town. Nice place if you like toxic waste and stupid people. Yeah. Naruto sighed before narrowing his eyes and saying, now that I think about it, doesn't that guy from Imp look like the boss of that crime family out there? Naruto gave a headshake. No, it was probably a coincidence. Yeah. So, what you doing in this fantastic place? Kermit asked, kicking the head away. Fantastic, it glitters so much it hurts my eyes. True, that's why I'm wearing these pimped shades. Naruto turned and noticed that he was wearing shades. He wasn't sure where he got them, but he stopped trying to make sense of the situation. Is that Gucci? Yep, got it from their HQ here. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and watched as Angel eventually left the store with more shit in his hands. Right, most people in the fashion industry do end up here anyway, especially most of them that started in this district. Angel was taken aback when he approached them. Kermit, what the fuck you doing here? Oh, you know, killing some fuckers, watching titties, you know? The usual? Ah, okay. After Angel placed the items on the ground, Naruto opened his bag and quickly sucked in all of the bags and packages, clearing the street. Nice bag. Thanks, on to the next store I guess? Yep. Angel bounded off, and Naruto rolled his eyes and took a blow. You know that fucker Valentino is looking for him now that he knows he is out of the hotel for the day? Yeah, killed someone for it. Cool, might I get a hit? Kermit took a hit after Naruto gave him the stick. Naruto grimaced as they followed him to another store that sold swimwear. Fuck, well, not like I'm going to the beach anytime soon. Huh? Kermit asked, turning to face him. Why not? Got some personal issues with the people there in the water? Or you can't swim? Naruto's eyes narrowed. I can swim fine, but there is a particular reason. Naruto saw several demons fly out as the storefront exploded, revealing a sizable body of water tearing through. The majority of them had been ripped to pieces, and their blood had filled the water. Naruto noticed that Kermit was coughing up water, but Angel appeared to be unaffected. He ran over to Kermit and picked him up. Angel, what the fuck happened? After coughing a few more times, Angel eventually threw a crab onto the floor. After staring, Naruto turned back to Angel. It's not the strangest thing he's seen in a long time. I don't know, he repeated while coughing. Some assholes inside wanted to talk to me and got in the way of someone, and soon this shit happened because they made a comment. Kermit surveyed the area. Well, they must be pretty strong to do this, and you must be wet with excitement. Angel grinned. You know it. Naruto moaned. No shitty sex jokes. Naruto moaned and went rigid, removing the stick from Kermit as they watched him almost take it in, leaving only the smallest remnant of the bud. Naruto coughed and let out all the smoke at once. Coughing, Naruto said, fuck, my life. He turned and moaned. Why him of all fucking people? Angel and Kermit both peered into the store. Angel blushed, and Kermit was perplexed. A man with long black silky hair, an orange and red scaled body, a red thong with a trident on the belt line, gills, and green fins stood there. The man's yellow eyes were focused on Naruto as he stood there in a forward stance with his hand out. Naruto, I see you are doing better, I guess, virgin. This infuriated Naruto. Nimbus, who now? Kermit looked over at Angel. Got me, but he must be gangsta if Naruto knows him. Angel gave a nod of agreement. Nimbus, what the fuck are you doing here? The man stooped to demonstrate his flexibility and toned ass. HMPH, he said, striking another ostentatious pose. I was here procuring some clothing for some of my people. Apparently being in the nude offends them, so I decided to head their demands and get some swimwear for them. Truly what a sin, one must be proud of their body, don't you think? Naruto let out a moan. Yeah, great, why are you doing these weird poses? Do they turn you on? No, they make me question why I bother talking to people these days or going out to different districts when shit like this happens. Angel said with a hand raised. I think everyone not in the fucking know needs some context, so spill the beans. How do you know this fish guy? He struck a different pose and thrust his hips forward, saying, Fish guy. How dare you, I'm Mr. Nimbus, ruler of the water and ruler of all water demons that dare dwell in my domain. Naruto added, pulling out another stick and taking a hit. Also, he is an overlord. More importantly, I'm Mr. Yeah, Nimbus, we fucking get it. You don't have to keep shouting it. Naruto suffered a minor injury. Geez, I hate putting up with you. Kermit asked as Angel glanced between them. So do you guys got beef or something? Naruto let out a sigh. Yeah, back when I was 16 I was pretty cocky as fuck, got around fighting overlords and starting my campaign of increasing the standings of hellhounds. However, during this campaign I ran into Nimbus and we fought for 3 days. In the end, we both agreed going our separate ways but swore never to cross each other's path again or enter the other's domain without permission. True, but on to more important things. Tell me, who is this beautiful creature before me? All Angel could do was blush as Nimbus got closer. Me? I'm Angel Dust. Surprised you haven't heard of me? Nimbus gives a shoulder shrug. I don't care much for what goes on with surface dwellers, but I do say I wish I did now. You're one of the most beautiful demons I have ever seen. You know I'm really a dude, right? Nimbus grinned. That makes you all the more appealing. When Naruto noticed that Angel was now acting flirtatiously, he narrowed his eyes. Well, shame we didn't meet earlier, because I can tell you I would such you dry. Nimbus touches Angel's hand and asks, why not give it a try now? However, he quickly removes his hand and begins to backpedal. Even though Nimbus was irritated that his touch was rejected, he was able to detect the subtle clues. His body was trembling, his eyes were filled with both lust and fear, and he appeared to be afraid of the consequences of being rejected. Nimbus raised his hands. Apologizes, I was too forward, would you please forgive me? Naruto gave a headshake. Whatever, we have more shopping, don't we? Come on Angel, there is a few more places we need to hit before we head to Giovanni's. Oh, allow me to accompany you, Naruto moaned. Kermit simply shrugged his shoulders and gazed at Nimbus. With a slight smile, Angel announced that a new friend would be joining them. All Naruto could do was roll his eyes and focus on Nimbus and his hand movements. He was careful not to do anything that would cause Angel any discomfort. Hey. Kermit pushed him away. Relax, I think things are going to be fine. With you here, me and my gangsta presence, and that fish weirdo that seems to like to peg and get pegged, it should be fine. Yeah, but I know Nimbus. Naruto received a blow. He is not someone that passes up on sex. Trust me when I say most people say he is the best fuck you'll ever have, and I'm afraid of what happens when Angel doesn't put out when he asks. Kermit gave a headshake. Don't worry, we'll both be here for him. So relax, let's do our own shopping as well. I got to get something for Ginger and make it up to her for not being there last week. Naruto rolled his eyes. Bring cash and she'll be happy. Ah, my young pup, you have a lot to learn in the way of women. Yeah, sure. As the two swiftly caught up to Nimbus and Angel and heard them discuss their pasts, Naruto kept an eye out for potential attackers. Stolas was letting out a deep sigh during this time. He was unsure of how much more he could handle because it was a horrible day and everything seemed to be getting worse. First, his wife is berating him for fucking an imp once more. It may not have been his best idea, but it is difficult to feel guilty about having an ice cube for a wife who doesn't touch you when she doesn't need to. Furthermore, it wasn't as though his family wasn't aware by now. As long as Octavia was present, he didn't care that his father was aware. He didn't care what a prospective heir did in their spare time or who they slept with as long as they were still alive and part of the family. What about his siblings, though? Yes, he was certain that the majority of them had fuck buddies as well, but he didn't really talk to them unless absolutely necessary. What else can he say? His family enjoys fucking the poor. The second problem was that his daughter was becoming entangled in the chaos. He wasn't sure how much longer his daughter would put up with the constant tension in the home, her mother's yelling, him fighting back now, and his betrayal being the catalyst. She was 16, so it wasn't the same as when she was younger. Take her somewhere, and she will forget. No, it was more about understanding her temperament and managing her mood. In addition, she was being harassed by her mother for her personal choices as well as her mannerisms. To be honest, the scandal surrounding his infidelity made it a bigger mess. Third, he started drinking because of a recent phone conversation he had with his father. Rewind. Stolas saw his father appear as a dark projection while he was standing in the center of the living room. His golden appearance shone through the darkness as he stood there, his red eyes and dark raven feathers staring down at him. "Son, how are you on this fine day?" "I'm fine, father. Surely you heard about what happened by now and how miserable my life has been since." He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Ah yes, you cheated on your wife with some imp I heard. Well, what can you do?" Stolas bowed his head to his father while slightly narrowing his eyes. He didn't want him to see how he responded to his remark. "Another statistic or number, just like mother. Now then, you fucking an imp aside, there is something I need to tell you as I'm making this call to all your siblings and nieces and nephews." Stolas arched an eyebrow. "As you know, Charlie Morningstar has started up that tacky hotel idea for redemption and whatnot. As you know, we Gosha have never deemed it necessary to bother with this stupid and fucking ridiculous concept, but I did hear that she got engaged. Apparently that long-time human-turned-demon she has dated is now going to marry into the family, meaning there is going to be a big party." Stolas was no fool. This party would rank among the most significant occasions in Hell's history. Of course there would be. The Gosha and Stella's family would need to be present because there would be demons everywhere. He moaned to himself about having to deal with his wife and all of the people at the event for hours at a time. Perhaps he can pass away before then. No, Octavia is left alone, and he refuses to do that. Anywho, I just wanted to let you know I'm telling everyone we are going to attend as a family. From there we are going to try and make peace and friends with some of the other clans just to ensure they don't dare challenge us or if we have to erase one of them when the time comes. Stolas didn't flinch because he knew that was his father's true goal. Establishing and severing relationships with people of standing and ensuring that they do not interfere with their family. Although their clan was high on the social scale in terms of nobility, it wasn't that they were untouchable. On the contrary, they were the most vulnerable to threats. Particularly the Seven Sins. Stolas, as you know, everyone knows about what happened, and honestly I don't give two fucks about it. Just bring your ass and that family of yours to the event as it is happening in 2 weeks. Do this and make sure you put up a good front as I won't be humiliated by you in this event. Is that understood?" "Yes, father." "Good, I'll see you in 2 weeks." Stolas fell face down in his hands on the couch as his father disappeared. Fuck me. Flashback. And unsure of how to handle the situation, Stolas simply sat on the couch and began drinking more. He hoped his wife wouldn't bring up any unpleasant topics while they were there. One bright spot, though, was that Octavia would eventually meet the young man who helped her come out of her shell. In other words, he was optimistic about the future and thought there was a chance their relationship could grow. He took out his phone and dialed a number as he felt the warmth in his chest and realized his wife was away for the weekend. "Blitzy, come on over, I want to see you. Kinda busy, Stolas." "Blitzy, I know you're not. Now come over immediately or no more book for you." "Fucking fine, I'm coming over." This is going to be a night that Stolas will remember for a long time, so he laughed and prepared for the evening. Naruto had no idea how things had gotten so chaotic. They were shopping in Greedring for a moment. Then, at a swimsuit store, they met Nimbus. At last, they were able to go shopping again, and Nimbus even joined in and assisted Angel in choosing appropriate clothes. Being the third wheel on what felt like a date was annoying, but he wasn't entirely wrong about the attire. The worst part, though, is that Kermit vanished and was now at Giovanni's with Angel and Nimbus. No, the worst problem is that he had to partake in some drinking and smoking because other hounds who knew him were present and wanted to party. Fearful that something might happen or that someone might try something, he always made sure to keep his eyes on the two demons. When he turned around after receiving a tap on the shoulder, he discovered that nobody was there. He arched an eyebrow until he heard someone say, "Sir, you should know Mr. Valentino is sending his goons to get Angel Dust to return to the studio." "I see." Naruto murmured, "Giovanni, I'm sorry that they brought this mess to your place." The figure quickly vanished behind him, leaving him with nothing to do but smile. "Oh sir, don't think much of it. Thanks to you my business is thriving and I have more money than I know what to do with. I think it is only right to let you know I'll deal with this matter personally. I'm just letting you know." Man, if that man ever had an ambition beyond this place, he could be one of the mightiest overlords in all of hell. Might even be good enough to kill Alistair if he really tried. After taking a large gulp of his drink, Naruto glanced around the room before becoming irritated. Okay. Where the fuck are you, Kermit? After taking out his phone, he called Kermit after looking through his contacts. After a moment of ringing, he heard, "Hello. Kermit, where the fuck are you? I'm at a store to find some swagger clothes. You know Giovanni's is one kick-ass place." "Okay, but it shouldn't have taken you this low. Wait, what about your BS shit? You pull weird shit out of nowhere, so why?" "Sometimes I can't do that." "How in the F? You know what, never mind. Why is it taking so long to find clothes?" "Bro, I'm looking at soup." "Soup? Yeah, soup? Okay then, just go to another aisle, more soup. Then get out of the aisle without the soup stuff in it." "Bro, there is just more soup." A tick mark was awarded to Naruto. "Then get the fuck out of the marketplace. Dude, there is literally nothing here but soup." "Kermit, how the fuck can there be nothing but soup? Where the fuck are you?" "Soup. No, I get what's in the aisle, but where are you?" "You dumb hoe, it is the store called Soup." Naruto's tick mark came back in full force. "Why in the fuck are you trying to buy clothes at a place called Soup? That makes no sense, Kermit." "Fuck why you?" The line went dead and Naruto sighed only to see that he had a text. "Oh." Naruto quickly put his phone back in his pocket. "Hey, can I get 2 bottles of whiskey? I got one annoying frog I want to forget for the night." Coming up. "Hey asshole, watch the hands." Naruto rolled his eyes as the purple horned demon was quickly finding the bottles in question. While Naruto was dealing with the Kermit situation, Angel and Nimbus were chatting it up. Has anyone told you that you're quite the delectable creature? Well, I have been told that after I suck their dicks and empty their balls." Chatting, more aggressive flirting. "I can tell you must have been good at it." Angel gave a proud smile, but it strained. "I was the best. Got the creepy fans to prove it." Nimbus frowned. "I see, well then you should know I have been known as to be the best lay possible for most creatures in hell. Not only am I big, but I'm flexible with how the person wants to go. Peg or be pegged, it doesn't matter to me, it is all the same." "I see." Angel's smile grew. "Too bad we didn't meet sooner, as I think I might put some of those poor fuckers to bed with how good I can get around." Nimbus smiled, scooting a little bit closer. "Well, there is always a chance we can try." Angel frowned. "Sorry." He scooted a few inches away, not really looking for that anymore. He frowned and crossed his arms. "I just got out of that lifestyle, and while this new one blows at times and I wish I could go back to my old habits, I have to say, I feel better, I guess, than I did before. Especially since I got through most of my worst shit." Nimbus frowned harder. "I see." He sighed. "Well, I have to say that is odd. I mean, why are you trying so hard? I mean, it is hell, we are in the worst place possible. There is nowhere else to go and there is no one to punish you for your bad behavior. So why?" Angel looked at his drink and took a small sip while holding it in his hands. "Well, I guess," he rubbed his hair with his free hands, "fuck, I don't know. But ever since I started doing all of these things, I don't know, different. Maybe better isn't the right word, but I do feel better, I guess. More complete? I'm not 100% sure. But I don't always wake up feeling sick. I don't wake scared of what is coming next, and I don't feel like I have to be something for someone. I can just be me, Angel." Nimbus nodded his head. "Being honest with oneself is the most important thing to achieving absolute happiness. I know that sensation all too well. Sadly, I let it go too many times to the point that I barely remember what it was like." Angel looked at Nimbus. "It sucks not knowing how to express your true feelings with someone that knows or won't call you a prissy lil slut." Nimbus laughed. "One dared to do that and I gutted him for it. Honestly, I don't care what others think of my path, if I'm happy that is all that matters." "But," he smiled at Angel, "it doesn't mean it wouldn't be nice to detour a little bit and meet new people." Angel smiled. "Yeah, I know that feeling." Nimbus laid back in the seat and sighed. "You know, I didn't want to ask, but how did you get those marks?" "Marks? What you talking about, bro? The ones on your arms?" Angel held his wrists and bit his lip. "Sorry, that's something I haven't shared yet and not something I'm going to share for a while." Nimbus waved his hand. "Apologizes I was too forward, but I feel bad for asking the question." "Please don't, I mean it is common you would be curious." "Yes, but one should always respect their friend's personal space." Nimbus smiled. "So I feel it is only right I share something of me." He looked at his drink. "When I got to hell, things were terrifying for me. Really, I felt the same. Getting here was the worst, and it was all because I was trying to do something with drugs or sex." Nimbus nodded his head. "That's the life I feel into. Nothing but sex, drugs, and alcohol. For so long, I was just going from one place to another doing all of these things. He smiled. That is when I found the ocean realms of hell and soon established myself my own little home. Huh, is that when you started having the fuck festivals? Actually, we do have that in Atlantis. Wait, seriously, there is a festival like that? Yep, all the men and women gather in the square of the kingdom and it is just one giant orgy where people fuck left and right. No hesitation or blocking, everyone that is there is on the table including myself. He stretched a few times, before doing a few poses showing his bulge and his tone ass. Geez. Angel rubbed his shoulders, might make that a holiday trip. He was trying to be faint but Naruto heard it and rolled his eyes. Anyway, Nimbus looked into his drink. Over time I got bored. People were the same. They sucked up or kiss ass. There was nothing that was changing and I grew bored, and even after fighting Naruto I realized how boring my life had become. It was so boring that I couldn't stand being in Atlantis half the time. I would walk away from a few months and return for certain events and periods when I was required. But other than that, I was gone most of the time. He smiled, but soon I realized I just have to make the most of it on my own terms instead of the terms of those around me. I see. Angel smiled. I kinda wished I followed that route because all I got was fucked again and not in the pleasurable manner. Who fucked you? Valentino. Nimbus frowned. I see. He smiled. Well, it would seem that for someone that was once a member of Mr. Valentino's crowd you were doing better than ever before. True. Nimbus stood up and stretched. Well, if you would excuse me, there is something I have to take care of. He pulled out a piece of paper and wrote down something before sliding it to Angel. Give me a call or text, would love to continue our chats. Angel looked down and saw it was Nimbus's phone number with him drawn in a sexual pose with a picture of Angel doing the same thing. Huh, he is a good artist. Yeah, for a mermaid freak. Angel jumped. Naruto, how long? I heard the whole thing. Angel started to sweat. Why you nervous? Well, I was thinking about giving him a few calls and maybe trading some texts. You know, just so we can stay in communication. Naruto rolled his eyes before taking his seat with his whiskey. Relax. If you want to continue talking to Nimbus, I won't stop you. Really? He frowned. But I thought, look, my grudge with the guy is my grudge. It has nothing to do with you or the hotel, so he can be your friend if you want. He aimed his claw at his eyes. However, if you dare to seek more with him, then you better make sure we are kept in the loop about this. I went through a lot of trouble to get you out of the mess you were in before. I'll be damned again if I let you go with someone else to do the same thing all over again. Angel frowned. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not making that mistake again. He rubbed his arms. Never again. I don't want to make that. Naruto put his arm around Angel and pulled him close. The poor spider was shaking. It's okay, Angel, I'm not going to let that happen. I'll kill him first. I know, but I don't want you to get hurt. Don't worry, I promise I'm not going to be hurt by him. Naruto hugged Angel with his head on top of his head. You ever tell someone about this, I'll deny it. Yeah, but should tell your buddies. Turning his head, he frowned and growled. The other hounds quickly got the message and deleted the images on his phone. Naruto sighed. Fucking assholes. Outside. It was supposed to be a simple job. Go inside, find Angel, and drag him back to the studio. Their boss said that he couldn't do it due to the conditions of his contract, but they could, as there was nothing really written in it to stop them from doing it. Either through temptation or force, they could make it his choice to return. Once that happens, not only does Naruto have to abide by the contract, but he would also be protected from the annoying hound. It was a wonder that he wanted him back when he was a child. But now they were facing a new problem, Giovanni himself. The man literally was the stand for Golden Experience Requiem. From what they understood, he didn't have the overwhelming powers of that figure and series, but he did have powers similar to it, thus allowing him in a way to stand above the pack in the case of his strength and talent. But more importantly, the man was insanely powerful and he was just blowing them away with nothing more than sheer speed. Fuck this, the boss can eat shit, I'm not dealing with this. Right as one of the demons were about to run, he found himself impaled by a trident through the back. They turned and saw Nimbus standing there. So this Valentino has come for my sweet Angel, has he? He pulled out his weapon and growled, then he too shall know the wrath of Nimbus. Damn straight. Kermit was standing there and he had his AK-47 in hand. Now let's light these fuckers up. Soon bullets were flying, people were washed away in tilde waves of water, and bodies were blown to pieces. The three beings cleaned house and no one knew the truth behind why they were fighting and who was responsible for the attack on the club. One thing was made clear. No matter who you are, don't fuck with three powerful overlord-like figures or you might not make it out alive. Naruto and Angel had exited the club after an hour when the fighting stopped and proceeded back to the hotel with Naruto sitting in the car. He was bored out of his mind and just ready to fall asleep. Too much to drink and smoke, it was always a problem. On the other hand, Angel was texting Nimbus and they were being animate. Normally Naruto wouldn't allow him to text and he would be required to read his phone, but he figured they could let him have this one contact without monitoring. But if he snuck out, he would be in deep shit with all of them. Arriving at the hotel, Naruto opened the doors and soon stretched his shoulders while his mothers appeared. "How did it go?" "It was fine, Mom. A little trouble here and there with V, but we managed to deal with it. Angel behaved well and we just bought a shit ton of stuff for him, and also, he got a new texting buddy." "Really, that's great news." Charlie was smiling while Veggie frowning. "Who is it?" "Nimbus." Veggie groaned. "Really, I guess that makes sense, the biggest man whores would make great friends." Naruto shook his head, surprisingly pretty PG-13 between the two of them. But for the most part, they were trading some sex jokes and life stories. Charlie nodded her head and smiled. "Well, maybe this Nimbus will be a good thing for him." "Yeah, we will see." Naruto yawned. "If that is all, I'm going to bed. We have to start with the hotel again and Verosika is going to be back tomorrow, right? Got to be ready for whatever crazy shit she has cooked up." "Actually," Charlie frowned, "we have to do some shopping for some suits for you." "Huh, what about my old one?" "That is for combat only, sweetie, I mean a luxury one. Your old one is from when you were 18, so it doesn't fit anymore." Naruto sighed. "Fine, is this for the party?" "Yep, I want you looking your best, and who knows, you might find a cute female demon to dance with and maybe marry, and then I'll be a grandma before I know it." She gained flowers while Veggie just laughed and Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, I'll get on that soon." Naruto proceeded up the stairs and laid down in his bed before closing his eyes. Before he could drift to sleep, he felt something landing on his chest. What in the foo? His eyes widened and he saw Verosika sitting on his chest in nothing but nearly see-through lingerie. "What the, aren't you supposed to be coming back tomorrow?" "I got off work early." She gave him a saucy smile. "I can see you're really stressed out and I think it would only be appropriate that I help you. Relax." Naruto looked at her and tried to sit up to escape. Only for her to push him down and push her breasts into his chest. "Don't worry, doll." She gained a lustful smile. "You're going to love this." She quickly sliced through his shirt and jacket before going for his pants. "Verosika, fuck, and this is my favorite jacket and shirt." Naruto quickly pushed her off but found her pinning him to the floor, this time with her having her crotch on his face. "Does it smell good, lover boy?" Naruto's eyes widened. He really didn't know what to do here. If he sniffed, then that would just feed into Verosika's desires, but if he didn't, then what the fuck would happen? He couldn't hold his breath forever. "Bitch." Naruto felt the weight lifted off his head and soon he saw Charlie and Verosika tussling on the floor and fists were flying. Seeing his chance, he ran out of the room and down the hall while leaping over a frantic Nifty that tried to grab him. Arriving at the bar, he quickly put some money on the bar and Husker nodded his head before pointing behind him. Opening the door, Naruto walked into the room, quickly found a corner and laid down. Husker had settled into the room with the liquor and beer, with a bed on the side. While normally he just passed out on the floor behind the bar, in the rare instances he didn't pass out, he did have a bed. But seeing his predicament, he decided it was best to hide in Husker's room. After all, he never told anyone it even existed. So with that thought, Naruto quickly closed his eyes, ignoring the sounds of thumping and smashing above him and hoping tomorrow would be less chaotic. Naruto detested formal gatherings, particularly when he is familiar with every member of the group or, at the very least, their alliances. His mother's engagement party was today, and they were looking forward to it. Naruto wasn't, because he was aware that everyone at the party was only there to try to get close to him and kiss their asses. They all desired it since he was the son of Charlie and Veggie, the grandson of Lucifer and Lilith, and a significant political figure. To gauge their level of proximity to the royal family in an effort to raise their overall status. For Naruto, the majority of these individuals were nothing more than wealthy jerks with trust funds. Some were predicted to die within the first month or so of their newly imposed rule, but others were able to outlive that prediction. However, Naruto didn't give a damn because he was trying his hardest to monitor the situation. He attempted to hide his more violent tendencies from his mother's while wearing formal attire. A dark demon with red horns approached his mother and appeared to be complimenting them while making a remark about the hotel. He could see that his mother Charlie had heard something she liked, which was more than enough to keep him from approaching. Regarding the hotel, He was aware that his mother had given it to Alistair and instructed him not to turn it into a horror show while they were away for the day. He was aware that he would probably let everyone go wild, but he wasn't too concerned because he knew that nobody was foolish enough to try anything with the hotel while they were away and he was present. In particular, Alistair was able to claim that he was one of the most powerful overlords in hell and that his name was associated with the greatest fear. That was the case despite Charlie's presence, and it was one of the reasons why many people in hell merely chuckled at the hotel. He noticed that the room was turning green. Naruto dropped his cannabis stick and walked through the throng, cutting off the green person with a charming smile. "Well, if it isn't the mutt, how have you been? Leviathan, what are you planning?" The man with the green skin simply grinned and flashed his teeth. "Oh, nothing, just wanting to congratulate your mother on getting hitched, I mean," he replied. "If she was that interested in other women, I could have been persuaded in letting her take on a female. Would have made sex more interesting." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Funny, she told me that sex with you was so boring, that is why she went to Veggie. At least she can elicit a reaction out of her." "Oh, she didn't say that after a few of our sessions." "Funny, I seem to remember her moaning about how boring you were and how she never felt anything." His grin broadened. He approached Naruto with his face in his face and whispered, "Oh dear pup, I said the same thing when I got slashed." Naruto scowled. "Funny, but then again, after what you did, Charlie didn't really think other men would be any better." "Yeah, I'm a hard act to follow." He gave a little growl as his forehead touched Naruto's. "Nah, she always said I was her favorite man, while you were more of a mistake that she should have never made. Isn't that why no one is invited over for dinner anymore? By the way," he giggled, "how's your mother? Last I heard she about turned your ass into sushi for screwing up your relationship with us." "Oh," he said, his eyes glowing, "you really want to go there, little fucker? Try it. Killing you right here and now and giving your head as a gift would be the best party gift my mothers have ever seen," Naruto said, his eyes glowing and his claws sharpening. "I don't know about that." He gave a darker grin. "I might drop by that little hotel of hers and see if that what was her name? Vagatha. Right, her. I might want to see if she can be put through her paces." He retreated as Naruto's claws reached his throat and he felt a small amount of blood trickle down his neck. "Lucifer as my witness, you dare come near, I'll make your death legendary. Then try it, furball." As Sev began to glow and change slightly, Naruto snarled and bent his knees. "And tell someone hit both of their heads with their hands." "Enough." When both men looked, they saw someone with dark red skin and eyes that seemed to be covered in flames. The man resembled a demon in every way, including having wings and a pitchfork to match. Lucifer knew that this might happen, so he has assigned us sins to make sure you two don't start trouble. Turning his head slightly, Naruto saw the greedy jerk Mammon, the sex freak Asmodeus, and a few other creatures he recognized as the 7 deadly sins. For the most part, they controlled the rings and did as they pleased while keeping an eye out for anything too bizarre. If it did, they intervene and eliminate the issue in its entirety. However, it had been a long time since anything like that had occurred. He slammed the pitchfork butt down and said, "Now both of you separate, immediately." Naruto snarled. "Fine." He pulled out a weapon. "But on one condition, keep that fucker away from my mothers if I see him near them or try something against them. His head will be mine." After giving the boy a fierce look, Wrath nodded his head. "As you wish." Naruto pivoted quickly. "Also Sev, mark my words in time, your head will be mounted on my wall, and if your bitch of a sister knows what is good for her, she too will stay clear." Tilting his head slightly, "Otherwise you might just find out how scary hell really can be." When Sev attempted to talk his way through, they were not amused and gestured him away as Naruto left the group, all of them staring down at him. After the issue was resolved, the sins gathered around Charlie and Veggie to ensure that no one could enter without authorization and to prevent a potential altercation. At the same time, Naruto was relaxing at one of the empty reception tables. "A drink, sir?" He nodded and turned his head. "Yeah, thanks, Horace." The white-bearded imp gave a nod. "Of course, your usual." Taking the cup, Naruto inclined his head toward him. "Horace?" "Yes, is there something else?" "Actually, yeah, where is my grandparents? I didn't think they would miss this important event." He deadpanned. "Did something happen?" "Unfortunately, yes." "Adam?" "Yes." "Got to give that man points, he at least is persistent." Lilith and Lucifer were on the balcony outside the party, in the 7th circle, where the main manor is located. Lucifer was merely grinning and laughing about the situation, while Lilith watched in disgust and annoyance. Adam, the first human and an angel-like creature, was seated on the ground below. All they could hear was "Baby Come Back" playing on repeat and a big set of neon letters in the grass while he held a boombox. "Baby, I'm still waiting on you. Got to give him credit, he has spunk." Lilith watched with irritation and said, "One child and a husband is enough for me. And a grandson. Of course, at least unlike the rest of you he doesn't try to drive me up the wall." Lucifer turned to face her and said, "Oh come now, dear. We both know role-playing was your idea. How much longer I would like to see Charlie sometime today." She rolled her eyes and simply sighed, "It was, but sometimes you ruin it. Oh, give him another hour. Someone from heaven will come for him. Fucking hope so. Sleep with a mortal one time and they never forget." "Well darling, you are a great lay," she grinned. "Adam did last longer than you, I will admit I miss that." Lucifer snarled and his eyes grew wide. "Did he now? Tell me how long and what I have to do." It was too simple to agitate him, so Lilith laughed. At least tonight's sex will be fantastic, but she surmised that pride comes before a fall. All of the families were back in the ballroom, talking to each other. On one side of the room were the Gosha. The majority were creatures that resembled birds and came in a variety of hues and sizes. The most significant ones, however, were Stolos's father Paimon, the head of the family, who stood majestically in the middle. He was doing some trades and making sure to talk to some of the other family heads to reassure them that everything was going well. His son Stolos followed, drinking a lot to keep from feeling anything that night as he dreaded this occasion. Even though he did bring his wife and daughter, his wife promptly excused herself and wandered off, leaving his daughter to be with the other family members. But Stolos was standing beside one of his siblings as well. The female owl demon had green eyes and blue feathers, but aside from the bust signs and the scheme, she was pretty much the same as Stolos. "Stolos, you need to relax." She sipped on her wine. "Father is right, everyone knows about the affair. I would be surprised if there wasn't a single demon in this room among the nobles that doesn't know about the affair." He took a big gulp of his drink and said, "Yeah, I figured as much, but still, it has been worse for me since the incident." "I bet," she said, turning to see Stolos's wife conversing with other swan-like demons, though they appeared to be trying to hide their irritation. "Your wife sure is trying to make friends in this place. Trust me, that is all she is doing. Trying to go around and assure ties with the other clans and assure them that she is not like her embarrassment of a husband." He was about to down his fifth drink when the woman scowled, so she grabbed it and placed it on the table. She slapped him just as he opened his mouth to speak. "Stolos, please pull yourself together. You're embarrassing your daughter," she said, setting down her drink and beginning to straighten his clothes. Stolos scowled. "She already has embarrassed me. What is more fuck-ups from yours truly going to change?" The woman moaned. She grabbed him by the side of his face and said, "Oh, for the love of, Stolos, I need you to listen to what I'm about to say. No one here gives two fucks what your wife thinks or what you did." She pushed his head to the side and showed him some of his siblings, saying, "Look, our older brother. Yeah, he sleeps with human-turned-demons every Saturday from 9 to 10 p.m. He turned to another and said, "She has a lover with another demon who is supposed to be a bull demon of some kind. Apparently size matters to her." She then said, "They are sleeping with 6 female imps. Finally," she said, "they are secretly married to a male and female imp and already have sired children with them." Stolos gasped. "Stolos." She looked him in the eye. "Listen, no one in this family is perfect. Far from it, we are all fucked up and stupid. That hasn't changed since we were children, and I always told you that this would be true. Now, did sleeping with imp piss off your wife? Yeah, it did, but you know what? If she wasn't putting out, then it was not your fault that someone else managed to woo their way into your pants." "I see. Father, come on, when has he given two fucks about the situation we are in? In his mind, as long as you have your daughter and don't bring the family down in absolute bloodshed, he couldn't give two shits who you sleep with. Let alone if you divorce and marry that stupid imp. Okay?" Despite nodding, Stolos turned to face her. "Why?" "Because you are ruining my mood and I would like to go home to my lovers and not feel so tired from dealing with your petty bullshit that I can't perform." She drank. "Now stop drinking so much and just mingle. Go find another imp and fuck them, whatever you want to do, just find something other than moping and drinking." Stolos grinned as he glanced back at his drink as he watched his sister wander off. After taking a sip, he asked his siblings for advice on how to get his little Blitzy to pay more attention to him. "Not drink? Fuck that. I'll drink, but mingling with others does sound more fun than watching Stella scream across the hall." Despite his outward appearance of busyness, Paimon occasionally listened in on his kids' conversations. He will acknowledge that he believes he is a great father, but he had to acknowledge that he had some observations. For example, he believed Stella was ideal for Stolas during their engagement, but for some reason, things didn't work out. Being incorrect was the one thing he detested. There was nothing that annoyed him more than that. He was not going to tolerate wrongdoing, and if that meant picking which people to retain, then so be it. Octavia wished she was somewhere else. She was listening to her nephews and cousins brag about their wealth and the amount of money in their bank accounts. Some were even discussing their personal successes in controlling some of the household servants. She did engage in such activities, but it was more out of boredom and a desire to vent than anything else. However, she had to acknowledge that she was growing weary of listening, so she made the decision to get up and move around the room. Her mother was attempting to patch things up with her family, her father was inebriated and miserable, and she had nothing to do. With a sigh, she walked around the room, gesturing to the foolish beanie she was wearing. She was prepared to put anyone who dared to reach for it to the test, even though it was true that she shouldn't have worn it to the formal event. Fortunately, nobody looked at her father except for her mother, and they all sat quietly. "Oomph." The words, "Sorry," Octavia said. "Hey, no problem." Octavia's eyes widened as she looked up. "It's you." A well-known set of blue eyes gazed down at her. "Well, if it isn't the princess, how you doing?" Octavia reddened. "I'm doing, great. I mean this party, as you know." Naruto blew his smoke aside and grinned. "Yeah, not my scene either, but it is fun to see still." "Yep," Octavia said, massaging her shoulders as she struggled to control her heartbeat. "Anyway, how has life been treating you?" "Pretty good. Got some work here and there, politics are annoying, and also dealing with the fact that I got 2 moms now. So yeah, that's a thing." Octavia scowled as she saw her mother practically yelling for everyone in the room to hear. "Yeah, I see that. At least yours are doing better than mine." Her mother was the same crusty bitch that Naruto had last seen when he looked at her. With his stick out, Naruto said, "Huh, that sucks. By the way, are you doing anything right now?" She turned red. "Not really." With a sly smile, Naruto extended his hand to her. "Then would you care to dance with me?" She said, flushing more and checking to see if anyone was observing. Although she detested audiences, this was her opportunity. This was too good to ignore. "Sure, if you don't mind the attention." Naruto chuckled. "It doesn't bother me." Before they entered the open dance floor, Naruto took her feathered hand in his. She placed it on his neck, he placed his hand on her hip, and he placed his hand in hers. "All right," Naruto said, beginning to sway to the tunes. Octavia simply grinned and mimicked his gesture. "We're dancing, really? This is my time. No, this is my great opportunity. I'm going to spend some time with him alone at last." She was correct, except for the room. "You know, I hadn't noticed it, but your dress looks really nice on you." Octavia grinned. She was dressed in a single dress with shoulder openings and enough tuff in the front to reveal her developing breasts. She was at least as large as Luna, if not slightly smaller, Naruto had to assume. Although there wasn't much of a difference, not all female demons had to be like Verosika. "You look awesome in your suit. Thanks, took me a while to find the right one. You wouldn't believe the shit they tried to pass on to me." "Try me." The entire room was focused on the scene as the two engaged in animated conversation. Veggie and Charlie watched as Naruto danced with the Gosha family's daughter. Veggie was grinning, pleased to see him merely attempting to socialize without making a scene, assuming he would just drink and smoke all day. However, Veggie could tell that he was getting close to the girl he was dancing with. At least as close as one can get while dancing. Charlie was recording the entire event while holding out a camcorder. It was this: she would be able to play with some cute grandchildren after her son finally found a girlfriend and got married. Over her head, flowers bloomed once more. Stolas was overjoyed. So much so that he tossed his drink aside, unconcerned that it had broken. At last, his daughter discovered him. She had made every effort to stay up with him and lead the life she desired ever since that day at the park. It was one of the reasons he always embraced the changes he brought about in her and never disapproved of her interests and pastimes. Additionally, he was reminded of the blossoming love and lust he had for a particular person by watching them dance. He has some ideas for courting Blitzo because of his siblings. Paimon, however, was the happiest. "Oh Stolas, your daughter is doing such an excellent job." He glanced at his dad. "You mean securing our position?" "Yes indeed," laughed. "There is no mistake that boy has earned his place in hell, and more importantly he has proven his strength time and time again. Even we nobles must come to respect him to some degree. But now, he is showing great interest in your daughter, which means if she were to secure him as her husband our family would have ties to the royal family." Stolas gave a nod. Yes, that would be fantastic for our family, but I'm afraid someone could ruin this for us, he said, turning to face his irate wife. Paimon wasn't about to miss his opportunity. Who? Tell me their name and I'll make sure they don't dare make a move. The most important thing to him is to ensure his family's spot in hell and to maintain a lasting relationship with Lucifer and his wife. Stolas turned and narrowed his eyes at his wife, making a subtle point. He threatened, if she ruins this, and the family quickly withdrew. How could this mongrel try to harm her brat of a child? Stella was incensed. Filth would naturally favor filth, so it makes sense. She was choosing to be with a dirty mutt, just as Stolas had chosen to be with an imp. Her uncle swiftly seized her by the back of her dress and scowled as she attempted to correct the situation. Don't you dare. But he is the son of the woman who is a direct descendant of our rulers. Are you really wishing to risk our family and the Gosha family for your vanity? I thought you knew better. He breathed deeply. Sadly, it would seem the message was missed, and if I'm being quite honest, I'm getting tired of your attitude. Your brother is nothing but a pompous ass, but at least he knows to show restraint in certain situations. But you don't even try, and all this has amounted to a failed marriage and trouble for our family. Now as your family head, you are going to sit there, keep your mouth fucking shut, and behave for the rest of the party. If you fail to follow this or dare to lay a finger on that girl or boy, he said, gesturing to them. I swear you'll wish you were never born. She turned away and grunted. The man grinned and sighed. At least his niece was enjoying herself outside of his obnoxious relative. Naruto began to experience a pounding sensation in his chest as Octavia and he danced in silence. He could feel himself getting hot under the collar, and there was heat in his crotch. He wasn't sure what was causing him to react, but something was acting strangely. However, he was aware that it must be significant in this instance. Octavia was experiencing the same thing, but more in the form of ruffled feathers and difficulty breathing. Come on. You might not get another chance if you don't take action now. Come on. Are you a chicken or an owl? Naruto returned Octavia's gaze as she looked up at him. Everyone was watching with bated breaths as the hall fell silent. Even Lilith and Lucifer, who were both waiting to see, arrived. Naruto bowed his head. Forgive me, for what? She opened her eyes when Naruto kissed her. She quickly put her arms around his neck, though, and then began kissing him back with just as much fervor. But a scream brought the moment to an end. Octavia and Naruto parted ways after breaking off their kiss. Glancing over, they noticed Stella getting to her feet, her face displaying rage. She stomped toward them, ignoring Stolas and the other nobles who attempted to stop her. How fucking dare you? You little shits! She exclaimed. After your father decides to humiliate us by fucking some worthless fucking imp. No one cares. Naruto did not know who had yelled that. Now I'm finding that you are planning on pursuing a relationship with this filthy mutt. Rolling his eyes, Naruto said, really dirty mutt? She had years to think of a fresh insult, and now she's just repeating it? Fantastic. Mother, who I pursue is none of your business. Besides, he is the one that taught me what I can do and how I can live my life. Whether the family likes it or not is irrelevant as long as I do what I want in the end. After all, we set precedents for the other demons in hell, meaning others will follow our example if they feel it is worth following. Everyone in the room nodded, but Stella was agitated. You fucking skank. Just like your worthless father. Nothing but an embarrassment on me and the rest of us nobles. I'm ashamed to see that you haven't learned a fucking thing from your time with me. More importantly, not realizing how much harm your father put us through with his little escapade. Naruto gave an eye roll. While his sister merely sighed, Stolas covered his face with his hands. Bitch needs to get laid. Paimon had radiant eyes. Stella's uncle's magic aura began to materialize as soon as he clenched his fist. He will not tolerate her ruining them. So you yelling and screaming for all to hear doesn't bring a negative light to you and your family? She snarled. Stay out of this, you filthy mutt. If the princess didn't take pity on you, you would be nothing but another stupid stray in the street to be put down by the pound. Naruto gave a shrug. Maybe, but that isn't the case. At the end of the day, I have my freedom and I am my mother's child. This seems like more of a you problem. There was a smack, and the room fell silent. Naruto's head was turned sideways and Stella's hand was outstretched. Charlie's aura exploded and her eyes went crazy. How fucking dare you slap my son? Naruto was unfazed by the hit, but he could see his mother changing in front of everyone. Her eyes turned black and red, her horns emerged from her head, and then she soon had black wings emerging from her back. Before long, everyone in the vicinity began to perspire as a dark aura began to emerge from her. But not only from her, but also from Lucifer and Lilith's recently observed arrival. Lilith smiled a little, but if you looked closely, you could see the energy in her eyes. Lucifer's smile vanished. That was more than enough to make the Sins understand how damn serious this issue was. After simply turning his head back, Naruto took out a stick, lit it, inhaled deeply, and then blew smoke in her face. Her feathers ruffled as a result. Well, that was pointless. Naruto exhaled deeply. You know this party wasn't about you, me, or your shitty marriage, right? This is about my mother's and their soon-to-be wedding. It is important to everyone in this room as they know what happens when they step on my family's toes. Naruto sighed. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to let the slap go, only this time, and continue my dance with Octavia elsewhere, but the minute you raise a hand to her or to me again, then that is when you lose all right to bitch when I rip out your insides. Stella snarled. What makes you think I'm afraid of a little shit like you? I'm not the one you have to fear right now. With a claw, they're the ones you answer to. Stella turned to face her uncle, who had an angry look on his face, and paled. Paimon with a very angry expression. Lilith grinned darkly and thinly, while Lucifer remained expressionless. Charlie frowned and growled. After rolling his eyes, Naruto grabbed Octavia's hand and went out onto the balcony. With a flushed face, Octavia said, I'm sorry about my mother, I didn't think she would. Naruto took a few more blows before placing it on the railing, saying, Don't worry about it. Shall we continue? Grinning, Octavia grasped his hand. She began dancing with Naruto again, leaning her head against his chest. The sound of his heartbeat was soothing, and she pressed her ears against his chest. The two kept dancing on the balcony, enjoying each other's company and not caring what transpired in the ballroom. The hotel Kermit sat up, and his face lit up with a big smile. I feel character development. He arched an eyebrow when someone knocked on the door. Who the fuck could that be? He went to the door and opened it to discover even more strange as fuck shit. A man with a sword in his hand and armor as dark as the night stood there. Greetings, ye unfaithful swine. The fuck? He took out a scroll and read it. I am an unholy knight from a land far away from here, and I am looking for a person by the name of Kermit the Frog. I'm here. Excellent, though have been challenged to a duel, for the honor of the Astocius family. The who? The woman and daughter you dared to defile in thy lord's home. Kermit's eyebrows went up. Can we just say you did duel me and leave it at that? No can do, frog creature. Thy must accept thy punishment. With a sigh, Kermit he reached down and picked up a medieval sword, saying, I thought all that practice with swords was pointless, but it all works. Okay, buddy, I got this down pat then. A click catches his ear. Kermit was shocked to see him with a pistol in his hand. The fuck? Are thy ready for thy punishment? Bro, you're a knight, right? Yes. Knights don't use guns? Are thy retarded? One is thinking of the Middle Ages and me a man of honor. Did I think if ended up here, I would have thy faintest form of honor? Kermit held up a finger, then lowered it gradually. Okay, fair point. Are thy ready? You shall face the strength of the almighty Glock. Kermit deadpanned as the sober-headed Husker peered around the corner. Oh, hey Kevin. Who is thy Kevin you speak of? Husker rolled his eyes and turned to face Kermit as he floated beside him. So what the fuck did you do to have Kevin sent after you? Do you know him personally? As personally as a guy that I lost 500 to? Yeah, I guess you could say I know him. Plus he acts like some retarded knight. I think he got it from that show created from some online profile or something? Kermit gave a shrug. Maybe, but bro, what is his deal? I guess you had to do something, so what the fuck did you do? With a sigh, Kermit, let me think, killed a handful of imp gangsters. Nope, Kevin hates imps, though is still here. I might have tapped the ass of a succubus named Ginger. Kevin is a virgin. I am not, I killed a guy named Kenny. Really? You know that guy is known as the retard that is forever trapped between the living and dead? Huh, no I didn't. I'm still here, yeah we know Kevin. Husker you bastard, I think it might be about that woman and her daughter I nailed. Yes, that is who I am here for, I told you this foul frog. Kermit rubbed the back of his head and said, to be fair, I had a crazy morning. Huh? Really? The knight merely gazed before shooting Kermit. When the frog toppled over, Husker turned to face him. Is that satisfactory? Husker prodded his body and said, I don't know. You might want to double tap just to be sure? He asked. Is this necessary? I mean in hell you are better off. The knight shot Kermit once more, saying, sound advice my whiskered friend. Fare thee well, Husker, may we never meet again. He literally rode out of the area while Husker watched. What a fucking moron, just get a car like the rest of the lazy motherfuckers. Cheap booze was written on a bottle he took out and poured before turning to Kermit. Kermit instantly became alert. I want a rematch. Husker said as he left. I want a fucking rematch. When Nifty showed up in the main hall, he immediately started cleaning after noticing the blood on the floor. Alistair couldn't help but laugh as he observed everything that was happening. This is quite entertaining. Angel Dust gave a shoulder shrug. Hey, if they get mad it is at the frog and not me. Angel replied to a text. Besides, I stay out of trouble, I might get to see Nimbus sooner. Alistair let out a scream. Ah yes, he is a acquired taste. Angel grinned. Yeah, but more my cup of tea, or I guess my personal teabag. Alistair's grin was strained. I see. Well, I shall be off. I think I heard a lovely mewing that I'm curious about. Huh? Angel had no idea what he was going to see, but he was certain that he didn't want to. Particularly after he discovered that tearing apart people and eating their flesh like beef jerky is one of his hobbies. You quickly learn to avoid people during their lunch break after seeing that shit once. Verosika was occupied with texting and attempting to come up with some fresh tactics. Although the aggressive approach appeared to be effective, she thought it was insufficient. She winked at her phone and snapped a few selfies, thinking, maybe I need to take a more innocent approach? She sighed, then grinned and said, might want to talk to some of the girls and get their thoughts. Soon you'll be mine, doggy. The party drinks were in the hands of Naruto and Octavia as they relaxed on the balcony. So, blushed Octavia, have you met anyone interesting outside of the hotel? Naruto sipped. If you mean dating, then no, I mean there are some females that I find interesting or at least annoying enough to notice, but no, I'm not dating. Personally, I was sexually confused for a while and now I'm just starting to read the signs. She gave a head nod. I get that, I remember puberty when I went through it. That fucking sucked. She murmured, especially when Dad told me all about the sex stuff and how it is supposed to be for us. Yeah? How is it supposed to be? You know, marry some other rich fucker, make sure the bloodline survives. Ensure there is an heir or heiress that can be a potential replacement if necessary. That kind of stuff. She murmured, honestly, I was tearing my feathers out when I heard this, but Dad told me he will try not to let that tradition to pass. Naruto chuckled. You're lucky, my mother always wanted me to start dating after I turned 20. Saying she wanted some grandpuppies to play with and my grandmother wants more little ones to be around. Octavia took a distant glance. Demons with blue eyes, owls, red-eyed wolves, and possibly even wings? Yes, that would be intriguing. They are adorable but also kind of badass. Then she said, yeah, well, things have been wonderful ever since my dad fucked that imp. What's his name? Something that starts with think. Big guy, larger than some imps, wears a suit, and has that voice that is easily recognizable? Yeah, exactly. I think his name is Blitzo? Yeah, he says the O is silent. She turned around and said, hold up, how the fuck do you know him? Naruto gave a shrug. Got a call for a check-in with a hellhound adopted by some imp. Found out that the hound is one I knew as a kid back in the orphanage before I took off, and the imp was named Blitzo. Apparently he was running some kind of assassin job mostly associated with the realm of the living. Yeah. So, how did your father and him meet? Octavia rolled her eyes. A while back, Mom threw this party to celebrate her not divorce anniversary or something like that. That's a thing. Naruto pondered the matter. Man, then Lucifer and Lilith have to do one soon, as I think they hold the record for the longest time. Yeah, no doubt. She murmured, mostly it was a way for Mother to invite people over, talk shit about Dad, and just to be a bitch. She nodded her head. While I understand my mother's anger to my dad about what happened, I can't hate him fully. Because she is partly responsible for this mess? She took another drink after nodding and holding hers close. Yeah, she always treated Dad like shit. I never saw it when I was growing up because I think he was trying to protect me from it. But over the years, it became more and more apparent as when Father wasn't with me or playing with his plants, he was drinking. It got so bad that Father had to have bottles delivered to him regularly. After a drink, Naruto said, I see. So, basically he was just looking for someone other than you to show him some kind of affection. How does the imp fit into this? He asked. Believe it or not, he broke into the house and was caught. Dad just took him to his room and interrogated him, but somehow the whole thing turned into a fuck session. She sighed. Then Dad, in his epic failure, didn't register that he was taking his book and then jumping out the window. I see. Naruto sighed. Yeah, Gramps thinks it is funny having an imp kill mortal people for people in hell. So he leaves it be unless it gets too out of hand or causes trouble to the point that it draws more attention on the realms. Naruto glanced at her. So he basically stole the book and your dad has had kinda fuck buddy relationship with him since? Octavia gave a nod. Naruto tossed his marijuana stick over and said, well, I can't say I understand that family dynamic. Personally got my own drama and shit I had to deal with. Mostly with my mom's ex, but he is just a cocksucker that I'll one day behead when the time comes. So, I just have to practice patience is all. But given that I look at the family, he said, gesturing to her extended family and how they were surrounding Stolas, I think they don't really give two fucks. Yeah, I kinda got that vibe. Dad always said Granddad was more interested in his own image and believing he is this great father without knowing if he really was. Which is why yours is so smothering and compassionate. Yeah. Naruto grinned. Well, at least it seems the room is united in thinking your mother is a bitch. She scowled. Bitch or not, she is still my mom. She murmured, but I guess she sees me in the same light as my dad since I kissed you. Rolling his shoulders, Naruto, I think you have good taste and so does the rest of the room. She snorted. Yeah, they see me as securing my place with the royal family. Me? I guess you could say I was confirming something. Confirming? Yeah. She approached him, set down her drink, and placed her head against his arms encircling her waist. I wanted to confirm these feelings I have. Were they fleeting? Are they temporary? Is it just lust or is there more? I want to know. And, Naruto asked, meeting her eyes, I think these are more than I can possibly hope. Naruto grinned. Guess we are both in the same boat. You see, we hounds always seek an alpha mate. Someone that we can grow attached to and see as our other half, the half that makes us stronger. Someone that we share all of our feelings and emotions with. Honestly, when the others told me about this I was doubtful. But I guess feeling your lips on mine and being close to you, smelling you, holding you, I don't know. He pulled himself closer. Something is different, this feeling is different. I have been aroused but this, I can't describe it. She grinned. I'm the same way. Naruto kissed her once more after placing his hand beneath her chin. There was a background sound of shuddering. They both became irritated with the photographers. As Charlie cheered for them and held flowers around her, Naruto could see his mother grinning at him and Veggie giving him the thumbs up. Lilith smiled and displayed a tiny enchanted symbol. Watch out for my future granddaughter-in-law, she's adorable. Lucifer, asshole, had a sign in his hand. Just give her a virgin fuck. Naruto let out a sigh. I swear my family is so weird. Octavia arched an eyebrow. Gripping her tightly, Naruto turned to face Pentagram City. It is odd. This feeling, I feel that this is more than I ever had when I was human. Octavia's eyes grew wide. Wait, you were human? Yeah. Naruto nodded. Not many people know this, but I was human ages ago. Don't know when I died, to be honest. I used to remember my past pretty well, but lately, it seems the older I got the more it faded. But I know I couldn't have been a mortal of this world because of the differences. Differences? Yeah, our homes looked like feudal Japan period and we dressed differently than people today and we had powers from what I could remember. Never saw much of it other than when I was hit with them. Octavia scowled. Is it possible you traveled through space and time? Maybe. Wait, huh? He asked, glancing at her. Well, Dad a few years ago told me that there are other dimensions connected to this one. Apparently they're all linked due to God having some kind of friendship or alliance with those realms. But it is rare if not impossible for a soul from those realms to come to this one. So it is unclear how you would get here if you really were from one of those realms. Well, I suppose that just makes me even more unique, Naruto said with a smile. She chuckled. Yeah, but don't become too exotic, otherwise you might get too big for yourself. Naruto chuckled. I think that it is a bit late for that. They didn't know what was going on inside and didn't care. They just laughed and took in the scenery together. The night was stunning.